Chapter 1. The Scientist of Hydra. In a laboratory brimming with a myriad of test tubes, a cohort of lab-coated individuals toiled with remarkable precision. Dr. Luen, the synthesis of serum 308 has failed, lamented an assistant, clad in a white coat, his disheveled hair framing a face etched with disappointment as he shook a test tube, filled with a pale blue liquid that was rapidly becoming clear. Opposite him, Luen, with his dark hair and sallow complexion, lifted his gaze. He cast a brief, expressionless glance at the assistant's test tube and nodded slightly. Understood. Let's call it a day. You may all return to rest, and we will continue the synthesis of serum 309 tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the entire team set aside their tasks, offering Luen a courteous farewell before sequentially exiting the laboratory. Once everyone had departed, Luen, ensuring that solitude enveloped the room, swiftly approached a refrigeration unit. He retrieved a test tube filled with a crimson liquid and reclined in a chair, staring vacantly at the vessel before him. However, this was merely the perception of an outsider. In Luen's perspective, the test tube became the nucleus, surrounded by a dense array of formulas swirling into view. Initially, the formulas manifested with a frenetic velocity, akin to a deluge, but as time progressed, their appearance slowed, and Luen's complexion grew increasingly pallid. His breaths became more labored, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, as he seemed to endure immense agony. Eventually, the formulas before him ascended with the arduous tenacity of toothpaste being squeezed from a tube. Veins bulged, and bloodshot eyes appeared on the verge of bursting, the world around him beginning to blur and shimmer. Even seated, Luen struggled to maintain his balance, swaying perilously, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At the moment the final stroke of the last formula was inscribed with excruciating effort, a radiant blue luminescence erupted from the formulas before him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as Luen collapsed to the floor with a thud. After an indeterminate time, Luen gradually regained consciousness, gingerly patting his throbbing head. Upon gazing at the glowing formulas, his once vacant eyes ignited with fervor. By heavens! After 6 months, I have finally deciphered the Super-Serum. Luen's exhilaration was palpable as a traveler from another realm, who would not yearn for extraordinary power. After half a year of relentless effort, he had at last unraveled the incomplete version of the Super-Serum. After all, the test tube in his possession contained only the blood of Red Skull, which had been infused with the incomplete serum. Managing to decode even a fragment was no small feat. With the most challenging step accomplished, the remaining tasks appeared considerably simpler. Yet for now, he required rest, as the process of analyzing the serum had drained him of both vitality and mental acuity. After lying on the ground for a while, Luen finally managed to struggle to his feet, leaning against his waist and limping toward the exit of the laboratory. Such a useless ability, he muttered. Under the bemused gazes of a group of Hydra soldiers, Luen steadied himself against the wall as he made his way to his room within the base. He had long since learned to face such scrutiny with equanimity, let them think whatever they wished. Upon returning to his chamber, Luen flung himself onto the soft bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, all that he had experienced during his 6-month journey in this new world resurfaced vividly in his mind. In his previous life, Luen was merely a defeated individual battered by the cruelties of society. Thus, his ability to traverse dimensions was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Even though he found himself in the perilous realm of Marvel, as a member of the scientific division under the infamous Red Skull, he accepted his fate with remarkable calmness. Moreover, his predecessor had once been involved in Dr. Erskine's human enhancement project. When he first arrived, it just so happened that Dr. Erskine had defected with the research materials for the Super-Serum, inciting the wrath of the Red Skull, who nearly executed all individuals associated with the project. Had Luen not stepped forward to assure the Red Skull that he would produce the Super-Serum in the shortest time possible, they would have all been condemned to the gas chamber. Ultimately, the Red Skull granted them a 6-month reprieve. Should they fail to create the serum by then, death would be their inevitable fate. Regrettably, while they had all participated in the research, the most crucial aspects of the serum remained known solely to Dr. Erskine. Scientific inquiry demands rigor. Even a minuscule deviation could yield entirely different results. Lacking the essential components, although they had reconstructed 80% of the serum, Luen and his fellow researchers had conducted hundreds of experiments over the 6 months, yielding only one outcome: failure. As the deadline loomed closer, despair engulfed them. No one believed they could succeed. They seemed resigned to their fate. Their initial fervor extinguished, passionate discussions dwindled, and conversations became sparse, with experiments conducted in a mechanical manner, merely for the sake of conducting them. Only Luen appeared undeterred, arriving at the laboratory before anyone else and leaving last, refusing to depart until the late hours of the night. Little did they know, Luen's thoughts were far removed from the so-called experiments. From the outset, he had no hope that they would successfully develop the super-soldier serum. If the serum were so easily replicable, no one would have succeeded in perfecting it after Dr. Erskine's demise. However, the inability of others did not preclude Luen from achieving it. Without a golden finger, could one truly be deemed a traveler of dimensions? He had initially believed that deciphering the super-soldier serum would be a straightforward task, for this golden finger was rather formidable. According to the information provided by the golden finger, as long as this entity exists and a sample is available, he can decompose it into a series of synthesis formulas. Once the analysis is completed, Rune can artificially recreate it. His abilities are commendable, yet he remains a mere mortal. Each time he analyzes a sample, it drains his physical strength and mental energy. The more intricate or extraordinary the sample, the greater the toll it exacts. Take the Super-Serum, for instance, an item already intertwined with the extraordinary. The first attempt at analysis nearly cost Rune his life, yielding a mere 3.5 synthesis formulas. Despite having traversed worlds, Rune is still an ordinary individual. His physical and mental capacities are insufficient to support the analysis of the serum sample. The analysis of the flawed version of the Super-Serum nearly claimed his life, leaving Rune to ponder what his state would be when confronted with even more extraordinary items in the future. Realizing he had overestimated himself, Rune swiftly adjusted his attitude, setting a modest short-term goal for himself. His aim is to analyze the Super-Serum flawed version, swiftly develop a perfect variant devoid of side effects, and discreetly administer it. This would enable him to gain the trust of the Red Skull, granting him the opportunity to approach the Cosmic Cube. Should he succeed in analyzing the Cosmic Cube, it would be monumental. However, his plan soon encountered obstacles. As an individual of Eastern descent, earning the trust of the Red Skull seemed an insurmountable challenge. Despite being a failure in his past life, surviving various societal adversities required a distinct set of skills. Paths to success are myriad. If the direct route is obstructed, one must navigate through the winding detours. Each day, after the multitude of researchers departed, he would remain in the laboratory, diligently working overtime, utilizing his analytical abilities to scrutinize the blood samples of the Red Skull. Moreover, he always left the lab in a seemingly exhausted state, either before the watchful eyes of his peers or in the presence of the Red Skull. To be seen working overtime is paramount. The boss must witness the lengths one is willing to go to demonstrate dedication. This ensures that one remains memorable, facilitating promotions. Of course, this is contingent upon demonstrable results. Otherwise, one could toil to the point of exhaustion and still remain unnoticed. Evidently, this strategy proved effective with the Red Skull. In contrast to the seemingly despondent researchers, the Red Skull evidently appreciated Rune's work ethic. Occasionally, he would even specifically request Rune to report on his research progress. During these reports, Rune seized the opportunity to subtly insert personal insights, distinguishing his progress analysis status from that of others, while artfully blending in expressions of admiration and reverence, striking the perfect balance. When the overall research progress of the Super-Serum stagnated at 80%, it was only Rune who continued to report advancements to the Red Skull, ensuring that his own research remained in motion. This ability was suddenly brought to the forefront, coupled with Luen's tireless work ethic and the fervent admiration he subtly displayed. Red Skull, with a grand gesture, elevated Luen, this man of Eastern descent, to the esteemed title of Dr. Luen, appointing him as the head of the scientific division's human enhancement project under his command. 3 days ago, upon receiving the exhilarating news from Luen that the Super-Serum was just one step away from success, Red Skull, brimming with enthusiasm, made a momentous decision to establish a clandestine organization known as Hydra. However, this ambition hinged on his successful retrieval of the fabled treasures from Odin's vault in Norway. Simultaneously, Red Skull assured Luen that upon the successful development of the Super-Serum, he would ascend to the position of second-in-command in Hydra's scientific division. Following in the footsteps of Dr. Zola, today marked the successful analysis of the incomplete version of the Super-Serum. The first step of the plan was to analyze the serum. Success. Chapter 2. Hail Hydra. The following day, Luen, unusually, was not the first to arrive at the laboratory. However, the group of researchers, having lost all hope, showed little interest in who was present or absent, even if the absent individual was their nominal superior. Mechanically, they commenced with the experiments on serum number 309, each engrossed in their tasks, devoid of conversation or commotion. They had heard the news that General Schmidt would return in 3 days, which felt to them like the final death knell. The development of the super-serum had stagnated, and with only 3 days remaining, the prospect of a miracle was utterly implausible. It was not until the afternoon that a spirited Luen made his appearance in the laboratory. However, none acknowledged him. They were on the brink of despair, hardly caring about the presence of their superior. Luen paid them no mind and proceeded directly to a corner of the laboratory, where a long table, sufficient to accommodate more than 20 individuals, was situated. The table was cluttered with numerous papers, densely inscribed with various chemical formulas. This had once been their meeting place for research, though it had not seen use for quite some time. Unperturbed, Luen swept the accumulated papers onto the floor, clearing a space, and then fetched a stack of blank sheets, settling down to write. Feigning to jot down trivialities, his true focus rested on the formulas extending before him. In Luen's vision, the world was divided into 2 segments. On the left, chemical formulas emitted a soft blue glow, while on the right, new, non-luminous formulas continuously emerged. These formulas appeared, flashed with a red light, and then inexplicably vanished, only to be replaced by new ones. The newly manifested formulas represented the second ability derived from Luen's unique talent. It could generate new conclusions based on his interpretations of the analyzed items, whether to optimize, disassemble, or explore other avenues, all was subject to Luen's volition. The most crucial aspect is that the failure of derivation does not drain one's physical strength and energy, unlike analysis, where each step consumes immense vigor. Currently, Luen's objective is to develop a super-serum devoid of any side effects. As time passed, the laboratory grew increasingly silent, and before long, Luen found himself alone once more. With no one around, Luen shed his pretense and settled into a reclining chair, allowing himself to rest. The crimson light before him flickered incessantly, each flash signifying yet another failure. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, just as Luen was on the verge of slumber, the formula in the right section suddenly emitted a faint blue glow, mirroring that of the left. Subsequently, a new formula emerged on the right, completing its derivation in the blink of an eye, followed by another. The blue luminescence appeared thrice in succession, causing Luen's face to blossom with joy. Yet, life often takes a turn from ecstasy to despair. Before Luen could revel in his triumph, he felt as if a basketball had been forcibly lodged in his skull, and his body lost sensation, akin to a balloon being punctured. The abrupt transformation left him no time to utter a cry before he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. When Luen regained consciousness, the first sight that greeted him was a crimson skull, none other than Red Skull, the commander of Hydra, Johann Schmidt. "Dr. Luen, I hope you bear good news from me," Red Skull said, displaying a sense of impatience upon seeing Luen awake. Upon returning to hear reports of Luen's collapse in the laboratory 3 days prior, Red Skull had nearly annihilated his entire base in a fit of rage. His concern was not rooted in affection for Luen, but rather in the imminent success of the super-serum. That if there was anything Schmidt could not afford to lose at this stage, it was undoubtedly the super-serum. As the first successful case of the serum, he understood its formidable potential. Once he commanded an army of super-soldiers, coupled with the cosmic cube he had just acquired, world domination would no longer be a mere fantasy. "Of course, Commander, the super-serum has been successfully developed. However, I have certain matters that require your personal attention," Luen stated. At that moment, he appeared as if he had been drained of life itself, hollowed cheeks, sunken eyes, and pallid skin, resembling a mere shell of flesh and bone. Despite the excruciating headache and overwhelming weakness, Luen remained steadfast in his principles. Before his superior, he was determined to demonstrate his unwavering commitment, even at the brink of death. "Now, yes, Commander, I fear that if I do not report to you now, I may never have the chance again." Even someone as villainous as Schmidt could not help but feel moved by Luen's display of loyalty. His dedication was remarkably an unwavering devotee. Even in such dire circumstances, he did not forget his mission. That if one is surrounded by such loyal individuals, what is there to fear regarding the success of one's endeavors? Luen's long-standing impression on Schmidt, coupled with his unwavering commitment, even in the face of death today, has earned him Schmidt's internal endorsement. For an extended period, Luen has been regarded by Schmidt as a trustworthy subordinate. Given Luen's current state, Schmidt, who is equally invested in the matter of the super-serum, discreetly gestured to those around him. Before long, the room was left with only Luen and Schmidt. "Commander, could you kindly pass me those papers over there?" Luen indicated a stack of papers on a table behind Schmidt and struggled to sit up from the bed. Schmidt did not perceive Luen's request as an affront. He turned to retrieve the papers and handed them to Luen, also offering his own used pen. "Thank you, Commander." Luen expressed his gratitude naturally, though he yearned to convey the depth of his appreciation. However, the circumstances were not conducive, as his head throbbed painfully, making him feel he might faint at any moment. Yet for the sake of his scheme, he needed to earn Schmidt's trust. After all, as an Easterner seeking to establish a position within Hydra, the support of the Red Skull was indispensable. Upon receiving the papers and pen from Schmidt, Luen immediately began to write and draw while articulating his discoveries to Schmidt. "Commander, through my research, I have determined that the super-serum you injected is merely a flawed version. A more perfected super-serum exists. While I am uncertain why Dr. Erskine administered an imperfect serum to you, it is evident that the serum has defects and significant side effects." Luen's opening remarks ignited a surge of anger within Schmidt, as the serum side effects had ravaged his appearance, a perpetual source of anguish for him. This was also the reason he could not forget Dr. Erskine. He had heard from Dr. Erskine that a more perfect serum was attainable. This knowledge was privy to no one but himself. Yet hearing it from Luen today, even if merely as an introductory statement, garnered him a measure of trust in what Luen would say. Next, Luen could never have anticipated that his opening line would wield such impact. At this moment, he was immersed in his own world, tirelessly organizing his thoughts and writing without pause. Subsequently, I conducted further research on the reverse-engineered super-serum, developing a variant with enhanced effects. The new serum boasts a 10% improvement in efficacy and reduced side effects, though the precise results remain to be confirmed through experimentation. However, I believe there is an even more perfect version yet. Given my current physical condition, I am uncertain if I shall have the opportunity to continue serving the Commander. Thus, I present to you the formulas for both serums. You may enlist others to further the experimentation. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I shall undoubtedly contribute to your grand vision. Upon finishing his sentence, Luen paused, his unfinished pen in hand, gazing at Schmidt. With the fervor of a zealot, his voice laden with the most genuine emotion. "Long live Hydra." With that, his eyes rolled back, and his body slumped to the side. Schmidt, quick on his feet, swiftly caught the fainting Luen. "Get someone in here." Before anyone could enter, Schmidt gathered the papers that had fallen to the ground. When the medical officer arrived, Schmidt commanded in a low tone, "Do everything in your power to treat Dr. Luen. If anything goes awry, you and your families will accompany him to the grave." Had Luen been able to hear Schmidt's words, he would have surely given his performance a perfect score. Step 2 of the plan: earn trust. Success. Chapter 3. The Unexpected Dog Food. Schmidt's words compelled all the medical officers present to regard the Oriental man lying on the hospital bed with utmost seriousness. Not daring to waste a moment, they swiftly began their tasks. After a thorough examination, the chief medical officer breathed a sigh of relief. "Commander, Dr. Luen's condition has stabilized. He merely suffers from malnutrition due to prolonged sleeplessness. With proper rest and timely nourishment, he will recover." "Good. Take care of him, and notify me the moment he awakens." Relieved to hear that Luen was out of danger, Schmidt did not linger any longer, barking orders as he hastily exited the infirmary. He was now eagerly anticipating the experimental results of the super-serum. March 1943. After enduring a 9-month coma, Luen finally regained consciousness. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Schmidt promptly set aside his current tasks and rushed over with several trusted aides, including Dr. Zola. Despite Luen's prolonged unconsciousness, Schmidt's regard for him had only intensified. During this period, both the flawed and optimized versions of the super-serum had been developed extensively, with numerous experiments conducted. As Luen had anticipated, the success rate of the flawed version was abysmally low, with only 1 in 1,000 achieving success, accompanied by severe side effects. Not only did it ravage their appearance, but nearly all successful subjects descended into madness. Conversely, the optimized version boasted a significantly higher success rate, albeit only 1%, and exhibited considerably milder side effects. The test subjects became robust, yet their demeanor shifted to one of volatility and aggression. Without constant reconditioning, Schmidt found it nearly impossible to maintain control over them. In pursuit of a solution to this dilemma, Schmidt's scientific team conducted extensive experiments, yet no effective remedy emerged. Even Dr. Zola was compelled by Schmidt to set aside his research on the Tesseract to tackle the challenge of neutralizing the serum's adverse effects. However, while Dr. Zola was an expert in genetics, he was not particularly adept in the realm of chemical research. This has resulted in Schmidt possessing two serums that feel more like a burden than a boon. Thus, upon hearing that Luen had awakened, Schmidt wasted no time in rushing over. Dr. Zola, intrigued by the Eastern individual capable of developing super-serums, accompanied him. At this moment, Luen lay on the hospital bed, his eyes wide open, having been awake for some time. Upon learning from a beautiful nurse that he had been in a coma for 9 months, he felt a pang of regret. He had initially believed that the derived skills would not consume excessive stamina and energy, only to find himself nearly ensnared in a predicament. It seems imperative to inject the super-serum without delay. Luen contemplated, adjusting his plans for the future. Just as he pondered how to administer the serum without attracting Schmidt's attention, the ward door swung open, and Schmidt entered with several individuals in tow. Waving away the doctors and nurses, Schmidt approached the bedside, unable to conceal his excitement and joy. "Dr. Luen, you have finally awakened. Commander, it is a pleasure to have the opportunity to serve you once more." Under the eaves, Luen remained acutely aware of the survival rule he had initially established: to demonstrate loyalty. Until he acquired sufficient strength, he must cling tightly to Schmidt's formidable support. "Haha, welcome back, Doctor," Schmidt exclaimed, elated by Luen's revival, which signified a resolution regarding the serum and brought the prospect of his super-soldier army within reach. Moreover, with the advanced weaponry derived from Dr. Zola's research on the Tesseract's energy, Schmidt felt that the ultimate goal of world domination was drawing near. In high spirits, Schmidt introduced Luen to his companions. "This is Dr. Zola, responsible for weapon development. This is William, the head of Hydra's operatives. And this is Colonel Billy from Hydra's combat division." Among the three, aside from the stout Dr. Zola to Schmidt's right, Luen was unfamiliar with the other two. However, this did not hinder his understanding of his current situation. He recognized that his plan to gain Schmidt's trust had succeeded. He had now firmly established himself as one of Schmidt's trusted subordinates, which meant he could proceed to the next phase of his scheme. After introducing the trio, Schmidt conversed with Luen for a while longer before instructing him to rest and recuperate, subsequently departing with his confidants. Once outside the ward, Schmidt immediately summoned the medical officer overseeing Luen's care, coldly demanding, "How long until Dr. Luen can fully recover?" "Approximately 2 months, the medical officer replied, his gaze averted from Schmidt's face point. 2 months? Too long. I don't care what methods you employ, I need to see a healthy Dr. Luen within a week. Do you understand? A week?" The medical officer was taken aback, as he had always been responsible for Luen and was acutely aware of his physical condition. Despite Luen having regained consciousness, his health was severely compromised. Prolonged inactivity had led to muscle atrophy and a significant decline in bodily functions, rendering a swift recovery utterly impossible. 2 months had already passed in the blink of an eye. However, under Schmidt's frigid gaze, the medical officer dared not utter a word of dissent and could only nod grimly. "Yes, Commander. Very well. I hope to see a healthy Dr. Luen in a week." With that cold remark, Schmidt departed the medical area, accompanied by Dr. Zola and 2 others. Once they left, the medical officer collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen. Delivering a healthy Luen in 1 week was simply an unattainable task. He could already envision a scenario a week later where he would be bound to the operating table, subjected to gruesome dissection. In that moment, fear gave rise to a flicker of resentment towards Schmidt, but it was quickly drowned out by terror, so much so that when the medical officer and a nurse re-entered the ward to examine Luen, he inadvertently stumbled, falling clumsily. Observing the medical officer's trembling hands and the unmistakable fear etched on his face, Luen felt a stirring within him. "Doctor Ramon, what has happened?" When the medical officer remained silent, Luen turned his gaze to the strikingly beautiful nurse with golden hair and blue eyes. Though her expression was not as overtly distressed as the medical officer's, concern was evident, and she frequently stole glances at Dr. Ramon, a fact Luen, with his seasoned insight, could easily discern it. Caught off guard and inundated with an unexpected dose of romantic tension. Suddenly, Luen felt a pang of jealousy. Despite being endowed with both charm and intelligence, he lamented the absence of any woman captivated by him throughout his life. Ultimately, he could only attribute this to the notion that women were simply blind to his virtues. Jealousy aside, Luen remained focused on his intentions. "Kyla, what is going on?" Casting a complex glance at Luen on the bed, Kyla clenched her teeth, her lips parting slightly. Commander Schmidt has ordered Dr. Ramon to restore you to health within a week, but given your current condition, that is entirely unfeasible. A week. Luen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that while Schmidt had earlier advised him to rest, he would subsequently command the medical officer to ensure his recovery within such a narrow time frame. Was this a case of serving two masters? It appeared that his foresight before losing consciousness had proven to be astute. Schmidt was currently at an impasse with the development of the Super-Serum, even with Dr. Zola, an expert in genetics. The issue of mental deficiencies in the perfected serum remained unresolved. With this realization, Luen suddenly recognized an opportunity and offered a faint smile to the despondent Dr. Ramon. Dr. Ramon, I possess a method that will enable my complete recovery within a week. Is that truly so, Doctor? Dr. Ramon remained impassive, but the nurse, Kayla, gasped in delight. Upon meeting Luen's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head and approached Ramon, gently shaking him. Enough, I do not wish to witness this display of affection. Luen seethed inwardly with frustration. Yet, he maintained an outward demeanor of cheerful composure. Doctor, is what you just stated genuine? With Kayla's explanation, Ramon looked at Luen in utter astonishment. Indeed, but I require your assistance, Luen said, his words laden with significance. Ramon, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the underlying implication. Certainly, Doctor. I assure you I shall not disclose this to anyone. Chapter 4. A bit too noisy the following day, Dr. Ramon procured everything that Luen required. Schmidt had previously decreed that any resources within the base could be utilized by Ramon for the benefit of Dr. Luen's health. Thus, the search for materials proceeded with remarkable ease. Once the necessary supplies were gathered, Luen instructed Ramon to set aside the items that were not needed, and then to feign the creation of a restorative potion to mislead others, allowing Kira to remain in the infirmary to assist him in concocting the Super-Serum. This endeavor was to produce the genuine, flawless version of the Super-Serum, devoid of any adverse effects. Luen's current predicament stemmed not only from the unforeseen toll that derivative skills exacted on his physical and mental faculties, but also from the fact that he had simultaneously derived 3 versions of the Super-Serum, including the incomplete version that had been analyzed. This amounted to a total of 4 variants, besides the perfect serum without side effects and the original flawed version. One variant was the evolutionary type he had not completed before his unconsciousness, and another was the ideal version, albeit a counterfeit, that Captain America would later inject. Every step of the serum's creation was etched in Luen's mind, even without prior experimentation. He could execute the process with the finesse of one who had conducted it countless times. Each material and reagent's required dosage could be determined with a mere glance. This was a gift bestowed upon him by his unique abilities. As long as he accomplished the analysis or successful derivation, he could create the substance by instinct. This also accounted for his confidence that the serum's formula would remain secure, without any written records, relying solely on memory, even if Dr. Zola were to craft the perfect serum under his guidance. Recreating it thereafter would be an impossibility. However, the production of the serum did not unfold as smoothly as Luen had anticipated. Nurse Kira, while undeniably attractive, possessed a dexterity that was entirely incongruent with her appearance. Despite Luen's watchful eye, she would still commit inexplicable blunders. Fortunately, although the process was fraught with challenges, the influence of love prevailed, and by the 5th day, Kira managed to produce the Super-Serum flawlessly, without a single mistake. As the final drop of reagent was added, a marvelous transformation occurred within the test tube. The previously pale yellow solution began to shift towards a resplendent golden hue, emanating a faint golden luminescence. It was breathtaking, regardless of the time or universe. Women have an irresistible attraction to beauty. Luen was equally entranced, fixating on the test tube in Kira's hand, the golden glow possessing an enchanting allure. Fortunately, Luen's resolve was steadfast, and he quickly regained his composure. Noticing that Kira's eyes were almost entranced, he coughed discreetly, having been unnerved by her peculiar mistakes over the past few days. After so much effort to achieve success, he feared that a mishap would shatter it all, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Amidst this, he pondered the inexplicable absence of Schmidt, Dr. Zola, and his other 2 subordinates from the base. Dr. Zola was deeply engrossed in his research on the cosmic cube, displaying no interest in Luen. Others, under Schmidt's orders, dared not disturb Luen, rendering this the most opportune moment for Luen to inject the serum without being discovered by Schmidt. My apologies, Doctor, it is simply too exquisite. Upon regaining her composure, Kyra found herself in a flurry, causing Luen's heart to race. Fortunately, This time Kyra did not make any inexplicable mistakes, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ms. Kyra, please inject it into my body. Thank you. Luen endeavored to soften his tone, for he truly feared further provoking Kyra. Of course, Doctor. Kyra appeared quite bashful. And thankfully, there were no unexpected mishaps this time. As she watched the golden serum slowly enter his body, Luen's anxieties finally subsided. Kyra, no matter what transpires, do not be alarmed, do not speak, and certainly do not allow anyone to enter. Kyra, taken aback by Luen's cryptic words, had yet to process them when a sudden transformation occurred within him, nearly prompting her to scream. With a resounding thud, Luen, who had been lying motionless on the bed, suddenly arched upward in agony, his expression one of sheer torment, emitting a deep, guttural roar. A cacophony of distressing sounds followed, as Luen's feeble limbs twisted at impossible angles, his emaciated muscles swelling like balloons. The unprecedented sight left Kyra frozen in terror, on the verge of a scream, yet instinctively recalling Luen's final words. She covered her mouth with her hands, her scream morphing into a muffled groan. This sound snapped her back to reality, and she instinctively obeyed Luen's last command. Stumbling to the door and bracing her body against it, a loud crash echoed through the room. In the throes of agony, Luen smashed his fist into the bed, exploding it, and his body fell heavily to the ground, releasing another deep roar. The commotion in the hospital room attracted the attention of the base guards, who rushed toward the medical area. Ramon, who had been feigning concern in the medical area, was the first to notice something amiss. He hurried to the door, eager to investigate, only to find it locked from the inside, the noise escalating. Panic gripped Ramon as he pounded on the door. Doctor, what is happening? Kyra, what on earth is going on? Kyra pressed against the door with all her might, wishing she could convey to Ramon not to fret, yet the words eluded her. The silence from within shattered Ramon's composure, the looming threat of Schmidt's death weighing heavily on him. Luen's promise had ignited a flicker of hope within him, but the sudden turmoil sent him spiraling into anxiety. He believed himself to be inextricably linked to Luen and Kyra, yet at this critical juncture, he received no response from either. Feeling abandoned, the tension that had held him taut finally snapped. He suddenly descended into madness, frantically seizing an iron rod to strike the door with fervor. Two wretches, if I am to die, let us all perish together. The violent impacts nearly caused Kyra, positioned at the threshold, to topple over. Realizing her inability to withstand the assault, she hurriedly pulled the lab table laden with experimental apparatuses to block the door. Pressing against it with all her might, her anxious gaze fixed intently on the writhing and moaning Rune sprawled on the ground. After several forceful blows to the door, Ramon seemed to regain a measure of clarity, catching sight of the guard at the corridor's end, and an insidious thought suddenly crept into his mind. He discarded the iron rod and began to pound on the door once more, calling out loudly for Rune and Kyra. What is happening? The approaching captain of the guard appeared tense. Everyone in the base knew how much Schmidt valued Rune, and he could easily envision the dire consequences he would face if anything were to happen to him. I don't know. Ever since the doctor called Kyra in. This is how it has been, Ramon replied in a flustered manner. His seemingly careless words sparked a glimmer of realization in the captain's eyes as he seized Ramon's collar. Are you suggesting that Kyra intended to harm the doctor? Ramon's gaze flickered, stammering, I don't know. Get away. The captain shoved Ramon to the ground and raised his weapon, aiming at the door lock before pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The series of gunshots startled Kyra, who let out a shriek and stumbled forward in panic. Just as she was about to fall, powerful arms caught her. Before she could react, Rune's voice echoed in her ears. I am sorry, beautiful Kyra. Moments later, Kyra realized that Rune had removed her coat. The lab table could not withstand the charge of the burly guards, and with a resounding crash, it was knocked aside. However, the scene that unfolded before the onlookers at the door left them utterly dumbfounded. Rune stood intact within the room, draped in an ill-fitting white lab coat, perspiring profusely. Kyra, flustered and blushing, stood beside him, her attire disheveled, her graceful figure stirring a ripple of emotions within those who beheld her. The room was in disarray, filled with shattered bottles and jars, yet the dismembered bed was conspicuously absent. What are you doing? Rune demanded, his face stern. I apologize, doctor. We thought something had happened to you, the captain of the guard said, an awkward smile creeping onto his face as he retreated from the doorway. I am sorry for the interruption. Once outside, the captain noticed his subordinates staring blankly at Kyra in the room, which ignited his fury. What are you staring at? Get back to me. After the guards departed, Ramon finally regained his senses, observing the disheveled Kyra and Rune in his lab coat, a peculiar glint passing through his eyes. "Doctor, what is this?" Luen remained oblivious to Ramon's unusual demeanor, secretly reveling in his triumph. In the third step of the plan, the administration of a side-effect-free super-serum was successfully executed. Chapter 5. Predicament. Dr. Ramon. Miss Kira, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your care during this period. I kindly ask you to arrange for someone to tidy up. Once the guards departed, one expressed his appreciation to Ramon and Kira, acknowledging that without their cover, the injection of the super-serum would not have proceeded smoothly. By the way, Miss Kira, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a well-fitting outfit. Ramon raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting back and forth between Luen and Kira. He was acutely aware of Luen's previous condition. Even if someone were to assert that there was something between Kira and Luen, he would remain skeptical. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed an aura of vastness above him, akin to a sprawling meadow. Kira adjusted her disheveled attire and, noticing Ramon's peculiar stare, stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and offered Luen an apologetic smile as she led him out of the infirmary. After changing into a fitting outfit and relocating to a pristine ward, Luen found himself alone in the empty room. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he could obliterate an entire universe with a single punch. Aware that this was merely an illusion, Luen, unlike many who traverse realms, refrained from testing his newfound strength. Instead, he eagerly reclined on the bed and closed his eyes. Having injected the super-serum, his physical abilities had now reached the pinnacle of human potential. He was no longer the inept individual who could barely endure the effects of the serum. With most of his short-term goals nearly accomplished, he recognized the necessity of planning for his future. The thought of fleeing Hydra was an endeavor Luen resolutely dismissed. Even if successful, surviving alone in this tumultuous era posed significant challenges. While the super-serum endowed him with extraordinary strength, he remained fundamentally human. As a person, he could not escape the basic necessities of life, and in this age of scarcity, survival proved far more complex than one might imagine. Moreover, an escape would inevitably involve evading Hydra's pursuit. He was not Captain America, nor was he certain of possessing any protagonist's halo. Navigating through a hail of bullets unscathed was not guaranteed, and even a super soldier could succumb to a bullet to the head. Here, however, far from the battlefield, devoid of worries about sustenance and free from the constant dread of impending danger, he had the opportunity to approach the Tesseract. Though Hydra was destined for ruin, it was still March 1943. In the films, Hydra's final base was dismantled in 1945. This indicated that there remained nearly 2 years of relative safety. As long as Luen refrained from reckless actions during this period and maintained a favorable rapport with Schmidt, his personal security would be assured. Was it not more advantageous to wait for Captain America to vanquish Red Skull before leaving Hydra openly? By that time, the war would have concluded, and he would not need to fear a bomb plummeting from the sky to obliterate him. Why risk life and limb in a reckless endeavor when a safer path lay ahead? Thus, Luen would not depart, not even if the Almighty descended upon him. The first law of survival is safety. At this moment, Luen was devising a strategy to secure his own safety while maximizing his personal gain. His arrival had altered certain circumstances. Among the Hydra operatives, only Red Skull had received the serum's enhancement. However, the situation had evolved, as Luen had developed an incomplete version of the super-serum and even a more advanced iteration. The emergence of additional super soldiers might very well alter the entire narrative of Captain America, a scenario Luen fervently wished to avoid. Although the Hydra base was secure, its defenses were formidable, rendering Luen incapable of escape. Moreover, he harbored no intentions of dedicating himself entirely to Hydra's cause. 2 years of research into the serum without any progress was simply unacceptable. Given Red Skull's temperament, any lack of advancement could lead to a swift severance of their partnership. Prolonging the situation was untenable. He needed to provide Red Skull with a satisfactory explanation. Fortunately, he had formulated a rough plan, contingent upon the efficacy of his abilities. As his thoughts crystallized, the synthesis formula for the super-serum reappeared before him. This time, it consisted of 4 boxes, each representing a version of the serum. Luen's task was to derive a 5th version, specifically tailored for Red Skull. However, the derivation of this 5th version proved unexpectedly challenging. For 3 consecutive days, he seized every opportunity to work on it, yet results eluded him. This fostered a flicker of doubt within Luen. Perhaps his abilities were not as formidable as he had presumed. 2 more days passed with little progress on the new serum version. Coupled with the surging energy from the serum injection, Luen's agitation led him to wander the base. Schmidt and his 2 subordinates had not yet returned. Aside from a few restricted areas, Luen found himself unhindered within the base. It must be noted that Schmidt's base, nestled in the Alps, was indeed vast. Resembling a small town, while it lacked self-sufficiency, it boasted an array of amenities. Particularly enticing was the club in the living quarters, which Luen had long coveted. Previously, with a knife metaphorically at his throat, he had neither the inclination nor the privilege to approach it. However, with his newfound status, Luen inadvertently found himself drawn to the club's entrance, where he was eagerly ushered inside by a vivacious blonde, spending what would become the most delightful days since his arrival in this world. Had Schmidt not returned to the base, Luen might have remained ensnared in this realm of indulgence, expending his pent-up energy. The doctor appeared to be recovering splendidly. Confronted by Schmidt's icy gaze, Luen inwardly chastised himself for becoming overly complacent. This was all thanks to Dr. Ramon. One must acknowledge that the burden of success is shared. Dr. Ramon had once provided him with cover, and occasionally, speaking a few kind words on someone else's behalf could yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. Schmidt nodded slightly, exhibiting no particular reaction, seemingly indifferent to how Luen had recovered. Now that the doctor was physically restored, one might wonder when he would resume work. "It is my honor to serve the commander. I am ready to commence at any moment," Luen declared, immediately entering a state of reverence. Gazing at Schmidt with a flicker of fervor, Schmidt, revealing a satisfied smile, promptly remarked, "It appears the doctor will soon deliver me some good news. Cursed capitalists. They deserve to be brought low by Captain America. As long as the horse runs swiftly, yet is denied sustenance." Luen silently cursed, though his visage radiated confidence. "Of course, Commander, I shall exert every effort. I await your favorable news, Doctor." With that, Schmidt uttered a parting phrase and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he glanced back with a mysterious smile. "I have arranged for an assistant for you, Doctor. I trust you will find them quite agreeable." One was perplexed and uncertain of Schmidt's meaning. Was it truly necessary for Schmidt to inform him about an assistant? This assistant must be extraordinary. Yet, in this world, he had no acquaintances, the most familiar being the personnel of the base. As for his previous incarnation, he had been a solitary figure, with only one notable connection, Dr. Erskine. Could it be that Dr. Erskine had been captured? One shook his head. That was utterly implausible. By the timeline, Dr. Erskine should currently be preoccupied with selecting candidates for the Super-Serum injections. In a few months, the iconic Captain America, Steve Rogers, would make his appearance. The endeavors he had undertaken during this time had not influenced the narrative's trajectory. The two versions of the serum entrusted to Schmidt were merely in the experimental phase, far from being operational. Thus, the possibility of Dr. Erskine's involvement was non-existent. Unable to fathom the matter further, Luen ultimately decided to relinquish his contemplation. Since it was merely an assistant, he would discover the truth when he began work tomorrow, with no need for excessive speculation. His foremost priority remained the derivation of the new serum version. He sensed he had overlooked something crucial that had hindered the successful development of the serum. Particularly as time progressed, this feeling intensified. What could it be? Chapter 6. A tower rises from the ground, each brick a foundation in the laboratory. Luen absent-mindedly conducted what he termed an experiment, his gaze fixed on the incessantly flickering red light before him. At that moment, a graceful figure pushed open the laboratory door and stepped inside. "Kira, what brings you here?" "Doctor." Clad in a nurse's uniform, Kira's gaze was cast downwards, her complexion pale, and her demeanor somewhat dazed. Since receiving Schmidt's special directive the previous day, she had fallen into despair regarding her future. "What troubles you?" Luen inquired, casting a curious glance her way. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he widened his eyes. "You cannot possibly be my assistant, can you?" "Why, yes, Doctor." Kira lowered her head, tugging at the hem of her garment. "The commander has appointed me as your personal assistant starting today." "Personal assistant?" During this period of indulgence, images of Kyra, dressed in a form-fitting professional skirt, effortlessly gesturing before him, appeared unbidden in Luen's mind. Gulping, Kyra, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush and found herself increasingly at a loss. "Ahem, Miss Kyra, could you kindly fetch a book for me?" At that moment, Luen grasped the implications of Schmidt's words from the previous day. Feeling somewhat awkward, he recognized that both she and her counterpart had rendered him significant assistance, and it seemed rather ungrateful to repay kindness with disregard. To mask his embarrassment, he hastily conjured an excuse to send Kyra away. "All right, I'll go right away." Kyra, unsure of how to proceed, felt a wave of relief wash over her at Luen's words and promptly turned to exit the laboratory. "Am I truly that intimidating?" Luen scratched his head. With the serum's development stagnating, he had shaken off the tender distractions and was now engulfed in a sense of urgency. Although Kyra was undeniably attractive, He had no desire to dwell on such thoughts. Women would only compromise his sense of security. Luen resolved to distance himself from her. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to the serum's formulation. Meanwhile, Kyra, flustered, hurried to the medical area where the medical books were stored. It was only then that she realized Luen had not specified which book he required. The thought of returning to inquire felt too embarrassing. So she hastily selected a random volume from the shelf and rushed back toward the experimental area. Upon reaching the laboratory door, Kyra hesitated for a moment before pushing it open. Initially uncertain about how to interact with Luen, she soon discovered that he was wholly absorbed in his work and had not even noticed her presence. A sigh of relief escaped her, yet she found herself at a loss for what to do, leading her to idly survey the laboratory. Aside from the experimental apparatus and some reagents contained in test tubes, there was little of interest to behold. As her gaze wandered, Kyra's attention inadvertently settled on Luen. She suddenly realized that he possessed a certain charm when fully engaged in his tasks. Perhaps Schmidt's peculiar directive was not entirely objectionable. "Oh, Kyra, you're back." Luen's voice jolted her from her reverie, causing her to drop the book she was holding onto the floor. "Do I truly seem that fearsome?" Luen mused, somewhat speechless. Aside from her striking appearance, Kyra was rather lacking in other respects. "No, that's not it. Enough, you needn't be so anxious. You are, after all, my savior." As Luen bent to retrieve the book from the floor, he intended to console the lovely nurse. Yet, before he could utter a word, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the book in her hands, leaving him momentarily speechless in astonishment. The serum's development had remained stagnant, with each iteration of the formula flashing red after no more than 5 lines. However, this time was different. 10 lines. The formula for the serum had manifested a full 10 lines before flashing red. Subsequently, the same phenomenon occurred once more. Luen found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why a formula that had remained stagnant for so long would suddenly reveal such significant progress. In a moment of clarity, Luen realized that his mind had assimilated additional information, which he discovered was derived from the content he had inadvertently glimpsed in a book. His gaze returned to the tome in his hands. Could it be that Kyra was awaiting his subsequent remarks? Yet, he found himself rooted to the spot, as if turned to wood. Dr. Luen?" Noticing Luen's lack of response, Kyra hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed, when suddenly, she was seized by a pair of strong hands, accompanied by Luen's exuberant voice. "Kyra, you are truly my lucky goddess." "What?" Kyra was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Her confusion went unanswered as Luen excitedly darted to the lab bench, placing the book down to peruse its pages. With each turn, Luen's excitement grew, his smile radiating brighter. With a snap, he closed the book and turned to the bewildered Kyra, eagerly inquiring, "Miss Kyra, may I ask where you acquired this book?" From the room designated for storing books in the medical area, Kyra instinctively replied, "Thank you." Upon hearing her response, Luen sprang up and dashed out of the laboratory, leaving behind a perplexed Kyra. Speeding along, Luen soon arrived at the medical area where the books were stored. "Wow!" he exclaimed, witnessing a room brimming with bookshelves, his excitement reaching a crescendo. He eagerly pulled a volume from the shelf, only to furrow his brow in disappointment. The previous book had propelled his serum derivation formula to 30 lines, yet this one, despite being memorized, bore no fruitful outcome. This shouldn't be. How could it be ineffective? Unwilling to yield to despair, he selected another book, only to encounter the same result. Whatever he had read, he could recall. Yet the serum derivation formula remained fixed at 30 lines. No, there must be something amiss. Luen scratched his head in frustration, pondering for what seemed like an eternity, yet remained at a loss. What could it possibly be? At this moment, Luen displayed signs of impatience, acutely aware that he was tantalizingly close to unraveling the enigma, yet unable to grasp the solution. After Luen's hasty exit from the lab, Kyra hurriedly followed, observing Luen's evident agitation. "Doctor, if you need any particular category of books, just let me know, and I'll assist you in finding them." A flash of inspiration struck Luen, and he seized upon that fleeting insight. Category? How could I have overlooked such simplicity? Irritated with himself for not realizing it sooner, he contemplated the types of books he might require, and then called out to Kyra. "Kyra, please help me gather all the books related to the brain." "Huh." Upon discovering that Kyra had been unusually quiet for a while, Luen turned to find her standing at the door with a bewildered expression. He initially felt a surge of irritation, but then recalled that it was Kyra's reminder that had propelled his progress with the serum, so he suppressed his anger. "Quickly gather all the books related to the brain," he commanded, before diving headfirst into the vast sea of books. Reacting swiftly, Kyra hurriedly followed him inside. As Luen rummaged through the shelves, He realized that the majority of the materials stored here comprised various experimental data from Hydra, an eclectic assortment covering an array of topics. Among them were numerous studies concerning the human brain. This was less a library and more akin to a massive experimental database. Though the data stored here largely consisted of failures, Luen was unconcerned with success or failure. He quickly located a volume dedicated to brain research and began perusing its contents. A relieved smile spread across his face as he discovered that these experimental data on the brain would significantly aid in the serum's development. Adding 10 new equations to his findings, he marveled at the unexpected capabilities of his unique talent. With a silent exclamation of appreciation, Luen settled onto the floor to continue examining the experimental data in his possession. Chapter 7. The Importance of Learning. As Luen entered the laboratory, he observed Schmidt pacing back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. The doctor appeared quite relaxed, which suggested that he might have good news for Luen. Upon seeing him, Schmidt's voice betrayed an underlying frustration. "Of course, Commander, I have found a solution to the serum side effects," Luen declared, his confidence radiating. Had this been prior to his recent discoveries, Luen might have harbored concerns about Schmidt's potential wrath, contemplating delaying the delivery of the perfected serum to safeguard his own interests. But now, such apprehensions were unnecessary. Although the latest version of the serum had yet to yield successful results, Luen had devised a plan. Once the new serum was successfully developed, he would no longer need to live in trepidation. Based on his research over the past few days, Luen concluded that the primary obstacle to the new serum's success lay within himself. The distinction of his unique ability was that its effectiveness hinged upon his own knowledge of the relevant field. Thus, he found himself in urgent need of acquiring all pertinent knowledge. Really? Schmidt's eyes brightened with anticipation, and he eagerly pressed for further details, his expression tinged with urgency. "What are the results? When can we commence the experiments?" "Commander, I have merely conceived a plan. Whether it can be executed will require some time and specific materials," Luen replied, intrigued by Schmidt's newfound impatience, as though he were desperate to witness immediate outcomes. "What materials do you require? How long will it take?" Schmidt assured him. "Whatever you need, Doctor, you shall have it by tomorrow for the experiments." Luen was taken aback by the haste of the request. Though uncertain of the circumstances, he perceived an opportunity before him. Observing Schmidt's demeanor, it was evident that there was a pressing need for the super-serum. If he could offer assistance at this juncture, he might secure greater authority and expanded liberties in the future. Reflecting on the character of Dr. Zola from the films, who could freely access the Hydra base, he pondered that emulating such a figure would alleviate many challenges. With this in mind, perhaps he could leverage the situation. Luen raised his gaze to meet Schmidt's eager expression and articulated, "Commander, the side effects of the serum pertain to the human brain. I must confess, this is not my area of expertise. I require a substantial collection of literature on neuroscience and cerebral studies, as well as numerous test subjects. More is better." "Books?" Schmidt furrowed his brow, realizing that Luen's requests diverged significantly from his expectations. Furthermore, scholarly works on brain neurology were scarce and difficult to procure. "Are these books truly essential?" "Indeed," Luen affirmed with a nod. "The serum has nearly achieved its optimal efficacy. The issues we now face are primarily connected to the human brain, thus necessitating this information." Schmidt contemplated this and recognized the validity of Luen's assertions, yet he felt compelled to clarify certain matters. "Any relevant literature will suffice?" "Yes. What about texts on consciousness, the soul, or faith?" A look of confusion crossed Luen's face. Schmidt, noting this reaction, remembered that Luen was of Eastern descent and had once been a captive, leaving him somewhat uninformed about certain Hydra matters. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to enlighten Luen. "Doctor, would you believe me if I told you that God truly exists?" "Absolutely," Luen replied without hesitation. "You are the deity." His loyalty was professed, for he was a professional. Schmidt was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "I do not refer to myself, but to the true divine, such as the legendary Odin." "Odin?" Luen found it perplexing. What relevance did Odin have to serum research? Schmidt's thought process seemed rather disjointed. Ancient humanity worshipped gods with blind reverence. To seek divine favor, they would sacrifice anyone, even themselves. "I believe this is intricately linked to consciousness, and I possess numerous texts on this subject that may be of interest to you." Blinking in astonishment, Luen was taken aback by Schmidt's train of thought. After a lengthy discourse, he realized Schmidt was merely recounting mythological tales. How could these stories relate to consciousness? He found himself begrudgingly admiring Schmidt's unconventional reasoning. Seeing Luen's silence as acquiescence, Schmidt proceeded towards the door. "Doctor, I will ensure that the materials you require are delivered to you by tomorrow, and I will also arrange for the test subjects to be prepared promptly. As the cold iron door loomed before him, Luen felt an overwhelming impulse to flee. Could a plethora of mythological tales truly assist in serum research? It seems utterly implausible. Schmidt evidently intends to coerce him into a precarious situation, forcing him into a metaphorical furnace. Must one indeed resort to treachery to achieve results? Luen furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of uncertainty regarding his initial plan. Schmidt's urgency underscored the significance he placed on the super-serum. Although he had discovered a method to derive a new version of the serum, the knowledge he currently possessed was utterly inadequate for the task at hand. The research data concerning the human brain found in the archives had initially proven beneficial for the derivation skills, but the data was limited, much of it redundant, rendering it increasingly ineffective until it served no purpose at all. Should Luen fail to deliver what Schmidt desired, he had no illusions that Schmidt would spare him, regardless of his previous contributions to the creation of the super-serum. In this moment, Luen lamented his past as an underachiever, neglecting his studies and failing to gain admission to university. Had he pursued higher education and become a neurosurgeon, he would not be entangled in such dire circumstances. It appears that even in a new world, education remains paramount. Alas, there are no remedies for regret. One could only hope that, apart from burdening him with his useless religious tomes, Schmidt might assist him in locating genuinely valuable texts. Otherwise, escape would be his only recourse. The days swiftly elapsed. Before dawn, Luen arrived at the laboratory. Though he had yet to decide whether to alter his escape plan from Hydra, certain tasks remained imperative. Upon entering the lab, he once again sensed Schmidt's emphasis on the super-serum. A contingent of Hydra soldiers was busily transporting stacks of books into the laboratory, observing the nearly overwhelming collection. Luen resignedly approached the sea of volumes, hoping to unearth something useful. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he picked up the topmost book. It was a title he had never encountered, depicting humanity's reverence for deities and the rituals performed at regular intervals in their honor. The book was filled with annotations, though not of an academic nature. Rather, it circled items mentioned within, detailing their origins, properties, functions, occurrences in other texts, and whether they possessed supernatural capabilities. Upon examining these notes, Luen recognized that they indeed belonged to Schmidt, for it was through such methods that Schmidt had discovered the Tesseract. Since Schmidt had successfully located the Tesseract using this approach, Luen decided to embark on a new round of derivation with a mindset of experimentation. Yet, the outcome was futile. Very well, he resolved to at least feign activity, although he felt no disappointment. There lingered a sense of unwillingness as he chose to leave the serum derivation open and began to sift through the vast array of books. Useless, useless, still useless. Holding an ancient, yellowed tome, an expression of intrigue crossed Luen's face. The evolution of the new serum has consistently followed a pattern of failures, commencing and then faltering once more. However, as he grasped this tome, the serum's evolution unexpectedly ceased. Indeed, it halted entirely, neither restarting nor continuing its derivation, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Observing the lack of illumination from the newly unveiled formula, Luen found himself perplexed. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Was this a success or a failure? With this uncertainty weighing on his mind, Luen's gaze fell upon the book adorned with enigmatic symbols, exuding an air of ancient mystery. Chapter 8. The unconditionally obedient super soldier. With eager anticipation, he turned to the first page, where a pentagram identical to that on the cover greeted his eyes, followed by a multitude of unfamiliar characters. This was not any known script, but bore a resemblance to cuneiform writing Luen had previously encountered online. What on earth did this signify? Cuneiform, one of the most ancient forms of writing, was beyond the comprehension of someone like Luen, who struggled academically. Nevertheless, Luen observed that as his eyes swept over the text, the previously stagnant serum derivation formula began to disintegrate and collapse, with flashes of red, blue, and purple light flickering in succession. What on earth is happening? Luen was taken aback. This turn of events was rather unexpected. He contemplated whether to deactivate the derivation skill, yet an instinctive voice within him urged him to refrain. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to continue observing. He turned to the next page, which bore no illustrations, only text. Upon completing this page of writing, Luen beheld yet another transformation. Amidst the tricolored brilliance, the purple hue had significantly intensified, completely overshadowing the red and blue lights, its manifestation time equal to that of the combined red and blue. The disintegrating serum derivation formula had also stabilized considerably. The three colors of light danced like rival factions, entwined in a perpetual struggle. Seeing tangible results, Luen turned another page. The book felt weighty to the touch, yet contained only a few thick, coarse pages, reminiscent of some form of leather. With each page he perused, the purple light grew more radiant. By the time he reached the final page, the shattered derivation formula surged with purple brilliance, and those formulas seemed to come alive. The once static derivation formula set into motion once more, accelerating with increasing fervor. As the last formula was finalized, a blinding purple light illuminated before Rune. Energy and stamina surged through him in an overwhelming rush. Goodness, not again. Slumping into his chair for a brief respite, Rune gradually regained his composure. The sudden drain of vitality and energy was nearly overwhelming. Even for one who had injected the Super-Serum, a soft purple light shimmered before him, emanating a mysterious aura. A faint smile graced Rune's lips as he reveled in silence. The latest iteration of the serum had successfully evolved, with all pertinent information flooding into his mind. The golden touch indeed proved to be formidable, and the serum's effects aligned perfectly with Rune's envisioned outcomes. Not only does it retain the serum's efficacy in enhancing the human body, but it also compels those injected with the Super-Serum to obey specific individuals, making it an impeccable choice for the creation of a legion of super soldiers. What indeed is this book? As he gazed at the ancient tome in his hands, Rune felt an increasing sense of mystery surrounding it, as if it were shrouded in a delicate veil of mist that beckoned him to delve deeper. Instinctively, he attempted to analyze the book. With a sudden impact, Rune was hurled against the laboratory wall as if struck by a vehicle traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. The tremendous force caused the entire laboratory to shudder violently. The commotion drew the attention of the Hydra soldiers who were transporting books nearby. A group of them burst through the door and, upon seeing Rune embedded in the wall, hurriedly extricated him. "Doctor, are you all right?" they inquired, unaware of the nature of Rune's research. They only knew that Commander Schmidt placed great importance on this Eastern individual, and if anything were to happen to Rune, Schmidt would undoubtedly hold them accountable. "Cough, cough, I'm fine. Please, you may leave," Rune reassured them, casting a wary glance at the tome that had fallen to the ground. Moments ago, as he had invoked his analytical skill, a colossal crimson eye had appeared before him, instilling in him a singular sensation, terror. It felt as though a mere additional glance at that eye would reduce him to cosmic dust. It seemed he still had much to learn. With a sardonic thought, Rune tucked the book away in his mind, understanding that it was not yet within his reach. His current level was insufficient. What mattered now was the implementation of his second phase plan. "Doctor, do you have any instructions?" Kayla rushed into the laboratory, finding Rune standing by the experimental table, holding two pale blue test tubes. 3 months had passed since Rune had developed the new version of the serum, and sensing Schmidt's growing impatience, he promptly initiated the second step of his plan. "Oh, Kayla, could you please summon the commander? I have something crucial that requires his attention," Rune said, raising the test tubes in his hands. Doctor, if the commander inquires about..." "Never have I encountered such audacity," Kayla thought, momentarily unsure whether to comply with Rune's request. Rune, perceiving her hesitation, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Simply inform the commander that I wish to present him with an experiment. I am confident he will be most eager to attend." Seeing Rune's unwavering confidence, Kayla nodded and hurriedly exited the room. Rune then resumed his work, realizing that mere verbal descriptions lacked the persuasive power of tangible experimental results. He needed to create a sample reagent to ensure that Schmidt would be utterly convinced by what he was about to convey. This marks the first instance of Luen independently crafting the Super-Serum, yet he approaches it with the finesse of one who has conducted countless experiments. The various reagents are at his fingertips, and he measures the required doses with an almost instinctual precision. His actions are as vigorous as a tiger, yet as steady as an old hound. Should any knowledgeable observers happen by, they would undoubtedly ponder, is this truly a scientist rather than a sorcerer? Schmidt arrived sooner than anticipated. Upon opening the laboratory door, he spotted Luen poised at the experimental table, meticulously dripping a substance into a test tube filled with a cerulean reagent. Gradually, the blue liquid transformed into a delicate lavender hue, emanating an enigmatic aura that hinted at extraordinary potential. Waving Kira out, he closed the door behind him and approached Luen. "Doctor," he began, but Luen interjected. Commander, your timing is impeccable. I am immensely grateful for the books you provided. They have proven invaluable, inspiring me greatly. Without them, the development of the serum would not have proceeded as smoothly. As a seasoned expert, Luen was far too astute to claim all the accolades for himself. If possible, he would gladly attribute the success of the serum's formulation entirely to Schmidt. The commander appeared pleased, yet his primary concern remained the serum. Eagerly, he inquired, "Doctor, has the serum been successfully developed?" "Not yet," Luen replied, shaking his head. The change in Schmidt's expression was palpable. That was not the implication he intended. Maintaining his composure, Luen continued, Commander, there is a crucial ingredient for the serum that is unavailable at the base. Consequently, I have substituted it with another, and thus, the efficacy of this serum remains uncertain. Upon hearing Luen's explanation, Schmidt's demeanor softened somewhat. What material is lacking? I will dispatch someone immediately to procure it. At this moment, it cannot be found. Luen delivered the nearly explosive news, though he sought not to provoke Schmidt. He hastily clarified, Commander, the required ingredient is a type of fungus known as the fly agaric. This particular fungus is not uncommon, but it typically emerges in autumn within coniferous and deciduous forests. It is only June now, so Schmidt furrowed his brow upon hearing Luen's account. Surely there must be a substitute? To achieve the optimal effect, only it will suffice. Luen stated, handing Schmidt the serum he had completed. While an alternative might yield similar results, it could entail certain risks and potentially severe side effects. Schmidt raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, what results can we expect with the fly agaric? A smile crept onto Luen's lips as he uttered a statement that sent Schmidt's heart racing. They will unconditionally obey the commander's commands. Chapter 9. The Rise of the Underdog Super Soldiers Who Follow Orders Without Question. This is undoubtedly the perfect weapon of war that countless ambitious individuals aspire to possess. In the original narrative, the U.S. government and military have persistently pursued research on super soldiers. It was precisely due to an incident related to this research that Bruce Banner was exposed to gamma radiation, transforming him into the Hulk. Now, Luen informs Schmidt that his developed super-serum possesses this remarkable effect, causing even a villain like Schmidt to feel his heart race with excitement. Doctor, I need you to initiate the serum experiment post-haste. Schmidt, unable to contain his impatience, disregards Luen's mention of optimal alternatives. However, one appears somewhat hesitant. There's no however, Doctor, Schmidt interjects, momentarily pausing before lifting his gaze. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for Hydra? One is taken aback. Sacrifice everything? Surely you don't intend to dispose of me once I am of no further use? This thought briefly crosses his mind, but he quickly dismisses it. Only he can manufacture the new version of the super-serum, and Schmidt would not be foolish enough to act against his own interests. One suspects there are other reasons behind the question, though he cannot discern them. In an instant, assured that there is no threat to his personal safety, Luen responds without hesitation, I am willing to sacrifice everything for Hydra. Long live Hydra. Very well, Doctor. From this day forth, you shall be a member of Hydra, specifically tasked with the Super Soldier Project. Schmidt expresses his delight, officially appointing Luen as the head of Hydra's Super Soldier Initiative. Luen understands the gravity of this statement. Previous titles of leadership were merely temporary, whereas this is a true appointment. It signifies that Luen now holds a position equivalent to that of Dr. Zola within Hydra, becoming a trusted confidant of Schmidt. As long as he steers clear of provoking Schmidt, he faces little risk to his safety before Hydra's downfall. Now that Luen is a part of Hydra, Schmidt has nothing left to conceal, and he proceeds to explain Hydra's current predicament. Upon hearing Schmidt's words, Luen comprehends why Schmidt is so invested in the Super Soldier program. The Imperial Army is engaged on two fronts, their forces severely diminished, and recently, shocking news has emerged. The Western Front has collapsed, resulting in the loss of millions of troops. The Western Army is not only the Empire's elite, but also accounts for nearly 4/5 of its total military strength. The sudden loss of millions has irrevocably altered the course of the war. Previously, Schmidt had experienced discord with the Empire's leadership, and the current situation has intensified these conflicts. Doctor, although the Empire has suffered defeat, this presents Hydra with our greatest opportunity. I require soldiers, an army, and above all, an invincible force. With your super soldiers and the weapons developed by Dr. Zola, the world shall ultimately be ours. Schmidt, for the first time, unveiled his ambitions before Luen without reservation. Luen, in turn, adeptly played the role of a deity alongside a fervent disciple. Commander, I shall undoubtedly forge an army of unwavering loyalty for you. Time waits for no one. Doctor, we must commence the experiment immediately. This time, Luen hesitated no longer and promptly nodded. Understood. Commander, the experiment may begin at any moment. Very well, prepare yourself. I shall arrange for the necessary preparations, and we shall initiate the experiment tomorrow. Without delay, Schmidt rose and exited the laboratory, only to turn back at the door and bestow a mysterious smile upon Luen. By the way, Doctor, are you satisfied with your assistant? Luen was taken aback, but quickly revealed a knowing smile that only a man could understand. I am exceedingly satisfied. Thank you, Commander. Cough, cough, cough. Dr. Ramon, are you all right? A patrolling officer noticed Ramon appearing weak, leaning against the wall and coughing heavily, and quickly approached him with concern. "I am fine, merely a slight cold." Waving his hand, he struggled to depart while leaning against the wall. Upon returning to the medical area, disregarding the curious glances around him, Ramon dashed into his medical room. After rummaging through the drawers, he discovered a sealed syringe, rolled up his sleeve to reveal an arm riddled with needle marks, and proceeded to inject the liquid. As the fluid gradually entered his system, Ramon experienced a significant alleviation of his mental state, and his complexion began to regain its rosy hue. "What are you doing, Ramon?" Kayla entered just as Ramon withdrew the syringe from his arm. The name on the syringe caused her expression to shift dramatically, and she reprimanded him loudly. With a hint of a smirk, yet a visage of panic, Ramon hurriedly pulled Kayla inside, swiftly closing the door. "What are you doing? Keep your voice down." Kayla's chest heaved rapidly as she maintained a serious demeanor, questioning in a hushed yet intense tone, "Ramon, do you realize what you are doing? That substance should not be used indiscriminately. Have you forgotten about those individuals? It's merely a painkiller. There's no need for such alarm." Ramon's eyes flickered, avoiding Kayla's gaze. Her intuition prompted Kayla to suspect that Ramon was concealing something from her. Recalling what the guard had informed her upon her return, she first considered whether something was amiss with Ramon's health. "Darling, are you feeling unwell? Although you are a doctor, I believe you should get checked." Hearing Kayla's words, Ramon felt a surge of relief. Everything was unfolding as he anticipated. "No need. It's south, just that this place is too damp, and my old ailment has flared up. The pain was unbearable, which is why I resorted to the painkiller." Upon hearing Ramon's explanation, Kayla was instantly reassured. His chronic condition, known as rheumatism, while not fatal, could be excruciatingly painful. "All right, but that medication truly should not be used carelessly. I promise you, I will never misuse it." Ramon stepped forward, grasping Kira's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes until her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "My dear, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Sensing the moment was ripe, Ramon displayed an expression of cautiousness. "What is it?" Kira inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You want me to steal the super-serum?" Staring incredulously at the man before her, Kira was astounded that the typically timid Ramon would entertain such an idea. "No, not steal. I would never ask you to do that. The Super-Serum project is not known to everyone within Hydra, yet due to your connection, I have some understanding of it." The risk of having Kira pilfer the serum was too great. He was not foolish enough to suggest such a thing. "Then what do you propose?" "I wish for you to utilize your abilities to assist me in developing a restorative agent used by that individual." Kira's expression shifted, her heart a tumult of emotions as she fell silent, her gaze lowered. Ramon, in his guilt, averted his eyes, yet he discreetly observed the changing expressions on Kira's face. His intent had always been to harness her abilities. "A restorative agent? Are you jesting?" During Luen's unconscious state, Ramon had participated in 2 iterations of serum experiments, and the transformations observed in the subjects after injection remained vividly etched in his memory. Upon learning from Kira about the agent Luen had her create and its subsequent effects, Ramon realized that Luen had undoubtedly injected something far from the restorative agent he claimed. It was the super-serum. Furthermore, Luen's audacity to administer it to himself assured Ramon that it was not of the nature they had been experimenting with, though he kept this revelation to himself. Having endured threats stemming from Schmidt's death and the fury of betrayal, he had undergone a transformation. He yearned for power and control over his destiny. Although a remarkably talented physician, he remained merely an expendable figure to some. Many like him existed in the world. Even with ambition, most lacked the means to realize it. Yet he possessed an extraordinary girlfriend. She had been intricately involved in the secret development of the super-serum, personally overseeing the entire process. This knowledge ignited a glimmer of hope for Ramon. Chapter 10, a flashback to the experiment in progress. "My dear, we need not produce it ourselves. The doctor is quite amicable. I should be able to persuade him to create a restorative agent for us." Kira's naivety nearly shattered Ramon's composure. Such actions would merely provide their enemies with the opportunity to silence them. Fortunately, he quickly concocted a counter-argument. "Kyla, you are aware of my aversion towards him. Consider this. Why would that man insist on having me procure utterly unnecessary items while concocting the elixir? Furthermore, he did not permit my involvement in the process, instead allowing you, an outsider, to partake in the creation. His actions unmistakably indicate his desire to keep the methodology of potion-making under wraps. If you were to approach him now for the formulation, would he not perceive it as an implicit threat? Perhaps this concoction is a matter of military secrecy." Kyla felt her heart race. She was not foolish, merely flustered by concern for her beloved's well-being. She was determined to ensure absolute safety. It was only upon Ramon's reminder that she recollected they were within a military base, rife with secrets, and an alarming number of individuals who had mysteriously vanished. During her tenure as Rune's assistant, Kyla had uncovered many previously unknown truths, such as the existence of super-serums, human trials, and energy weapon initiatives. However, observing Kyla's silence, Ramon remained patient, holding her tightly. He was acutely aware of her capabilities, as well as her trepidation regarding them. After all, Kyla had once been his patient, and he had been her doctor. She possessed a gift he had termed memory flashback. Regardless of the passage of time, anything she had witnessed could be vividly recalled through this ability, allowing her to conjure illusions akin to a film projection. The longer the illusion persisted, the more detailed it became, thereby increasing Kyla's burden. In the past, she had struggled to control this power. Memory flashbacks would erupt spontaneously, leaving her with excruciating headaches. Over time, she developed an aversion to her own ability, which only deepened her fear. With Ramon's assistance, Kyla gradually liberated herself from this uncontrollable state. He firmly believed that if Kyla could utilize her ability to retrace the entire process of creating the serum, his expertise would enable him to replicate Rune's serum flawlessly. At that moment, he would undoubtedly supplant Rune. After all, he possessed an advantage that Rune did not. He was confident that Kyla would conquer her fears for his sake, just as she had once followed him here without hesitation, compelled by love. Love can render one blind, especially for a woman like Kyla, who was utterly enraptured by her emotions. After an internal struggle, Kyla ultimately consented to employ her abilities. Ramon nearly leaped with elation, but he quickly composed himself, embracing Kyla to conceal the ecstatic distortion of his features. Following a flurry of sweet words, Kyla succumbed entirely. Seizing the moment, Ramon pressed on. "My dear, I have retained the materials from the last time the doctor concocted the elixir. Shall we commence today?" "No, the doctor will conduct the super-serum experiment tomorrow. I still need to prepare numerous items, and the commander will be present as well. Let us discuss this after tomorrow." "Tomorrow's experiment?" Ramon was genuinely unaware of this news. "Indeed, I have come to inform you that I may be quite late tomorrow." Kayla nodded, for this was the very purpose of her visit. Tomorrow marked the time of their clandestine rendezvous, and she wished to avoid any misunderstanding on Ramon's part. She sensed that since becoming Luen's assistant, Ramon had developed an almost imperceptible animosity toward him. Although Ramon felt a tinge of disappointment, he had no choice but to bid farewell to Kayla with a kiss. "Very well then, until tomorrow." "Until tomorrow." After Kayla departed, Ramon lingered, pondering that since a serum experiment was scheduled for the following day, he, who had participated in 2 prior experiments, might also be summoned to join. Surely, someone would come to notify him shortly. However, as the night deepened, he remained utterly alone in the medical area, with not a soul in sight. "Luen, you scoundrel! I am your savior, and yet you choose to ostracize me. I shall not let this go unpunished." In the dim light, Ramon's expression was twisted with rage, radiating an unsettling chill. Unbeknownst to Luen, he had unwittingly acquired a new adversary within the confines of the base. The following day, in a laboratory brimming with various instruments, Dr. Zola, head of the Hydra Scientific Division, Colonel Billy, head of the Hydra Combat Division, Agent William, and Schmidt were all present, observing Luen, who was diligently engaged below. It was evident how much Schmidt valued this experiment. Unlike his colleagues, Luen preferred to work without assistance. Thus, aside from Kayla, he had no other participants for this endeavor. The Hydra laboratory boasted advanced and sophisticated technology, yet to Luen, it offered little utility. Had he not familiarized himself with the equipment the previous day, he would have been utterly clueless regarding their specific functions. After feigning a thorough calibration of the instruments, Luen gestured to Schmidt above, signaling that he was prepared. "Bring him in." Accompanied by the sound of deflating tires, 2 robust Hydra soldiers flanked a man, who bore an iron muzzle and exhibited a countenance of sheer terror. As they ushered him into the laboratory, followed by a squad of fully armed Hydra soldiers. Upon entering, the man's gaze fell upon the central experiment platform, resembling a space capsule, and his eyes filled with dread as he struggled desperately. Thud! One of the Hydra soldiers mercilessly struck the man with the butt of his rifle, rendering him unconscious. The 2 soldiers, with deft efficiency, tossed him into the experimental chamber and secured him, their movements indicating they were well practiced in such tasks. Once all preparations were completed, the armed Hydra soldiers did not depart. Instead, they spread out, assuming defensive positions around the laboratory. Clearly experienced in anticipating the potential mishaps that could arise from a failed experiment. With everything in place, one silently recited the phrase, "May my enemies perish while I endure," before decisively pressing the switch. Beep, beep, beep. All the instruments began to operate, their low rumble echoing throughout the laboratory. The purple serum flowed through the conduits into the experimental chamber, and within mere seconds, the injection was complete. Hiss hiss. Aside from the instrument's deep rumbling, an eerie silence enveloped the experimental chamber. Contrary to what one might envision, Schmidt looked down upon Luen from his elevated position, his cold gaze devoid of any emotion. Doctor, what is happening? Luen felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. Among the 4 previous serum versions, all had been tested except for the one injected by Captain America, and one of the test subjects had been himself. Yet, he had never encountered a situation where there was no reaction post-injection. This latest version stemmed from a cryptic tome that Luen dared not analyze, rendering the unexpected outcome utterly unpredictable. Nevertheless, he held unwavering faith in his own capabilities. Thus, he met Schmidt's frigid gaze with confidence, declaring, "Commander, please wait a moment longer." Seeing Luen's resolute demeanor, Schmidt reluctantly nodded. "I hope you do not disappoint me, Doctor." Roar. As soon as the words left his lips, a scream filled with anguish tore through the confines of the experimental chamber. Schmidt's lips curled into a slight smile, filled with anticipation as he gazed downward. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous noise, a deep fist imprint appeared on the door of the chamber, while cries of torment echoed within. As time passed, the disturbances within the chamber grew increasingly intense, culminating in a violent shaking that suggested an insatiable beast was attempting to break free. The surrounding Hydra soldiers, on high alert, nervously raised their weapons, prepared to fire at the first sign of danger. "Doctor, you must evacuate immediately." 2 Hydra soldiers swiftly approached Luen and Kira, shielding them as they retreated toward the laboratory exit. Luen, unwilling to display bravado, hastened alongside Kira toward safety. At that moment, a deafening crash resonated, followed by an unsettling silence from the experimental chamber. The Hydra soldiers exchanged anxious glances, ultimately directing their focus toward Luen. "Doctor, what should we do?" "Open it." Luen licked his lips, his voice trembling, yet his eyes sparkled with expectation. This was his inaugural experiment as a researcher, and regarding his first true creation, he felt a blend of excitement and trepidation. A rush of escaping air was followed by the slow opening of the experimental chamber door, allowing everyone to clearly see the figure inside. Hiss. Kira inhaled deeply, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Luen. Chapter 11. The mindset within the experimental chamber lay a man, sculpted and bare, his metallic sheen radiating strength for all to behold. Although the man lay with his eyes open, he exhibited no discernible reaction, not even a blink, resembling a lifeless corpse. "Bring him that device," Luen commanded excitedly, gesturing to 2 soldiers to affix a metallic circular ring upon the man, which was connected to numerous wires reminiscent of those used in films by Hydra to brainwash the Winter Soldier. Subsequently, one approached a nearby instrument and activated a switch. A faint hum resonated as the man within the experimental chamber began to convulse as if electrocuted, his eyes darting erratically. Luen hurried forward, raising a finger before the man, whose wandering gaze seemed to find focus, fixating blankly on Luen's finger as his convulsions gradually subsided. Once the man regained his composure, Luen's finger began to move slowly, and the man's eyes followed suit. Observing this, Luen first pointed at the man, declaring, "You are number 1. He then pointed to himself, stating, "I am Luen." Next, he directed his finger towards Schmidt on the 2nd floor, indicating, "That is the commander." Finally, he snapped his fingers. A remarkable transformation occurred. The once lifeless man appeared to awaken, his previously vacant eyes regaining vitality as he slowly emerged from the experimental chamber. He stepped into the center of the laboratory with a somewhat mechanical gait, standing upright. "Number 1, I command you to advance, turn left, turn right, and stand still. Raise your hand." With each command from Luen, the man designated as number 1 complied with precision. Then, Luen instructed his men to bring forth various apparatuses for strength testing, such as sandbags, commanding number 1 to engage in attacks. The results were exceptional. His physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary humans by several magnitudes. Schmidt, observing from the 2nd floor, grew increasingly exhilarated, convinced that this experiment was a resounding success, and that Luen had fulfilled all his assertions, though uncertainty lingered regarding combat efficacy. "Doctor, let us proceed with the combat capability test," Schmidt urged. Luen's expression darkened, and he hesitated to comply with Schmidt's directive. Instead, he ascended to the 2nd floor to confront Schmidt directly. "Commander, I fear this may not be advisable." "Why not?" Schmidt retorted, confusion and anger simmering beneath the surface. "Doctor, you have succeeded. This is precisely what I require." Schmidt struggled to comprehend, feeling a surge of frustration, The fully obedient super soldier was the very dream he had long pursued. Had Luen not been the creator of the serum, he would have been a lifeless body by now. Luen offered no response, instead glancing at his watch. Time is nearly upon us. Doctor, are you even listening to me? Schmidt pressed, attempting to suppress his mounting fury. Luen remained unperturbed, intently regarding the time on his watch. 3, 2, 1. Bang. The moment the words left his lips, a heavy thud echoed from downstairs. Doctor, what is happening? Kicking the lifeless body at his feet, Schmidt found himself perplexed, questioning why a seemingly healthy individual had suddenly succumbed to death. While he was reluctant to believe that Luen had orchestrated this tragedy, the latter's uncanny ability to predict the events with such precision, down to the very second, compelled Schmidt to suspect that Luen had a hand in it. Had Luen been privy to Schmidt's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have commended him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Alas, there are no prizes." Indeed, all of this was the result of Luen's machinations. There was no way he would readily relinquish the serum that Schmidt desired. Having spent considerable time in this base, he had long shed the cautious demeanor he possessed upon his initial arrival. After gleaning the current situation from Schmidt yesterday, Luen realized that this moment represented not only an opportunity for Hydra, but also for himself. He resolved to be bolder, yearning for more. In the cinematic universe, Schmidt is portrayed as a quintessential supervillain. However, to Luen, he appeared more as an ambitious strategist than a mere antagonist. Conversely, the ultimate villain Thanos from the Avengers series, rather than embodying the essence of a villain, seemed more aligned with the ideals of a misguided idealist, lacking the pure malevolence of characters like Red Skull. Furthermore, following the events of Avengers Endgame, it appeared that the creators might be attempting to redeem Thanos' character. Setting aside the debate of which portrayal is superior, Schmidt stands as Captain America's primary adversary, a genuine man of ambition. Though he is brutally ruthless, he possesses a level of discernment that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yet, this discernment is often reserved for those whom he deems of value, such as Luen. Having injected himself with the Super-Serum, Luen's senses were heightened beyond the ordinary. His recent reckless provocations had not gone unnoticed. Schmidt had displayed unmistakable murderous intent on several occasions, yet he continued to treat Luen with a veneer of cordiality. This alone compelled Luen to respect Schmidt. Indeed, the architect behind the infamous Hydra in the Marvel Universe, Schmidt was far more than an average opportunist. Schmidt's restraint reassured Luen of his own audacity. He recognized that he had become indispensable to Hydra. What kind of woman can ensnare a man irresistibly, beyond mere physical allure? It is often her cunning. A woman adept at wielding her charm can make a man feel perpetually entranced, as though she is enticing him at every turn. Yet, when he seeks to draw closer, she maintains a tantalizing distance, existing in a state that is both visible yet unattainable, a classic illustration of how distance breeds beauty. Why do women increasingly wear less? They seem to reveal all that is deemed appropriate, and even what is not, yet somehow, a few pieces remain to cover what ought to be concealed. This, too, is a manifestation of the beauty born from distance, albeit one of a visual nature. Like a seductive beauty clad in a bikini compared to the same individual devoid of attire, who possesses greater allure. It is believed that 90% would choose the bikini. Why? It merely conceals 3 points, yet does not reveal anything substantially new. The person remains unchanged. The same principle applies. The act of covering 3 points creates a visual distance. The more unattainable something is, the more fervently one desires it. Even a mere 1% difference prevents complete possession. At this juncture, Luen must embody the role of the bikini-clad beauty, enticing Schmidt with a tantalizing air of reluctance. To think that one can obtain me without paying a price is utterly fanciful. I have grown weary of this routine. At worst, I shall don a new guise. For the essence remains, visible yet unattainable. For one endowed with a golden touch like Luen, this is a trivial endeavor. To put it candidly, it is a matter of manipulating the psyche. One must boldly engage in psychological tactics, driving you to the brink of emotional explosion, coaxing you to willingly relinquish your resources, extracting even the last drop of your essence. As for whether Luen will shatter Schmidt's mental state, leading him to recklessly obliterate himself, Luen feels no trepidation. Given Schmidt's current tolerance for Luen, with the right maneuvering, he will undoubtedly be drawn in by the grand visions Luen paints for him. Commander, I wonder if you recall my mention of a missing item yesterday? You mean the fly agaric? Luen nodded, handing Schmidt a record. Precisely, that is it. Today's experimental subject has met all requisite indicators, save for one, the brainwave activity. Following serum injection, there was a brief spike, after which it plummeted, ultimately resulting in complete silence. This data indicates what I term as brain death. The brain is the most critical component of humanity. Without it, a living body is merely a shell, a soulless entity. Subject 1 appeared to comply entirely with commands, yet this was merely a subconscious response, as the body requires a brain to govern its actions. The brain of Subject 1 has perished. Its body merely interprets my commands as signals from a functioning brain. Moreover, a crucial point to note: did you observe, Commander, that Subject 1 can execute only the simplest commands? Even a left or right turn necessitates my instruction. This applies to physical tests as well. Whether it be a punch or a kick, my directives must be exceedingly detailed. Should there be any ambiguity, Subject 1 ceases to move. Schmidt glanced at the experimental data Luen provided, recalling the veracity of these observations. With Schmidt's affirmation of his assertions, Luen continued, the fly agaric contains a unique neurotoxin, fictional, that can sustain brain cell activity post-mortem, preserving a semblance of basic consciousness. Training conducted at this stage would yield the most perfect super soldier. The brain of Subject 1 has ceased to function, and even after serum enhancement, it can only sustain its corporeal activity for approximately 10 minutes, and that is contingent upon receiving explicit commands. In essence, Luen conveyed to Schmidt that the experiment had failed, but not due to any fault of his own, while simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope. When it comes to managing one's mindset, one must strike a delicate balance. Luen certainly did not wish to incite an explosion from Schmidt before achieving his desired outcome. Schmidt, filled with indignation, felt the success was tantalizingly close, yet thwarted by a mere Fly S umbrella. Although the Fly S umbrella would soon be available in a few months, his patience was wearing thin. Reports from the United States indicated that Dr. Erskine had successfully created a super soldier. Although Dr. Erskine had passed away, it remained uncertain whether he had left behind any research pertaining to the Super-Serum. Should Hydra fail to keep pace, a few months would be ample time for the Allies to instigate a conflict capable of altering the global balance of power. Doctor, is there truly no alternative? Yes. The first step in managing one's mindset is to induce a dramatic emotional fluctuation. Chapter 12. Twisted persona. In terms of psychological manipulation, Luen succeeded. At that moment, Schmidt felt an urge to explode, yet found himself unable to express it, resorting instead to gritting his teeth and articulating each word with painstaking effort. Doctor, please finish in one go. Luen understood the necessity of moderation. Thus, he candidly stated his intentions. Commander, the human brain is exceedingly enigmatic. Although I have a direction, the data at my disposal is insufficient. I require more relevant information to ascertain whether an alternative to the Fly S umbrella can be discovered. Ever since Luen realized that reading could enhance his analytical skills, he had been eager to gather pertinent historical data for validation. Unfortunately, the majority of the archived materials at the base consisted of various experimental records, most of which were redundant and of little utility to him at present. Since the Fly S umbrella was unattainable at this moment, Luen aimed to utilize this interval to amass as much related literature and data as possible. Naturally, undertaking this task alone would be impractical. It would be inefficient, lengthy, and uncertain in yield. Why would he not leverage Schmidt, a readily available resource? It was merely a matter of books and documents. Before the serum's successful development, Schmidt would undoubtedly not refuse anything that could assist in that endeavor. Not a problem. Colonel Billia, you shall arrange for personnel to assist the doctor in gathering the materials. Without hesitation, Schmidt issued the command to the stern-faced Colonel Billia beside him. Commander, I know of a location that can fulfill the Doctor's requirements. Dr. Zola suddenly interjected. Oh, and where might that be? Poland. 3 days later, Luen boarded a train to Poland, accompanied by Colonel Billia. In the medical area of the Hydra base, Ramon finally found the opportunity for a clandestine meeting with Kyra. Darling, has that fellow left? As Kayla stepped into Ramon's office, he immediately discarded the syringe in his hand, eagerly rushing towards her. In recent days, due to Luen's travels, Kayla had scarcely found the time to meet him, which had left him somewhat agitated. The doctor had departed, and it would likely be a month before his return. Kayla nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, let us commence. Having delayed for so long, Ramon could hardly contain his anticipation. Kayla took a deep breath, attempting to alleviate the tension within her. Very well, let us begin. Seizing the moment while the coast was clear, Ramon led Kayla to the room where experimental data was stored in the medical area. Why have you brought me here? Kayla inquired, her curiosity piqued by the shelves brimming with books. You'll find out soon enough, Ramon replied, raising a finger to signal her silence as he stealthily guided her to the innermost part of the room. Piled in this secluded corner were some disused bookshelves, standing empty and forlorn. After rummaging through a cluttered corner, Ramon beckoned Kayla to follow him before pulling aside a bookshelf to create an opening through which he slipped. Intrigued, Kayla followed suit. Upon entering, she was astonished to discover a hidden world behind the shelves. The space, approximately 10 square meters, was predominantly occupied by an experimental platform adorned with a plethora of scientific instruments and an array of test tubes. As Kayla squeezed in, Ramon hastily returned the bookshelf to its original position and urged her impatiently, "Hurry, let us begin." Kayla hesitated, her hands nervously twisting before her. "Are we truly going to proceed with this? You're not having second thoughts, are you?" Ramon's expression suddenly morphed into a menacing glare, his bloodshot eyes fixated on her. "Do you wish for me to perish?" No, I don't," Kayla stammered, panic evident in her demeanor. "Then let us not waste any more time," Ramon insisted, forcefully seating Kayla on the lone chair, gripping her shoulders tightly as he stared into her eyes, now tinged with red. "Kayla, for the sake of our future, you cannot waver now. I understand. I will do my utmost." The tension and fear were palpable on Kayla's face as unsettling memories flooded her mind. "Then let us commence." In a different time, Ramon would have easily noticed Kayla's distress. However, at this moment, his focus was solely on the Super-Serum. With her chest heaving, Kayla compelled herself to remain calm, her trembling hands slowly pressing against her temples, her azure eyes gradually shifting to a silvery hue as a torrent of memories surged forth. A pained cry escaped Kayla's lips, yet Ramon remained relentless in his urging. "Quickly, find it." Kayla curled into the chair, seemingly enduring immense suffering, while Ramon continued to press her. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light, reminiscent of a dazzling galaxy, erupted from Kayla's silvery eyes, weaving intricate patterns before her. A miniature version of Kayla materialized, becoming increasingly distinct until every detail was vividly apparent. Ramon's face was flushed crimson with overwhelming excitement, his gaze growing increasingly avaricious. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a miniature version of Kira busied herself at a rudimentary testing station. This was the moment Kira had successfully assisted Luen in concocting the Super-Serum. However, with each passing moment, Ramon's expression darkened. He realized that the Kira on screen was operating recklessly, completely disregarding any dosage adjustments during the entire preparation process. Anyone familiar with experimentation knows that even the slightest deviation in reagent quantities can significantly impact subsequent steps, particularly in complex experiments where both insufficient and excessive amounts of reactive solutions are unacceptable. Despite the clumsy execution, with Kira occasionally standing still in confusion, Ramon was left in a stupor upon witnessing the effects post-injection on Luen. Was the Super-Serum truly fabricated so effortlessly, akin to a child playing house? Absurd. Outrageous. Ramon felt utterly insulted, a wave of profound humiliation surging within him. In a fit of madness, he seized Kira's shoulders, his expression a twisted mask of fury as he questioned her with wild intensity. "This is impossible. Are you deceiving me? Do you wish for my demise? You wretched creature. The Super-Serum could never have been achieved so simply. You are undoubtedly lying." The screen flickered, and Kira, suppressing her discomfort, gazed at the visage that instilled fear within her with disbelief. "The Super-Serum? So you have been deceiving me all along." Kira was not devoid of intellect. During the serum experiment, she had harbored doubts upon witnessing the transformations before and after in Subject 1. Now, she comprehended fully that Ramon had long been aware that the doctor injected the Super-Serum, and his underlying motive had always been that very serum. He had been duping her. Faced with his ruse exposed, Ramon shed his facade, revealing his grotesquely distorted true self. "Indeed, I have been deceiving you. For you, vile creature, dared to betray me while feigning concern for my well-being. It repulses me." "I did not," Kira protested, her emotions surging as she sought to defend herself. "Did not?" Ramon sneered contemptuously. "Then why did you become that man's assistant? What do you understand? What are your skills?" Grasping Kira's shoulders, he leaned closer, demanding, "What do you possess beyond that face?" A sharp slap echoed as red marks appeared on Kira's fair complexion, and in her incredulous gaze, Ramon, in a fit of hysteria, pointed at her, exclaiming, "Do not presume I am unaware of the orders Schmidt gave you. Why should that yellow-skinned monkey have you? And why should he have access to these? Meanwhile, I, a medical doctor from Humboldt University, am confined here, rendered powerless, unable to ensure my own safety, with a mere word capable of sealing my fate. Why is that? That man merely replicated Dr. Erskine's Super-Serum, and I can do the same. As long as I recreate the Super-Serum, everything will belong to me. By that time, I shall reveal to them that the fellow secretly succeeded in the development of the Super-Serum while maintaining silence. Can you imagine the fate that awaits him? Kayla trembled with fury, her body shaking uncontrollably as she gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at the frenzied Ramon. You madman, he saved your life. Saved my life. Ramon scoffed, tightening his grip around Kayla's neck, his teeth clenched as he spat. It was I who saved his life. Without me, he would never have been able to develop the Super-Serum. I am his true benefactor. Kayla's face turned crimson, her expression one of profound anguish. Her eyes rolling back to reveal the whites as her hands weakly beat against Ramon's arm. Fortunately, Ramon soon realized and released his grip, or else she might have suffocated. Ramon procured a bundle of ropes and, seizing the opportunity while Kayla had yet to recover, bound her tightly. Now, our time is precious. I require you to recount the detailed process of formulating the serum. In your dreams, Kayla resolutely refused. Surprisingly, Ramon exhibited no anger, instead revealing a chilling smile. That's quite all right. I have ample time to play with you. Chapter 13. An unexpected acquaintance in a small town named Auschwitz in southern Poland. A train laden with supplies and personnel passed through the gates of a row of red buildings into a camp. Colonel Billy and Luen disembarked from the train, accompanied by a cadre of Hydra soldiers, and were immediately greeted by a general clad in imperial military attire. Colonel Billy, welcome to Auschwitz. Long time no see, Colonel Jasonberg. My apologies for the intrusion. Billy extended his hand to shake Jasonberg's. He then gestured towards Luen beside him. This is Dr. Luen. Jasonberg merely cast a disinterested glance at Luen, offering no greeting, and turned to stride ahead with Billy. Colonel, after your arduous journey, please take a moment to rest. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. Thank you, Colonel. Billy expressed gratitude for Jasonberg's generous invitation, yet he could not forget Schmidt's orders. Colonel, I wonder if the materials Dr. Luen requires. Oh, right. Jasonberg nodded slightly, gesturing towards Luen beside Billy. He turned to an officer nearby and instructed, Joseph, once everything is settled, please escort this gentleman to meet Shaw. Yes, Colonel. The dapper officer nodded in acknowledgement and approached Luen. Sir, this way, please. Luen's lips twitched. Though he understood that his appearance was often looked down upon in this era, it still irked him to experience it firsthand. Billy was no better, maintaining an arrogant demeanor throughout the journey, never uttering a word to Luen. However, Luen chose to remain silent, following the officer along with the two Hydra soldiers. Once Luen had departed, Jasonberg's countenance brightened with a smile. Billy, let us enjoy a drink together tonight. Billy reciprocated the smile. Of course. It has been far too long since we last shared a drink. As they followed the officials through the encampment, towering barbed wire fences loomed around them, punctuated at intervals by watchtowers manned by fully armed soldiers. The camp was heavily fortified, with soldiers stationed at every critical point. To the left stood rows of red buildings topped with large chimneys, each exhaling thick plumes of black smoke. At the entrance of each structure, conspicuous signs proclaimed bathhouse, where a long line of the elderly, frail, women, and children patiently waited. The buildings to the right were similar, albeit devoid of chimneys. A group of ragged, emaciated individuals sat listlessly on the grass, basking in the sun. The atmosphere of the entire camp felt stifling, oppressive to the point of suffocation. After a brief stroll, under the guidance of the official, Luen and his companions entered a four-story building, where the majority of those coming and going wore blue and white striped hospital attire, while others donned white lab coats and military uniforms. They arrived at a room situated deep within the fourth floor, and the official gestured towards it, saying, Doctor, this will be your room. Once you settle in, please wait for me downstairs. Their accommodations are elsewhere. I will escort them first. With that, the official departed with two Hydra soldiers. Upon entering the room, Luen was immediately met with a pungent stench. Frowning, he stepped inside. The room was spacious yet sparsely furnished, containing only a bed at its center, devoid of even a single chair. The stark emptiness was exacerbated by dark stains on the ceiling that obscured the original color of the walls. Upon seeing the black marks, Luen's expression shifted, and without a backward glance, he exited the room, fully aware of its previous grim purpose. Descending to the lower level, he noticed that the people passing by regarded him with peculiar glances. Unperturbed, Luen stood quietly, clutching his luggage. After a short wait, the official returned with the two Hydra soldiers. Doctor, why are you still carrying your belongings? Are you dissatisfied with the assigned room? He inquired. No, quite the opposite. I simply feel pressed for time and do not intend to stay here, Luen replied, his demeanor indifferent. Very well, that is your prerogative, the official shrugged, adopting a nonchalant expression before turning to lead Luen in another direction. Follow me. I will take you to meet Xiao. After another 10 minutes, the official guided Luen to a 3-story cottage. As they approached the entrance, 2 soldiers emerged, bearing a lifeless woman whose eyes were wide open in a frozen expression of terror. Luen cast a fleeting glance, but chose not to dwell on the sight as he followed the official into the building. Just as they reached the staircase, a sudden and violent tremor shook the structure, accompanied by a deafening explosion from above. Luen reacted swiftly, stabilizing himself, but the official was less fortunate, toppling down the stairs, blood streaming from his head. "Doctor, hurry!" shouted the 2 Hydra soldiers as they rushed forward to shield Luen, guiding him through the panicked crowd towards the exit. As soon as he stepped out the door, the tremors ceased. Luen inadvertently raised his head, his eyes narrowing as he spotted 2 figures, a tall one and a small one, standing by a window on the 2nd floor. "This is Dr. Luen." An official with a distinctly Indian appearance gestured towards Luen, addressing the man seated behind a desk. "He wishes to borrow from our library." He continued, "This is Dr. Shaw, the librarian. Should you require anything, please consult him." With that, the official hastily exited the room. "Haha, it's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Luen," Shaw said, rising from behind the desk with a warm smile, extending his hand. Sebastian Shaw, a physician. The name resonated with Luen. Sebastian Shaw, a mutant and a notorious adversary of both Magneto and Professor X in their youth. He hadn't anticipated encountering him in such circumstances. Upon meeting Shaw face to face, Luen confirmed that the woman he had seen earlier, her eyes unyielding in death, was indeed Magneto's mother. And the fleeting glimpse of the boy was none other than the newly awakened Eric Lenscher, Magneto himself. With a slight smile, Luen reached out across the desk to shake Shaw's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Shaw." As they shook hands, Luen subtly exerted his full strength. This was the first time he had done so. In a spacious yet overcrowded corner of the dormitory, several figures were huddled together, whispering furtively. In that corner sat Bradley, his face adorned with stubble, directing his gaze towards a seemingly timid young white man across from him. "Peterson, have you gathered the information?" "I have. A distinguished guest will arrive at the camp today. At 8 o'clock, Colonel Jason Berg will host a welcome banquet, and all camp officials will be in attendance." The young man named Peterson replied, his body trembling slightly with excitement. "Tonight presents our best opportunity. That's splendid news. The chance we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Quickly, inform the others. We shall escape tonight." Upon hearing this, the group erupted into animated discussions about their plan for the evening. "Silence," Bradley barked, his expression darkening. He then turned to a burly man with a thick beard. "Ma'am, how are the preparations coming along?" "Rest assured, everything is ready. Once we act, we will disable the power grid in the shortest time possible," ma'am replied, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Bradley nodded, addressing the eager group. "Inform everyone that we will commence our operation at 9 o'clock sharp." "Understood," they responded in unison before dispersing. At 8 o'clock, Colonel Jason Berg's welcome banquet for Colonel Bilia commenced punctually. However, this gathering held no significance for Luen, who sat in a room filled with books, engrossed in a tome. "Doctor, won't you attend the banquet?" Shaw, dressed in a sleek black suit, passed by the library door and caught sight of Luen seated within. "Oh, it is you, Shaw?" Luen closed the book in his hands, a look of regret crossing his face. "I did not receive an invitation." Shaw raised an eyebrow, having come to the same conclusion, and let out a disdainful huff. "No matter, I shall return shortly with a few bottles of fine wine, and we shall enjoy ourselves." "Very well. I shall await your return," Luen replied with a smile and a nod. Chapter 14. The riot in the camp. In the desolate library, silence reigned, punctuated only by the occasional soft rustle of turning pages. Sitting calmly on the sofa, Luen methodically flipped through the pages of his book, his expression remarkably serene. Yet, this was not a genuine tranquility. It was a chilling calm that sent shivers down one's spine. He had long been prepared for the disdain of others, and it did not affect his mood. But the fact that they had so carelessly converted a morgue into his quarters was not merely a slight, it was an affront. No, it could hardly be termed an insult, for they were unworthy of such a title. A morgue? They probably wouldn't even permit a dog to reside there. His calm visage and indifferent gaze rendered it impossible to discern Luen's true thoughts. As time passed, the clock on the wall slowly approached 9 o'clock. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the room, followed by a cacophony of gunfire and chaotic shouts from outside. In the shadows, a sinister smile crept across Luen's tranquil face. "It seems even fate urges me not to let vengeance linger until morning." The Auschwitz camp was vast, and only the southern section had succumbed to the blackout. In the instant the lights went out, a swarm of shadows burst forth from the barracks, heavily surrounded by barbed wire. They quickly approached the fence, brandishing weapons they had long prepared, intent on breaching the barrier. Stop. What are you doing? Despite the power outage plunging the area into darkness, the sheer number of shadows made it impossible to overlook them. A shrill whistle pierced the night, echoing throughout the camp. Capture them. Fire. Shoot. Do not let them escape. Though the darkness provided a natural cover, the sheer volume of fleeing figures made it inevitable that many would be struck by bullets. Ah, help. Run, hurry. Freedom lies just beyond this place. The gunfire, cries of anguish, and shouts created a tumultuous uproar. What do we do? Bradley, we've been discovered. The barely 19-year-old Peterson was thrown into a panic by the gunfire. Stay calm. Follow me, Bradley reassured, exuding an air of composure as he moved stealthily along the fence towards a less populated area. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Mamu's rough palm clapped Peterson on the shoulder, a grin on his face as he trailed behind Bradley into the darkness. It was only then that Peterson snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. The trio pressed forward along the fence, soon reaching the perimeter where a watchtower loomed ahead, a serpent of fire spitting forth a storm of metal. Don't. We will be discovered. Peter, filled with panic, crouched on the ground, hesitant to proceed further. You are too timid. Watch closely, scoffed the bearded man, striding boldly towards the watchtower, oblivious to Peter's terror. So close now. Mam did not conceal his approach, and thus he was quickly spotted by the Imperial soldiers stationed atop the tower. Halt. Raise your hands. In the shadows, a smirk curled at the corners of Mam's mouth, revealing his disdain as he charged ahead. The fiery serpents of gunfire redirected towards him, an unrelenting storm of metal enveloping Mam. Ah, Peter yelped in fright. Beside him, Bradley remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to Mam's fate. The imagined scene of Mam being shredded by machine gun fire did not unfold. Instead, Peter heard Mam's furious roar, followed by a thunderous explosion. Then, abruptly, the gunfire ceased, and Bradley stood, patting Peter on the shoulder. Come on, little one. Bewildered, Peter instinctively followed Bradley forward. Upon reaching the watchtower, he realized the wooden structure had been reduced to a mere pile of timber, with two Imperial soldiers' lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. This, Ma'am, observing Peter's astonished expression, wore a triumphant grin and remarked meaningfully, Kid, you are not the only one with special abilities. Ah, you guys. This revelation jolted Peter back to reality, and he excitedly pointed at the two fallen soldiers. Enough chatter, let's move. We can discuss things once we escape. Bradley stepped onto the ruins of the watchtower, inhaling deeply, then spread his arms wide, fingers splayed. 10 beams of crimson laser erupted from his fingertips, slicing through the barbed wire with ease, creating a substantial opening. The watchtower was situated in a triangular area. To the left lay a stretch of farmland, their usual working ground, beyond which was another layer of barbed wire. If they could breach that barrier, they would be free from the camp. The opposite side was lined with several 3- to 4-story buildings, housing a hospital, dining hall, warehouses, and dormitories. However, instead of heading toward the farmland, Bradley crossed the barbed wire heading the other way. Hey, Bradley, wrong way, it's this way. Even Mam displayed a look of surprise. We can't go that way. They'll quickly repair the power switch. The farmland offers no cover. Running toward it would make us targets. Even if we manage to navigate through the farmland, the area beyond is wide open, and it's a minefield outside. Our survival would hinge entirely on luck. Gulping, Mam and Peter turned pale. A minefield? They had only recently arrived and were unaware of the peril that lay beyond. Attempting to cross it with nothing but their flesh and blood was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Mam, seasoned and astute, quickly deduced that since Bradley was aware of these dangers, he must have a strategy to counter them. Bradley, do you possess a method to traverse the minefield safely? At this juncture, Bradley no longer concealed his plans. Not far behind the camp lies a thicket, unmined due to its proximity to the Imperial Army's encampment. As long as we cross the camp and reach the woods, our chances of escape will significantly improve. I knew you would have a solution, Mam exclaimed, but then expressed concern, stating, Yet this is the Imperial Army's territory. Can we truly achieve this unarmed? No one would suspect our audacity to infiltrate the Imperial Army's encampment. Provided we maintain a low profile, we are unlikely to be noticed. But what about them? Peterson timidly interjected. Bradley's expression hardened, and he coldly retorted, Without their diversion, do you genuinely believe we would have a chance to escape? A chill of apprehension washed over Peterson and Mam. Do not overthink it. Fundamentally, they are not akin to us. The two exchanged glances, comprehending the underlying implication of Bradley's words. You mean? Yes, we are different. Bradley nodded, suddenly pulling the two into hiding, whispering, Hush, someone is coming. A fully armed squad of soldiers brushed past them. Initially, their advance proceeded smoothly, yet Peterson, still youthful and inexperienced, inadvertently caused a ruckus when they encountered another group of Imperial soldiers, leading to their discovery. There are intruders. Capture them. Bradley's face paled, and he bellowed, "Ma'am." Instantly, Ma'am positioned himself before the two, arms crossed, shouting fiercely. Rat-a-tat-tat. Peterson, terrified, collapsed to the ground, convinced his fate was sealed. However, the reality diverged from his expectations. It was as if an invisible barrier stood before them, with bullets striking it and producing muffled thuds. Then, he heard Ma'am's urgent roar. "Hurry, I can hardly hold on." Bradley rolled to Ma'am's side, his fingers turning crimson as 10 piercing lasers surged forth, targeting the Imperial soldiers. "What is this?" One Imperial soldier exclaimed just before a laser pierced his body, leaving him without answers until his last breath. Having neutralized a squad of Imperial soldiers, Ma'am and Bradley were utterly exhausted, yet they dared not linger, turning to flee, with Ma'am delivering a swift kick to Peterson. "Stop dawdling. Do you wish to perish?" The gunfire had already drawn the attention of other soldiers in the camp. Time was of the essence, and they needed to depart swiftly. However, they could not evade the relentless pursuit of the Imperial soldiers, leading to a fierce exchange of gunfire. Eventually, Ma'am, drained of strength, was shot in the shoulder. With Ma'am's defense gone, Bradley found himself alone and unable to contend with the pursuers. The trio was forced to alter their route, battling as they ran, ultimately stumbling into a 3-story building in their frantic escape. Chapter 15. I wish to set off fireworks. Hurry, they are fleeing in that direction. Report, Commander. There is no one here. There is no one here either. How is that possible? Do they possess the ability to fly? The leading officer seethed with rage, insisting that they must capture them at all costs. The Imperial soldiers dispersed in groups of 3, commencing their search. Bradley, what are we to do? The area is teeming with people. Peterson, seated on the ground, struggled to articulate his thoughts, his youthful face etched with anxiety and fear. How should I know? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been discovered, Bradley retorted, unable to maintain his composure. If the circumstances were different, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a blow to that foolish head. According to his plan, they should have already departed from this wretched place. It was Peterson's blunder that had led to their exposure. I didn't do it on purpose, Peterson mumbled softly. You. Enraged, Bradley lunged at Peterson, only to be restrained by Ma'am, who gripped him tightly, inadvertently aggravating his wound and causing him to wince in pain. Hiss, stop arguing. We need to devise a way to escape from here. What option do we have? The Imperial army surrounds us. It's only a matter of time before we are discovered. Bradley lamented despondently. No, we have Peterson. Both of them turned hopeful gazes towards the terrified Peterson. Oh no, I've never attempted this with 3 people. I've barely managed with 2. A contingent of Imperial soldiers, brandishing torches, stormed into the 3-story building, methodically searching each floor until they reached the library on the 3rd. Who is there? Raise your hands. An Imperial soldier aimed his weapon at a shadow, standing by the window. Wait, he is Colonel Jasenberg's guest. The leading officer halted the soldier's actions, recognizing the distinctly Eastern visage of the individual. I apologize, Doctor. I was unaware if you had seen any suspicious individuals. Although aware of Luen's guest status, the officer offered him little respect. No, it is only me here. I haven't encountered anyone else. If you wish to search, feel free. Luen, feigning calmness with a hint of anxiety, indicated his willingness to cooperate. Then I shall not disturb you further. The officer, lacking courtesy, turned and commanded the search to continue. After a fruitless investigation, the Imperial soldiers departed without further ado. Once they were gone, a lithe figure leapt through the window, landing beside Luen. Doctor, you must provide me with a compelling reason. Your actions are perilous. Turning to face the newcomer with a subtle smile, Luen replied. The deadly plan. Does that reason suffice, William? The visitor was none other than William, the commander of the Hydra Special Operations Division. Did you find it? William inquired, barely concealing his excitement. No, I did not find it. William's expression darkened. If you didn't find it, what is there to discuss? One ignored him and continued. Although I did not uncover the deadly plan, let us not forget why we sought it in the first place. Are you suggesting? William's eyes brightened with understanding. Indeed. Luen nodded thoughtfully. Although it seemed somewhat implausible, he had indeed discovered a remedy for the side effects of the serum. Given this, why should they still risk pursuing the death plan? The death plan was a clandestine research initiative by the Empire, aimed at developing technology to control the thoughts of others. Should this research succeed, the Empire would wield the power to dominate minds, rendering individuals incapable of resistance, thereby controlling and enslaving others in their quest for global supremacy. Before joining Hydra, Dr. Zola had been involved in this very project. Luen's psychological manipulation led Zola to believe that this plan was a perfect complement to the super soldier program, which was why he had mentioned it in front of Schmidt. At that moment, Luen was almost overwhelmed with excitement, nearly rushing to kiss Zola, a serendipitous stroke of luck. Such deliberations could easily extend over a month, allowing Luen to conserve his mental energy in devising excuses for delays. However, upon encountering Shaw, he felt the need for a change in strategy. The Marvel Cinematic Universe lacked mutants. Shaw's presence here merely served to highlight that this world was not the familiar Marvel Cinematic Universe he knew. His previous plan had been tailored to the narrative of Captain America, the first Avenger, but now, with Shaw from First Class intruding, who knew what other anomalies might arise? The discovery of mutants rendered the delay in the development of the Super-Serum seemingly trivial. That endeavor no longer held sufficient allure for him. From the moment he confirmed Shaw's identity, his focus shifted to mutant genes. If he could acquire a regenerative factor akin to Wolverine's, Luen believed he would possess the capability to decipher that mysterious tome in the Tesseract. As for Magneto's powers, the super soldier program paled in comparison. Regarding Shaw, best to reconsider. His abilities were excessively formidable, lacking the mind-controlling finesse of Professor Charles Xavier. If there were no other more outlandish entities present, it would not be an exaggeration to deem this individual invincible. Thus, Luen resolved not to squander time in this disquieting place. Yet before departing, he felt compelled to leave those individuals a parting gift. He was no altruist. Retribution was an inevitable obligation. Let the so-called death plan be damned. If there was no need to seek that particular initiative, then what purpose did it serve to summon him at this juncture? Luen did not respond to William's inquiry, but instead gazed out at the flickering flames in the darkness. William, do you wish to command an army composed of super soldiers? What are you implying? William felt a jolt of apprehension, suddenly aware of a dryness in his throat. The commander required an army of super soldiers that would obey orders without question. However, to achieve such compliance, the serum would need to erase the original thoughts of those injected, transforming them into emotionless weapons, fully subservient to commands. You are the commander of an elite task force. Even if the serum is successfully developed, I believe it bears little relevance to you. Those individuals may be competent as assassins, but as agents. Luen's words echoed like a devil's whisper, incessantly provoking the restless nerves deep within William. A glint of insight flickered in William's eyes as he recalled Luen's predicament today and his conspicuous absence from the evening's gala. He immediately grasped the underlying implication of Luen's words. What do you wish for me to do? With his back turned to William, Luen's lips curled into a sinister smile. For he knew that none within Hydra were ever at ease. He turned to William, revealing a chilling grin, and gestured towards a distant, opulent structure outside the window. Tell me, if fireworks were to be set off there tonight, would it not be exquisite? What a madman, William cursed inwardly, his face betraying his hesitation. Yet, Luen remained patient, standing silently and waiting. This was, after all, a transaction, with his bargaining chip being the super-serum capable of creating a battalion of super soldiers. Whether William dared to accept this deal hinged entirely upon his courage. As for the possibility of William betraying himself, Luen harbored no concerns. Such betrayal would yield him no benefit. If he survived, he would merely gain an additional adversary. In Hydra, loyalty was a mere illusion. Who could forget how Dr. Zola, upon capture, unhesitatingly sold out Schmidt to secure his own safety? Betraying a comrade was merely a means to an end, especially when vast rewards awaited. The deal was struck. After a brief moment of indecision, William agreed. Just as he was about to depart, Luen called out to him, by the way, I hope you can assist me in bringing out a boy from the Aeroclan shell during the fireworks. At the end, Luen, fearing that William might take it lightly, emphasized once more, this is vital, more important than the fireworks. Aeroclan shell? William muttered under his breath, nodding at Luen, I shall remember. As for the remaining details, one need not concern himself. He returned to the window, gazing at the flickering flames in the darkness. Do not hide. I am the only one here. Chapter 16. Collaboration with Shao Peterson. Do not. Before he could finish, one suddenly glanced towards a shadowy corner. I cannot hold on any longer. Peterson collapsed onto the ground. His face pale and tinged with fear, his chest rising and falling violently. Bradley's expression shifted, his demeanor turning wary as he watched Luen. His fingers reddened, yet refraining from attacking. At this moment, one finally recalled that these three individuals were the ones the Imperial Army had been seeking. He had witnessed them exchanging fire with the Imperial forces earlier. The bearded man could generate a transparent energy shield, while the scruffy-faced one could emit red laser beams from his hands. The younger individual's unique ability, however, remained a mystery. Yet, given his earlier lapse in memory regarding them, it was likely that this was indeed the young man's power. Indeed, these three individuals sought to capture me, only to find themselves thoroughly subdued. If you wish to avoid drawing attention, I believe a discussion is in order. Luen, appearing unfazed, stepped aside to ignite a candle. The flickering flame dispelled the darkness, allowing the three to discern Luen's appearance. His tall, robust frame filled his elegant black suit to perfection. In his 30s, he bore a distinctly angular oriental visage, with fierce brows and piercing eyes that exuded a hint of menace, provoking a sense of trepidation. Bradley and Ma'am exchanged glances, each reflecting the gravity and fear in the other's eyes. As for Peterson, he lay motionless on the ground, incapacitated for the foreseeable future. This man had nearly shattered their bones moments ago. Had it not been for Peterson utilizing his abilities at a crucial moment, they might have been lifeless corpses by now. With knowledge of the opponent's secrets now in their possession, would they not be silenced to prevent any leaks? What they could conceive, one could certainly anticipate. Silence would be necessary. His dealings with William must remain undisclosed to any third party. These three posed little challenge. The only real concern was the bearded man capable of emitting lasers. If uninjured, he would indeed be the most troublesome, yet now, lying inert on the ground. However, one did not desire to create too much commotion. This was a prime opportunity for analysis. It would be a shame if they slipped away before his eyes. A flurry of thoughts raced through Luen's mind, ultimately dismissed. In that dim candlelight, the three mutants and Luen fell into silence. A pained groan escaped Ma'am as he collapsed to the floor. "Ma'am," Bradley called out anxiously, yet hesitated to approach. With one ally already lost, the potential loss of Ma'am, a formidable force, sent shivers of dread through Bradley, amplifying his sense of impending doom. Indeed, the situation was dire. At the very moment Bradley's attention wavered, a shadow darted past. Instinctively, he prepared to strike, his finger poised to unleash a laser. The red beam sliced through the darkness, piercing the ceiling. Bradley's expression shifted as he attempted to fire again, only to find his wrist firmly grasped by a powerful hand, rendering him immobile. "No." The word barely escaped his lips when, with a sickening crack, his hands were brutally twisted apart. Agonizing pain surged through him, and before his scream could fully escape, a glint of cold steel flashed in the darkness. Staring in disbelief, Bradley gradually crumpled to the ground, convulsing. "Why you?" Ma'am, trembling with fear, could only watch the unfolding horror, his excessive blood loss rendering him weak, and the shocking turn of events left him unable to articulate a coherent thought. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Luen's visage was largely shrouded in darkness, revealing only a glimmer of pearly white teeth, accentuated by a sinister smile that resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Without affording Ma'am a moment to react, Luen swiftly and decisively snapped Ma'am's neck. Having disposed of the two individuals, Luen turned to retrieve 2 thick syringes and 2 test tubes. Taking advantage of the warmth of the corpses, he extracted a considerable amount of blood from each, subsequently severing a pinky finger from one and placing it into a test tube. Upon completing these tasks, Luen carefully stored the test tubes and syringes in a specialized container before striding towards the door. A fleeting moment of doubt crossed his mind. Had he forgotten something? However, after a moment's contemplation, he perceived nothing amiss. Never mind. I shall find someone to dispose of these experimental materials. Once Luen had departed, the room once again succumbed to silence, with only the faint candlelight flickering in the dark. Suddenly, heavy panting echoed from behind the door, and a shadow cautiously crawled forth. Terrified, Peterson cast a quick glance at the 2 nearby corpses and scrambled towards the exit, using hands and feet in a frantic scramble. Despite the chaos, he clung to the words Bradley had previously uttered. "Traverse the camp. There are no minefields behind. Entering the woods would lead him away from this infernal place." Just as Luen encountered 2 Hydra soldiers, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to dash towards the small building housing the library. The 2 Hydra soldiers exchanged bewildered glances before hastily following in Luen's wake. Upon returning to the library, Luen, his countenance dark, meticulously searched the area, only to discover nothing amiss. Taking a seat on the sofa with a solemn demeanor, the 2 Hydra soldiers soon arrived, panting heavily. "We must dispose of them quickly to avoid drawing attention," Luen instructed gravely, gesturing towards the 2 corpses on the ground. It was impossible to transport the bodies, so he resolved to handle them discreetly. Just as the 2 Hydra soldiers began to carry the bodies out, Xiao hurriedly entered, clutching 2 bottles of wine. "Luen, are you all right?" Luen's heart skipped a beat, yet he managed to smile as he rose from the sofa. "Xiao, did you not attend the banquet? Why are you back so soon?" After observing Luen's unscathed condition, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, regaining his composure and elegance. With a derisive chuckle, he remarked, "A wretched assembly of humans, mired in their past. Their decay repulses me. They are incomparable to us. This incompetent race, merely a drain on resources, deserves to be eradicated." Relieved that Xiao did not inquire about the recently removed corpses, Luen felt a weight lift from his chest. As he listened to Xiao expound upon his theories of mutant supremacy, an insidious thought began to stir within Luen's mind. If Xiao were to discover that his identity as a mutant was merely a fade, especially considering that this imposter had just taken the lives of 2 genuine mutants, one could only imagine the expression that would grace his face. Surely, it would be quite entertaining. As a thought crossed his mind, Luen conceived another idea and interrupted Zhao's incessant chatter. "Xiao, I now present you with an opportunity to vent your frustrations. I wonder if you might be interested in collaborating." "Oh, what opportunity?" Zhao's demeanor towards this mutant brother, who resonated so deeply with his ideals, was exceedingly amicable. Luen smiled mysteriously. Reaching out to take a bottle of wine from Zhao's hand, deftly twisting off the cap, he summoned 2 red wine glasses, pouring a measure for both himself and Xiao. "Do not rush. Allow me to first entertain you with a spectacle of fireworks, and we shall converse as we watch." Intrigued by Luen's enigmatic demeanor, Xiao accepted the wine glass and clinked it against Luen's, exclaiming, "I eagerly anticipate this." The duration of the wine was fleeting, and just as they finished, a powerful tempest swept across the entire camp. Luen's suit billowed dramatically, while Xiao remained utterly composed, not a single hair out of place. Meeting Zhao's astonished gaze, Luen offered a subtle smile. "What do you think? Do you appreciate this gift?" Zhao's momentary shock quickly transformed into exuberant laughter. "Huh, my dear brother, this gift is truly magnificent. You have accomplished what I have long desired. I'm glad you enjoy it," Luen replied, laughing heartily. "Now, shall we discuss our collaboration?" "Absolutely. No objections." Chapter 17. Do you seek revenge? The fireworks that erupted in the darkness ignited chaos throughout the Auschwitz camp. William had spared no expense this time, nearly deploying all of Auschwitz's Hydra agents. The fireworks were dazzling and awe-inspiring. Following the grand display, the Imperial forces at Auschwitz fell into disarray. The location of the fireworks had gathered a significant number of high-ranking officers from Auschwitz, and the explosion of colors triggered a series of chain reactions. The riot in the southern camp spread like wildfire to other areas. The labor camp, adjacent to the southern sector, housed primarily able-bodied individuals, most of whom were prisoners of war. When the upheaval in the southern camp began, they felt an urge to act. However, fearing the Imperial forces, they remained somewhat restrained, albeit restless. Yet, as the fireworks lit the sky and unrest among the Imperial troops ensued, the labor camp could no longer contain its frustrations. The riot within the labor camp was far more intense than that of the southern sector. Those who had seen battle possessed greater combat capabilities than all other camps combined. These prisoners of war seized the weapons from the Imperial forces, opting not to flee the camp, but rather to advance deeper into the compound. In an instant, the sprawling 40 square kilometers of Auschwitz was enveloped in smoke and chaos. "When? Will you truly not join me?" Xiao approached the door, turning back to extend his invitation once more. "If we unite, there is no power in this world that can thwart us." Luen shook his head. "Xiao, you know there are certain things I must attend to. Once I have completed my own tasks, I will seek you out. Do you truly not require my assistance?" Xiao, having encountered a kindred spirit who shared his ideals, was quite eager to help. "It is unnecessary. This matter must be resolved by my own hands." Luen reiterated his refusal. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. I entrust that little fellow to your care. Rest assured, I shall look after him diligently." Luen assured with sincere conviction. Xiao felt comforted by Luen's promise. The events of the day had demonstrated Luen's capabilities, and he had no doubt he could care for another. Once Xiao departed, Luen exhaled deeply. A lie requires countless others to sustain it. He was not only masquerading as a mutant, but had also fabricated a tragic backstory to dissuade Xiao from the idea of joining forces. In such a brief span, he had lost many brain cells. Not only did Xiao harbor no doubts about Luen's words, but he also agreed to become his strategic partner. With Xiao as a formidable ally, Luen felt a greater sense of control over the situation regarding the Super-Serum, allowing him to fully unleash his ambitions. The following morning, as the gunfire subsided, the uprising at the Auschwitz camp was finally quelled. No, it was not subdued. Rather, the fireworks had disbanded the Imperial forces, leading them to fight individually. Had it not been for the disorganized nature of the prisoners, who were equally chaotic and scattered, it would take considerable time to restore order. Nevertheless, the uprising had rendered Auschwitz nearly a wasteland. The Imperial forces suffered heavy casualties, and over several 100,000 German prisoners escaped, leaving a trail of bodies in the minefield outside. Ultimately, the number of those who fled Auschwitz remained uncertain. What was indisputable was that Auschwitz had ceased to exist, leaving only devastation in its wake. The only structure still relatively intact was the logistics camp where Luen was stationed. Luen clasped his chin, casting a surprised glance at the impassive William beside him. He had anticipated that the fireworks might yield unforeseen consequences, but he had not expected it to escalate to this extent. It seemed he had stirred a considerable hornet's nest. "William, are you certain you merely set off some fireworks?" William shrugged innocently. "I merely instructed them to release a few individuals and handed over the keys to the armory." Luen rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Are you sure you aren't trying to shift the blame? Such a commotion, will we not be exposed?" This was Luen's greatest concern. This place could be deemed Imperial territory, and creating such a ruckus would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Empire's higher echelons. Should it be uncovered that he was behind this chaos, Luen feared that even Schmidt would tear him apart. "Do not be concerned, Doctor. The majority of the surviving officers at the camp are my allies. Even if the Empire seeks to investigate, they will find nothing amiss with us. This is all part of a meticulously orchestrated insurrection." William radiated confidence. Is this the essence of Hydra? For the first time, Luen had a more vivid understanding of the term ubiquitous. No wonder Schmidt had the audacity to sever ties with the Empire. It was hardly a rupture, but rather a parasitic attachment, draining your lifeblood and flesh, only to ultimately cast you aside, usurping your place. Reflecting on the narrative of Captain America, the first Avenger, the annihilation of Hydra seemed astonishingly effortless, lacking any effective counteraction. Resembling anything but a formidable villainous organization, it was almost merely a backdrop. Yet, to embody its motto of severing one head only for two to emerge in its stead. Had it not been for Captain America's extraordinary intervention, Hydra's downfall would not have been so swift. With a more comprehensive understanding of Hydra, Luen felt assured that he was on the right path. His butterfly's wings had already begun to stir, intertwining with the chaotic narrative. The future of this world was now beyond his control, necessitating a transformation to confront any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. However, this prerequisite hinged upon his possession of sufficient strength and influence. There was no time to delay. "William, we must hasten our return to the base." "Is there such urgency?" William was taken aback by Luen's fervor. Luen smiled slightly. "Do you not wish to see your super soldier as soon as possible?" Upon hearing this, William's gaze ignited with fervor. "Of course, I can hardly contain my anticipation. By the way, could we take all the books from here when we leave?" Luen gestured towards the room filled with bookshelves. "Certainly. That is a minor issue. We can simply blow up this house and claim it was destroyed in last night's turmoil. No one will bat an eye." 3 days later, Luen and William, accompanied by a contingent of Hydra soldiers, boarded a supply train departing from Auschwitz. This time, however, they were fewer in number, yet had gained one new companion. Observing the anxious youth before him, Luen's face broke into a smile. This was the greatest surprise of his journey to Auschwitz. "Eric, do you desire vengeance?" "In the Alps. Hydra's base. Medical area, data room." Ramon cautiously introduced the last drop of reagent into the test tube. A miraculous transformation unfolded. The pale yellow liquid within gradually morphed into a brilliant golden hue. Ultimately, the liquid completed its metamorphosis, emitting a faint glow that shimmered with golden red undertones, though the trace of red was subtle enough to go unnoticed. "I have succeeded. I have succeeded." Witnessing the final alteration within the test tube, a manic smile spread across Ramon's face as he flailed his arms wildly, repeating nonsensical phrases. "Mine, it is all mine. To death, let them all perish. I am a genius. Only I am capable of success. My dear, I love you. No one can love you more than I do." Kyla summoned every ounce of strength to open her eyes, and immediately her gaze fell upon the golden vial of elixir on the lab table before Ramon. A flicker of despair glimmered in her eyes as she parted her lips to emit a few low moans. These plaintive sounds caught Ramon's attention, prompting him to turn and gaze tenderly at the once vibrant Kyla, now reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. "Oh, my dear, behold, I have succeeded. I am the true genius," he proclaimed. At this moment, Kyla bore no resemblance to her previous elegance. Her body was marred and bloodied, her attire tattered, and much of her skin was swollen. The only part of her that remained relatively intact was her face, yet it was devoid of its former luster. Now a pallid mask of despair. "Do not fret, my dear. Once I have supplanted that wretch, I shall restore you. At that time, you shall never leave my side again." A neurotic smile crept across Ramon's face as he, under Kyla's fearful gaze, drew the newly perfected Super-Serum into a syringe and unhesitatingly injected it into his own body. Chapter 18. A Crisis of Trust. A week later, Luen and William returned to the Hydra base nestled in the Alps. As soon as Luen disembarked, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The entire facility was on high alert, with Hydra soldiers patrolling in numbers that had multiplied several times over, seemingly in search of something elusive. From the moment they entered the base, it was evident that Hydra soldiers were omnipresent. Luen and William exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. "Commander," they approached Schmidt, raising their hands to salute him with a Hydra gesture. Today, Schmidt appeared different from usual, perhaps due to his disfigurement. He typically donned a human mask. Yet today he bore a crimson skull, exuding an aura of danger that unmistakably marked him as a formidable villain. "Doctor, your timing is fortuitous. I have something to show you." Schmidt's voice was devoid of any tremor, yet it sent chills down their spines. Luen's pupils constricted. He sensed that matters were amiss. "Commander, I too have something to present to you." Schmidt nodded decisively. "Follow me." Trailing behind Schmidt, Luen's mind was awash with questions regarding the commander's intentions. Yet the scan information left him perplexed. In the brightly lit corridor, a series of dull thuds gradually crescendoed in Luen's ears. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a large iron door, the source of the resounding impacts echoing from behind it. "Open the door." As the iron mechanisms whirred, the door creaked open, revealing a sight that left Luen momentarily stunned. Ramon? Beyond the iron gate stood a barred enclosure, within which resided Dr. Ramon. Though he appeared markedly different from the man Luen once knew. Aside from his now muscular physique, his features remained largely unchanged. Yet his entire demeanor radiated an entirely transformed essence. In the past, Ramon was timid and cowardly, trembling at the mere narrowing of Schmidt's eyes. Yet, overall, he embodied a certain elegance reminiscent of a gentleman. However, the current Ramon exhibited a deranged demeanor, with madness reflected in his eyes and a neurotic smile occasionally manifesting upon his face, resembling that of a lunatic. At the moment the iron door swung open, Ramon, witnessing Luen, suddenly erupted in a frenzy, rushing to the door and grasping the iron bars while howling frantically, "You deceiver! You and that conniving harlot have conspired to dupe me. I shall kill you." The iron bars could scarcely withstand Ramon's immense strength as they began to twist and contort. Bang! At Schmidt's signal, the iron door was swiftly closed again, and Ramon's frenzied shouts gradually faded behind it. "Commander, what of Dr. Ramon?" Luen found himself further perplexed, interpreting Schmidt's expression to suggest that Ramon's transformation was somehow connected to him, yet he had no recollection of it. "He claims to have developed the Super-Serum. You merely pilfered his research." Schmidt's gaze was piercing, causing Luen's heart to race. Goodness, he had encountered fabrications before, but never such audacious ones. What kind of imbecile would stoop to such depths? Did the commander truly believe his words? Luen appeared somewhat disheartened, his spirit waning and his eyes dimming. "Certainly not," Schmidt replied with a grin, "but that individual divulged certain information to me that I was previously unaware of." How splendid for the commander. Upon noticing Luen's indifference and apparent lack of curiosity, a flicker of surprise crossed Schmidt's eyes. "Does the doctor not wish to know?" Luen shrugged. "It is merely slander against me. Do you require my elucidation, Commander?" Regardless of what Ramon had conveyed to Schmidt, his current imprisonment provided the most definitive answer. Explanations often serve as mere veils, and at times, they can backfire. Schmidt's demeanor visibly relaxed, and he stepped closer to pat Luen on the shoulder. "Of course, there is no need. My trust in the doctor is unwavering. But this fellow has been absent alongside the doctor's assistant for half a month, only to reappear at the base 2 days ago. I suspect your assistant may have pilfered the serum formula." Luen raised an eyebrow. "Kyla is missing?" Schmidt nodded. Both vanished simultaneously, and this individual re-emerged. "I suspect the thief did not leave the base, but rather concealed himself. I have dispatched a search within the facility. I will leave that fellow in your capable hands, as I am certain you would relish the opportunity to deal with him personally." "Indeed, I will extend my hospitality to him," Luen replied ominously. Naturally, Luen would ensure that Ramon received a warm welcome, for it was because of him that Schmidt had begun to harbor doubts about his integrity. Otherwise, he would not have been so probing from the outset. Fortunately, he and William had sent a telegram to Schmidt before departing from Auschwitz, reporting that they had discovered a solution for the serum. Otherwise, they would not have navigated this situation so easily. In a precarious moment, the position that Luen had painstakingly established in Schmidt's mind nearly crumbled due to a mere expendable character. Naturally, one would extend proper hospitality. However, prior to that, he needed to ascertain whether Ramon had indeed injected the Super-Serum, and if so, its origins. Schmidt's claim that Kira had stolen the serum formula was something Luen could not bring himself to believe. He had only produced 2 vials of the Super-Serum, one for his own use and another for experimentation to present to Schmidt. The latter had been entirely crafted by Luen himself, without any assistance from others, and aside from the 2 flawed formulas he had provided to Schmidt. He had left no written documentation regarding the serum's composition. If Ramon had injected the 2 flawed serums within 3 days, he would either be a lifeless corpse or have lost his sanity entirely, reduced to a mindless beast driven solely by the instinct to kill. It was unfathomable that he could retain any semblance of consciousness as he currently did. If Kira were to steal anything, it would have had to be the perfect version of the serum, as she had been involved in that particular creation. Yet Luen was confident that, given the crude and straightforward method of production, even Dr. Erskine, the inventor of the Super-Serum, might struggle to replicate it flawlessly, let alone Kira, who often made inexplicable mistakes during her operations. Such a notion was simply impossible. A profound cloud of doubt enveloped Luen, serving as yet another warning bell. Once in Auschwitz, he had uncovered mutants. Now, he faced another such enigma. This world was replete with extraordinary individuals, and he was certainly not the most exceptional among them. With these thoughts in mind, Luen turned to the silent William and said, "William, do me a favor, quiet that fellow down and bring him to my laboratory." William nodded impassively and then sought assistance. Luen did not linger, turning to walk toward his laboratory, where his primary objective was to confirm whether Ramon had indeed injected the Super-Serum. In the laboratory, Ramon was secured on an iron bed at the center, his body connected to numerous tubes, while a squad of heavily armed Hydra soldiers stood guard. The process of drawing blood and analysis took a mere 10 minutes, yet the results left Luen with a stinging sense of disbelief. Ramon had indeed injected the Super-Serum, specifically the perfect version that Luen had directed Kira to create in the medical ward. However, in the replication process, Ramon had mismanaged the proportions of the 2 reagents, resulting in his current erratic state. Could it be that Kira was also a mutant? Aside from mutants, Luen could hardly believe that someone completely unaware of the serum's formula could replicate it merely by imitation. Only individuals with extraordinary abilities, such as mutants, could possess such a possibility. In truth, Luen's speculation was astutely correct, though he remained oblivious to it. After drawing another vial of blood from Ramon, Luen chose to divert his attention elsewhere. Some matters were understood without the need for words. Schmidt handed Ramon over to him, the threat evident. Past grievances were temporarily set aside, yet he must deliver what I desire, or else both old and new accounts will be settled in due time. Only a fool like Ramon would believe that replicating the Super-Serum could usurp Luen's position. He ought to take a good look in the mirror, compared to Luen. He merely offers Schmidt an imperfect Super-Serum, while Luen can provide a fully obedient super-army. The choice is clear, even to a simpleton. Indeed, to be a supervillain, one must possess a certain complexity. Luen wore a grim expression, his mind racing with thoughts. He found himself mired in a crisis of trust. It seemed some matters were now urgent, compelling action. Although fraught with risk, when weighed against the potential rewards, the bold thrive, while the timid perish. He resolved to act. Determined, Luen prepared to deal with Ramon, the individual who nearly led him to ruin. "Doctor, Kayla has been located." Chapter 19. Power breeds ambition. "Where is she? Bring her to me." Despite Ramon's deranged accusations of himself and Kayla as lascivious, Luen believed they were the true scoundrels. Had it not been for him, this ill-fated couple would have long since descended into oblivion, avoiding the current predicament. He regretted not letting Ramon know what it meant to plow someone else's field. Now that Kayla was found, he was ready to concoct a fitting plan for this unworthy pair. Doctor, she may not be able to see you," a hesitant voice reported. "What is going on?" Observing Kayla, ravaged and unrecognizable upon the hospital bed, Luen's face betrayed no emotion as he inquired, "How is she now?" "That she is still alive is a miracle," the doctor lamented, tending to Kayla's injuries. "Is there hope for her?" "I will do my utmost," the doctor assured him promptly. Luen nodded, taking a sample of Kayla's tissue. "Do not let her die. I still have use for her." Luen was indifferent to Kayla's fate. However, as long as he remained unaware of how the formula had been leaked, she could not perish. This uncertainty gnawed at him, rendering sleep elusive. Exiting the infirmary, Luen did not return directly to his laboratory. Through William, Schmidt had already learned that Luen had devised a solution to the Super-Serum dilemma. Schmidt had granted Luen a fortnight, during which he would be left undisturbed within the confines of the base. Luen was not anxious about the serum. Ultimately, he would ensure Schmidt's satisfaction. His focus was directed towards a matter of far greater significance than the serum itself. Traversing the lengthy corridor, Luen arrived at a solitary cell. Within, Eric sat quietly in the corner. The brief yet harrowing experiences of this past month had left the young Magneto, barely in his teens, still reeling. Initially, he inadvertently awakened his abilities, witnessing the harrowing murder of his mother before his very eyes, while feeling utterly powerless against his adversary. Subsequently, amidst a riot in the camp, he was seized by a group of enigmatic individuals and taken to an undisclosed location, where he encountered a mysterious figure from the east. This Eastern stranger assured him of assistance in avenging his mother, urging him to bide his time. However, days passed with only the daily delivery of meals, and no further communication. As Eric ruminated in his confinement, the door to his cell swung open, revealing the Eastern figure who had been absent for several days. "My apologies, Eric," the man said. "I had urgent matters to attend to." Upon entering, Luen promptly offered his apologies, fully aware of the young Magneto's potential. Despite Magneto's youth, Luen dared not show any semblance of negligence. Incurring the wrath of this individual could lead to future complications. While Luen had contemplated the possibility of eliminating the young Magneto before he could pose a threat, he ultimately recognized that killing Magneto would yield no benefit. In fact, the living Magneto held greater value for Luen, particularly in dealing with the Black King, S.S.R. Perhaps influenced by past experiences, Luen found himself more favorably inclined toward Magneto than S.S.R. If compelled to choose a partner between the two, one would undoubtedly lean towards Magneto, setting aside their respective abilities. The current dynamic positioned Luen at a significant disadvantage against S.S.R. Conversely, before the elder Magneto fully matured, Luen would hold the upper hand, and during Magneto's development, he would not remain stagnant. Furthermore, if Luen could recruit the elder Magneto, the Avengers would appear trifling, and even formidable foes like the Scarlet, which could be subdued. After weighing the risks, rewards, and safety, Luen ultimately resolved to align with Magneto. As for S.S.R., such a valuable asset ought not to be squandered by failing to exploit his relationship with Magneto. "Dr. Luen, you promised to help me seek vengeance," Eric exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing him. Vengeance was his sole motivation for survival. "Do not rush, Eric," Luen replied, calming the agitated young man. "First, answer me this question. It pertains to how I can assist you." "What question?" Eric inquired eagerly. Luen adopted a serious demeanor, his expression grave. "Do you wish for me to exact your revenge, or would you prefer to take matters into your own hands?" The room fell into a heavy silence, Eric's face shifting through shades of uncertainty. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, meeting Luen's with hesitance. "Doctor, am I capable of that?" "Indeed, you are, Eric," Luen affirmed with a smile. "You underestimate your own abilities. You possess the power to reshape the world. Is that truly the case?" Eric asked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "Absolutely," Luen assured him, "though it will require time and rigorous training." Eric nodded eagerly, as if pecking at grains. "Rest assured, Doctor, I will heed your every word as long as I can avenge myself." He could scarcely believe that he possessed even a fraction of the prowess that Rune had suggested. Yet he felt that a mere 1/100th of Rune's strength would suffice for retribution. This child, so earnest. Rune, however, did not exhibit any excitement at Eric's acquiescence. The card of Magneto, if played wisely, could indeed be a trump card. Nevertheless, he had to remain vigilant against its potential backlash. Furthermore, Eric was still too young. This trump card was one of growth, offering little assistance to Rune's current predicament. What he needed to address was the crisis of trust that Schmidt had in him. "Eric, you must endure a little longer. Once I resolve some troubles, you will be free to move about." Rune produced a syringe, as thick as an arm, and flashed what he believed to be a benevolent smile, though it seemed rather sinister in its presentation. "Please, no, help me." Ultimately, Eric's complexion turned pale, and he collapsed weakly onto the bed, while Rune departed the cell with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to his laboratory, Rune could hardly contain his eagerness as he stored a full syringe of blood into a specially designed container, estimating it to be about 800 milliliters. After completing this task, Rune turned to the Hydra soldiers in the lab and instructed, "First, confine that fellow. I have urgent matters to attend to." "Yes, Doctor." Once the Hydra soldiers had taken Ramon away, Rune locked the laboratory door and retrieved a test tube containing Eric's blood sample. Sitting on a sofa he had specifically requested to be moved, Rune took a deep breath. The familiar formula reappeared before his eyes. Yet this time it bore a distinct difference. The formula for the 5th version of the Super-Serum condensed into a small square in the upper left corner of Rune's field of vision. No longer were mere equations present. Instead, a double helix structure of genes materialized before him. From one end of the double helix, a cascade of formulas erupted forth like a fountain. Rune's expression shifted dramatically. "Goodness, it's too fast." It felt as though a bomb had been detonated in his mind. The immense shockwave threatening to shatter his very consciousness, leaving him momentarily blinded by a white haze. If Rune's energy and vitality were akin to the water of a lake, at that moment, it felt as if thousands of pumps were simultaneously draining it, the lake's water receding at a countdown pace. Were it not for the super-serum he had injected, he surmised he would have already been reduced to a mere husk. Decisively interrupting the analysis, Rune collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows, resembling someone freshly pulled from the depths of water. Though utterly exhausted, a thrill of excitement remained etched upon his face. How exhilarating! The ability to voluntarily halt the analysis signified that he could now endure the strain of analyzing mutated genes. What did this signify? This signifies that superpowers are within his grasp. Once I acquire Magneto's abilities, I shall ensure that his crimson head is thrust into the most inappropriate of places. Having lived under the constraints of others, always beholden to their whims, one had endured enough in his previous life. Yet, here he finds himself in a similar predicament, on the verge of jeopardizing the trust he has painstakingly built with Schmidt. All because of a fool. How could he not be incensed? How could he not feel a surge of indignation? Most troubling was the fact that Schmidt dared to threaten him. In that moment, the flame of ambition within Luen began to flicker to life. Chapter 20. The mutant delivered to his doorstep. Doctor, where should I place these? Eric inquired, carefully maneuvering several boxes into the laboratory. Oh, Eric. Just find an empty spot to set them down, Luen responded, clad in a white lab coat, casting a glance over his shoulder while continuing his work, casually pouring a reagent from one test tube into another. After placing his belongings down, Eric noticed Luen had no further instructions, so he instinctively stepped aside. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself, attempting to hold his breath as he faced a pile of scrap metal on the floor. He turned beet red, yet nothing occurred. Luen glanced over, smirking. Eric, be careful not to damage my laboratory. Eric stood there, feeling exceedingly awkward. He sensed that Luen was mocking him. Yet he could find no evidence to support his suspicion. Minutes later, Luen set down the test tube, withdrew a vial containing a crimson liquid from a storage box, and turned to his exclusive sofa. Just as he was about to recline, he recalled something and looked at Eric. Lock the door. I need to rest for a bit. Please, do not disturb me. With that, he sank onto the sofa, clutching the test tube. Is that truly resting? Eric silently scoffed, repositioning himself to continue holding his breath. He had grown accustomed to Luen's enigmatic behavior over the past few days, finding it no longer surprising. Aside from occasionally feigning activity at the workstation when someone was present, Luen primarily seemed to doze with a test tube in hand, retreating to his study until dawn. However, one thing piqued Eric's curiosity. He observed that every time Luen awoke, he appeared utterly exhausted, bearing the countenance of a weary soul. Does one truly tire from sleep? Luen was, of course, not asleep. He merely acted for Eric's benefit. After more than a week, the progress of decoding mutant genes was exceedingly sluggish. He had barely deciphered 1/10 of the double helix structure, a result of his continuous reading of relevant literature. Upon discovering that perusing such texts could accelerate the decoding process, Luen began to compile pertinent materials, even seeking out Dr. Zola, a geneticist, to borrow related books and resources. Although studying these materials did hasten the progress, it remained frustratingly slow. One had anticipated such an outcome and remained unperturbed. The mutated genes have now ventured into extraordinary realms, with an exceedingly high upper limit. Recalling the time it took him 6 months to decipher the super-serum, the current progress has surpassed his expectations. Moreover, as his reading volume increases, the pace of analyzing the mutated genes has gradually accelerated. Although the increase is minimal, it is indeed progressing. During this period, apart from feigning pretense in the presence of outsiders, Rune has devoted nearly all his time to the analysis of the mutated genes. However, he refrains from exhausting his physical and mental energy, reserving some for evening reading. Yet today, Rune concluded his analysis early. Doctor, aren't you going to take a break? Eric, taken aback by Rune's early rise before noon, seemed unaccustomed to it. I have matters to attend to today. You may continue your training here alone. Placing the test tube back into the storage box, Rune approached the experiment table to resume his unfinished work. The analysis of mutated genes is not something that can be completed in a short span, and he does not wish to squander time with Schmidt any longer. He intends to present the 5th version of the Super-Serum to Schmidt today. Although the 5th version requires the neurotoxin from the toxic fly agaric for optimal effectiveness, one must not forget Rune's capabilities. He is fully capable of artificially synthesizing this neurotoxin. Rune's movements were swift, each step executed with little deliberation. Before lunchtime, He held in his hand a test tube containing a purple solution. After placing the purple serum into a refrigerated container, Rune carried the box towards the door. Pausing at the threshold, he turned to Eric, whose complexion had turned ashen, and cautioned, "Be careful during training. Do not let anyone else discover it." "Understood, Doctor." Rune nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance towards Eric. This child is sincere. Upon locating Schmidt, Rune found him with a sullen expression. While the newly appointed commander of the Hydra operational unit, William, stood with his head bowed, creating an atmosphere akin to winter within the room. "Commander," holding the insulated box, Rune positioned himself beside William, casting a fleeting glance at him. "Dr. Rune, what brings you here at this moment?" Schmidt's cold gaze pierced like a biting wind, and his grim demeanor suggested he was on the verge of unleashing fury. It was evident that Schmidt was in a foul mood, prompting Rune to abandon his initial attempts at flattery. He extended the insulated box with both hands. "Commander, the serum has been successfully produced and is ready for experimentation." "Really?" Schmidt was visibly taken aback, the unexpected good news momentarily surprising him. He hesitantly accepted the insulated box from Rune, turning to place it on the table behind him before slowly opening it. "It is indeed captivating," was the first remark Schmidt made upon seeing the serum inside the box. "Truly enchanting," William murmured, his eyes fixated on the serum in Schmidt's hands. "William, notify the team. Prepare for the experiment immediately." Upon regaining his composure, Schmidt, with an air of impatience, commanded, "Yes, Commander." William replied affirmatively and turned to leave. As he brushed past Luen, he cast him a glance. "Commander, I shall also prepare myself." Luen slightly inclined his head towards Schmidt. "Very well, go ahead." Schmidt waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixated on the serum in his grasp, utterly oblivious to Luen's presence. After exiting the room, Luen hastened away, and upon rounding a corridor corner, he spotted William waiting ahead, appearing somewhat restless. "Doctor, have we truly succeeded?" Luen had scarcely entered when William urgently inquired. Furrowing his brow, Luen feigned displeasure. "Do you doubt me?" William quickly recognized the flaw in his tone and hastily apologized. "I beg your pardon, Doctor. I am merely overwrought with anticipation." "Has something occurred?" One had previously sensed an air of discontent between Schmidt and William. Although the Empire faced setbacks on the front lines, the Hydra's momentum was formidable, and with the appearance of Captain America still pending, there seemed to be no immediate cause for Schmidt's ire. "Truth be told, it's not much of a secret, so I shall share it with you." As they walked side by side, William recounted the events that had transpired. "We have lost 2 bases?" One exclaimed in astonishment. William nodded. "Indeed, to be precise, they were destroyed by 2 individuals." "2 individuals?" "Correct. 2 entities. 2 monsters, impervious to death." "Wait, you mentioned they are indestructible?" Luen's confusion deepened. He had initially speculated that the alterations in Captain America's narrative, with Bucky captured prematurely and Rogers appearing ahead of schedule, might be the cause. However, it seemed otherwise. "Allow me to explain. Half a month ago, the Allies launched an assault on one of our strategic points. We had successfully repelled their attack and were preparing to counter. But 2 individuals charged through our firepower into our stronghold. After a fierce melee, our soldiers were nearly annihilated by these 2, and we inexplicably lost the strategic point. A week ago, another of our bases fell under Allied attack, and once again, 2 individuals stormed in, leading to the loss of the base. According to the surviving soldiers' accounts, these 2 are virtually invulnerable. Our weapons were ineffective against them, and they could eliminate everyone in our base with their bare hands. 2 days ago, yet another base faced a similar assault, and the surviving soldiers provided the same description." After William's detailed explanation, Luen felt a surge of realization and quickly asked, "What do those 2 individuals look like?" William shook his head. "I do not know, but we are aware that one of them can manifest bone spikes from his fingertips." This was the confirmation Luen sought. Elation surged within him. He had deduced the identity of these 2 individuals. Truly, in the pursuit of knowledge, one often finds treasures without the need for arduous effort. He had previously pondered how to acquire Wolverine's healing factor, never anticipating that it would be delivered to him on a silver platter. Chapter 21. The beast's sunlight streamed through the iron bars overhead, infusing the dark, damp cell with a hint of warmth. The harsh sound of scraping echoed within the room. Victor, a robust figure with a fierce gaze, idly scratched at the ground with his nails, having already excavated a pit in the stone floor. At this rate, given enough time, he could easily dig a 3-room apartment. Though not as brawny as Victor, the well-built James impatiently opened his eyes. "Victor, are you contemplating tunneling your way out?" Victor, unfazed, withdrew his hand and gestured to the collar around his neck. "With this contraption, even if we dig, we cannot escape." "Then can you remain quiet?" James sighed, exasperated. Knowing it was futile, why could Victor not just be still? This is rather dull, just grooming my nails. As soon as Victor finished speaking, a voice echoed from above. If you're bored, why not assist me with a task? James and Victor simultaneously glanced upward. A somewhat balding officer looked down upon them. Colonel Claude surveyed the two monsters in the cell beneath him, envisioning the moment he would be honored in a ceremony, a proud smile involuntarily forming on his face. In his grand design, he envisioned these two creatures being overjoyed at the sight of him, becoming his most loyal subordinates, and aiding him in achieving great accolades. After all, only he could rescue them now. As a result, James and Victor rolled their eyes. Victor, did you just hear a dog barking? Victor tilted his head and gestured. Dog? No, I only see a little mouse. Oh, a somewhat balding little mouse. The dog is also a bit balding. James seemed to disagree with Victor, asserting that mice were not that large, and certainly, mice do not bald. Who said mice cannot be bald? There's one right there. Victor pointed above. James looked up, leaning back with an exaggerated expression. Oh, there truly is a rather sizable bald mouse. Colonel Claude listened to the sounds emanating from below, his face turning pale as he stomped his foot. James, I understand your grievances, but I am compelled by circumstance. I have my own dilemmas. Crouching down, Claude donned a smile. However, if you agree to one thing, I can release you immediately. Upon hearing Claude's evasive reasoning, Victor stood up, his face contorted with anger. Baring his sharp fangs, Victor, he glanced at James, yet ultimately said nothing, retreating into the shadows. Colonel Claude, if you intend to release us, would you have us imprisoned in the first place? James stared coolly at Claude above. Claude quelled the tempest of anger within him, donning a mask of sincerity. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, James. Your capabilities are evident, and you have made significant contributions to the Allied forces. Without you, we might have been the only failing unit within the coalition. Initially, Claude extolled the virtues of the two, acknowledging their commendable efforts. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, stating, Yet, you are too exceptional, all fear you. While your achievements are undeniable, we are an army, a unified entity. I cannot solely consider your sentiments. The welfare of all must take precedence. And this is your consideration for us? With a sharp clang, James raised his hands to the sunlight, the cold iron chains glinting ominously. I must provide an explanation to everyone. Claude gazed at James with a twinge of guilt before reiterating his previous suggestion. But if you agree to one condition, I can release you immediately. What do you say? Please ponder this. We accept your terms. Victor, shrouded in shadow, interjected unexpectedly. Victor, you still trust him? James exclaimed incredulously. James, do you wish to remain in this dark and damp place for eternity? Victor's singular statement was sufficient to sway James. Claude's face broke into a triumphant smile. As he anticipated, no one could resist the allure of freedom. Suddenly, a piercing bone spike erupted from behind the enemy. As a bloodied soldier cast a terrified glance at the man with a fearsome visage, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Explosions and gunfire echoed throughout the battlefield. The enemy's weaponry was superior, their equipment more sophisticated, ostensibly granting them overwhelming advantage. However, before James and Victor, the enemy's arsenal faltered. The two pressed forward through relentless barrages, plunging their blades deep into the enemy's flanks. James and Victor drew the majority of the enemy's fire, allowing the Allied forces to advance swiftly. Despite the enemy's superior equipment, their numbers paled in comparison to those of the Allies. In close combat, the tactic of sheer manpower displayed its true efficacy. Haha, Lieutenant James, Lieutenant Victor. You are truly remarkable, Claude exclaimed, enthusiastically clapping them on the shoulders. Ever since persuading these two formidable beings to serve his cause, Claude's unit had turned the tide, destroying 7 enemy bases within a month. It is worth noting that just a month prior, his forces had been routed by that enigmatic Imperial army. Had it not been for the enemy's limited numbers, his unit would have already crumbled, and he himself would have faced a military tribunal. Yet now, the situation was entirely transformed. He not only reclaimed what was lost, but also obliterated 7 of the enemy's strongholds. With this achievement alone, a single star upon his shoulder insignia was assured. All of this was made possible by his discerning eye that tamed 2 wild beasts. Claude, when will you fulfill your promise? The commendation from the commander did little to excite James. Ever since their abilities were revealed, they had been ostracized within the camp, charging forward as the solitary duo of himself and Victor amidst machine gun fire and artillery bombardments, even falling victim to that luminous weapon that had taken half of his body in one shot. Though they were not destined to perish, pain was still an inevitable companion. This reckless endeavor of rushing into gunfire had grown tiresome for James. Ah, my friend, there is no need for impatience. I shall certainly uphold my commitments," Claude warmly remarked as he affectionately draped his arm over James's shoulder, leading him towards his command tent. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast map adorned with crimson lines. Approaching the map, Claude pointed to a prominent mark, stating, "If you assist me in capturing this location, I shall fulfill my promise." James and Victor exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, hoping the colonel would remain true to his word. Claude, beaming with a smile, assured them, "Of course, I will not renege on my promise." However, once James and Victor exited the tent, Claude's expression morphed into one of disdain, a smirk creeping across his face as he turned to his aide. "Bud, tell me, Bud, what should a master do when his dog refuses to obey?" Bud chuckled softly. "Sir, I have never owned a dog, but I have a distant relative who works in a circus. He once told me that no matter how ferocious a beast may be, it will always heed the master's whip." "Is that so?" Claude replied, his smile turning icy. "Release James and Victor? Am I a fool? They are the assurance of 2 additional stars on my shoulders." He had heard whispers of a so-called super soldier emerging from the rear, prompting nothing but amusement from Claude. The true super soldier lay firmly within his grasp. What was that Captain America in comparison? Previously, a series of defeats had nearly landed him before a military tribunal, and in his desperation, he had resorted to lies to placate the two. Now that the crisis had passed, it was time for them to understand who the true master was. Chapter 22. Unable to fly. In Claude's grand design, this assault was destined to be as devastating as the last, adding yet another accolade to his record. With James and Victor serving as the indomitable vanguard, there was no position or base that he could not seize. He remained oblivious to the fact that his troops were exhausted from prolonged combat. Indeed, the battle commenced as he had anticipated. Although the Allies were not equipped as splendidly as the enemy and faced inadequate supplies, with James and Victor drawing fire as the vanguard, the Allies effortlessly breached the enemy's defenses. Once inside the base, however, the enigmatic Imperial Army did not crumble as swiftly as before. Instead, they engaged in fierce urban combat with the Allies. Wherever James and Victor went, they were met with instant hostility, as their adversaries chose not to engage directly, but instead laid an array of traps and obstacles to impede their progress. "Ah, these cowards!" In a fit of rage, Victor snapped a steel cable, his aura of menace intensifying, and the madness in his eyes threatened to consume his reason. "Victor, remain calm. I sense something amiss." In stark contrast to Victor's near frenzy, James maintained a level of composure. However, Victor, consumed by his fury, had no ears for reason. He only craved to unleash his wrath, to spill blood. "What is wrong with these timid fools?" The irate Victor tore apart another tripwire, tossing it aside in disdain for such trifling devices. No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out, and Victor recoiled as a spray of crimson erupted from his body. The excruciating pain of the bullet's passage elicited a primal roar from Victor, his fierce gaze locking onto the assailant lurking in the shadows. With unparalleled strength, his muscular legs propelled him into the air, arms outstretched in a perfect leap towards his target. "Victor, wait!" James exclaimed, but Victor was already in flight, realizing he could not halt his brother. Despite sensing something was awry, James gritted his teeth and surged forward. As the Hydra soldiers saw the two charging towards them, they coolly stowed their weapons, casting a taunting glance before retreating deeper into a passageway. "You bastards, stop!" Victor bellowed, propelling himself forward with an animalistic speed. "Victor, hold on!" James called out helplessly from behind, shaking his head in resignation as he followed Victor into the dark corridor. Just as they vanished from sight, 2 figures emerged from a corner on the 2nd floor. "The fish is hooked. Inform Commander William that we may commence the operation." "Yes, Doctor." During this period, the Allies, riding high on their recent victories, had grown complacent. Although the enemy's resistance was fierce and the combat arduous, they remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted. "What in the world is that?" a startled Allied soldier shouted, pointing behind him. From the dense forest surrounding the base, a steel monstrosity, thrice the size of an ordinary tank, charged forth, flanked by hundreds of Hydra soldiers, effectively severing the Allies' escape route. "Damn it, it's an ambush." The Allies quickly realized they had fallen into the enemy's trap. "Break through." But before he could finish, a shell detonated beside him, obliterating him into a cloud of blackened ash, his dismembered limbs scattering through the air. The soldiers of Hydra, engaged in urban combat against the Allies, exhibited astonishing combat prowess following the emergence of the iron monstrosity. A single punch from a masked Hydra soldier sent an Allied soldier hurtling 5 meters away. As another Allied soldier aimed to fire, he was caught off guard. The enemy moved with blinding speed, and his scream was silenced before it could escape his lips. Meanwhile, another squad of allied soldiers was searching for the enemy when, upon rounding a corner, a shadow lunged from the darkness, sending 4 or 5 soldiers screaming into the air. Such scenes unfolded both within and outside the base. These enigmatic warriors possessed extraordinary strength and speed, rendering the allies unable to react. Their bullets consistently missed the targets, and once in close proximity, a mere touch could prove fatal. What manner of creature were they? The surviving allies were paralyzed with terror at the sight of these phantoms, fleeing in desperation from the base. Those who were unfortunate met their end with a single, muffled scream, while the fortunate ones who escaped found themselves face to face with the orderly ranks of the enemy outside the base. Meanwhile, Victor, in a frenzied dash, finally caught up with the man who had been firing at him from the shadows. No, it was not a pursuit. The man stood waiting, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Go to hell. Victor seemed to be enraged, bellowing as he charged from the corridor. With powerful strides, he leapt forward, his hands outstretched, sharp claws glinting ominously in the air. A thunderous impact resonated as James, just exiting the corridor, witnessed the expressionless man deliver a crushing blow to Victor's head. Victor was propelled backward at an even greater speed, hurtling directly toward James. With a grunt of pain crossing his face, James stumbled several steps back before regaining his footing. Victor, are you all right? I'm fine. Victor shook his head, struggling to rise from James's grasp, his eyes fixed warily on the towering figure before them. Be careful. That guy is no ordinary foe. At this moment, Victor had shaken off his initial fury. That figure was indeed peculiar. Compared to Victor, James maintained a far calmer demeanor throughout the encounter. Encouraged by James's observations, Victor too began to recognize the strangeness of the adversary. Since the ambush began, the man had remained silent, and he had squandered the perfect opportunity to strike, standing motionless instead. Were it not for the cold, unfeeling gaze beneath the mask, Victor might have mistaken him for a corpse. James surveyed their surroundings and noted that the area resembled a courtyard, with walls towering at least 5 meters above them. Numerous corridors branched in every direction, echoing with the sounds of explosions, screams, and wails that lent an eerie atmosphere to the scene. This place feels sinister. We should leave, James insisted, increasingly unsettled, as he grasped Victor's hand, attempting to guide him away. A sudden, dull thud reverberated through the corridor, abruptly severing the cacophony of explosions and screams, leaving only the hushed sounds of their rapid breaths. James and Victor, seasoned warriors, instinctively positioned themselves back to back. 3 sharp bone claws pierced James's skin, emerging between his fingers, while Victor raised his hands, fingers transformed into claws, shielding his chest. Let the battle commence, a foreign voice resonated from above. They looked up to see 7 or 8 shadowy figures leap down from the ceiling. With distinct appearances, each bore an expression of cold indifference, their eyes devoid of any emotion, resembling lifeless machines. The figure, who had stood motionless in a mask, removed it, revealing a face identical to those who had just descended. At this moment, if James and Victor failed to react, they would truly be foolish. 1, 2, 3, 10 individuals. Victor was about to confer with James when the newly arrived assailants charged at them without hesitation. Unable to contain himself, Victor let out a roar and lunged forward, with James swiftly following suit in another direction. The bond between the two brothers, forged over years of shared hardship, had cultivated an extraordinary unspoken understanding. The impact rang out as James's back collided forcefully with an object. Turning, he exclaimed, "Victor, why have you returned? You did as well, didn't you?" Victor spat, his expression growing increasingly fierce. "Damn it, these bastards are incredibly strong. Strength does not guarantee resilience. Victor, are you prepared?" James retorted, igniting his fury. Decades of camaraderie were perfectly illustrated in that moment. No words were necessary. James flipped over to face Victor, who grasped his hands tightly, roaring with all his might as he hurled James upwards. Although the ceiling loomed 5 meters high, neither was an ordinary man, and with Victor's strength, James soared toward the sky. As he neared the ceiling, 3 frigid openings appeared before him, alongside a smiling figure of Eastern descent. Terror flickered in James's eyes. He recognized what lay before him, having only seen such weaponry in the hands of the Imperial Air Force, a shotgun. Damn it! With a thunderous blast, dozens of steel pellets struck James's face, the immense force propelling his body in 2 disparate directions. His head jerked back while his feet continued forward. A shot rang out, followed swiftly by another. With no effort spared, James absorbed the onslaught of 2 12-gauge rounds, enduring what should have been impossible. "Fly now, can you not soar anymore?" A mocking voice echoed in his ears as darkness enveloped him. Chapter 23, Winter Soldier? 10 super soldiers engage in battle against Wolverine and Sabretooth. Who emerges victorious? The answer is a decisive triumph. Although James and Victor possess remarkable regenerative abilities, they cannot match the overwhelming force of their adversaries. The fight is not merely a brutish exchange of blows. While James and Victor are formidable, they have not reached a level that renders them invincible. The soldiers, augmented by Super-Serum, surpass them in strength, speed, and reflexes across the board, as long as they are prevented from trading blows. Subduing the two mutants becomes a trivial task. Moreover, when James is struck in the face by 2 rounds from a 12-gauge shotgun, the impact of the melee is undeniable. Even as he is bound with chains, his head remains in a daze. Luring the enemy into a trap, a strategy passed down through generations, is skillfully employed by Luen, a novice in warfare. With superior equipment and the advantage of super soldiers, the Allied forces are on the brink of collapse, suffering heavy casualties, while the surviving remnants are largely captured, with only a few scattered soldiers managing to escape. Upon receiving the report, Colonel Claude falters and collapses to the ground, realizing his fate is sealed. Meanwhile, despite being tightly bound, Victor remains defiant, glaring with fierce eyes at Luen above. "I will kill you," he vows. Luen scoffs, curling his lip in disdain, and gestures with his finger, indicating that he will teach Victor how to behave as a captive. A super soldier approaches with an iron rod, striking Victor on the head. After a cacophony of blows, Victor collapses to the ground, bloodied and battered. "Dr. Luen, this is a crucial specimen for my experiments. If he dies, can you take responsibility?" Dr. Zola, barely reaching Luen's chest, strides forward and chastises him haughtily. If the timing were not so inappropriate, Luen would have relished the opportunity to slap the insolent figure. Having exerted considerable effort and lost numerous brain cells, Luen resents the notion that this individual might reap the rewards of his labor. He initially believed that relinquishing the specially formulated super-serum would alleviate Schmidt's distrust. To his dismay, Schmidt promptly handed the serum over to Dr. Zola, subsequently excluding Luen from the clinical trials. In Schmidt's words, the doctor should not waste energy on trivial matters. Trivial matters? It was a matter of preventing interference in the experiments. Now, Luen finds himself in an exceedingly awkward position within Hydra. Nominally the head of the 2nd Department of Science, he is effectively a figurehead, lacking even an assistant apart from Eric. Nonetheless, his standing in Hydra remains high, second only to Schmidt, Zola, and William, making him the 4th in command, albeit without authority commensurate with his rank. After several failed attempts by Hydra to capture James and Victor, Luen took the initiative to plan this operation. The outcome was remarkable. Not only did they apprehend James and Victor, causing significant losses to Hydra, but they also nearly annihilated this arrogant and ignorant alliance. Regrettably, the fruits of this victory bore little relation to Luen himself. He had no authority over the captives or the 2 mutants. Once the operation concluded, he would have to return to the Hydra base in the Alps to assist Schmidt in concocting a specialized version of the super-serum. "Dr. Zola, I leave this person in your hands. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me." Ignoring Zola's displeased expression, Luen strode out with an impassive demeanor. The battle had ended, and he had no further reason to linger here. However, relinquishing the self-healing factor right beneath his nose was out of the question. Before departing, Luen sought out William. At that moment, William was in the command center reviewing the operation report. Upon noticing Luen's entrance, William's expression shifted, but he quickly masked it, dismissing his subordinates with a casual wave and rising to greet Luen. "Luen, what brings you here?" he inquired, omitting the title of doctor he had previously used. In light of William's blatant betrayal, Luen remained unfazed. After all, it was merely a transaction of interests, devoid of any notions of treachery. Plopping down in William's chair, Luen began to peruse the battle reports and directly articulated his intention. "William, I wish to propose a trade." "Luen, I believe we have nothing to negotiate," William replied, his countenance darkening, sensing that Luen was issuing a veiled threat. 10 vials of serum. Luen had no desire for lengthy discussions. He was under scrutiny and had little time to waste. William inhaled sharply, his gaze wavering, yet he merely scoffed. "Luen, I do not accept empty promises. The last batch of 20 vials has been exhausted, and the materials for the next production will not arrive for another month. What do you intend to trade? Who told you there were only 20 vials?" Luen regarded William with an expression of incredulity. Disregarding the humiliation implied in Luen's gaze, William stared in disbelief. You. Casually flipping through the reports, Luen did not even glance up. "I produced 30 vials from the last batch. It's merely that you believed I had made 20. Impossible." I witnessed it myself, William exclaimed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. As he had stated, Schmidt, Zola, and he had all been present during the serum production, witnessing Luen utilize all the materials, resulting in only 20 vials. Now, Luen was claiming he had an additional 10 vials of the Super-Serum. He could hardly fathom how Luen could have secretly produced 10 more vials without their notice. Did they truly think him blind? Regardless of your belief, I truly possess it. Luen would never disclose to William that the serum could be created without those specific materials. Crafting the serum poses no challenge for him. Let him ponder it at his leisure. So what say you? Shall we proceed with this transaction? Do you truly have the serum? William expressed a hint of disbelief towards Luen. When the time comes, payment will be exchanged for delivery. If you do not possess the serum, you need not provide me with anything. A direct exchange. William's interest was piqued. What do you desire? The blood of those two individuals. Is it truly that simple? William regarded Luen with suspicion, fully aware of whom Luen referred to. This very knowledge fueled his doubts. Obtaining their blood should be a trivial matter for Luen. Although Zola and he were at odds, she would scarcely refuse him for this reason alone. There was no necessity for a trade. Luen's fingers paused over the battle reports, his gaze lingering on a particular spot before he lifted his eyes to William. I do not wish for others to be aware. It may not be a compelling reason, yet it sufficed to persuade William. He cared not for Luen's motives. To him, the 10 vials of unrecorded serum held far greater significance. Very well, it is a deal. With the agreement reached, Luen promptly rose from his seat. I hope to see what I desire upon my departure. Rest assured, Doctor, you shall witness it tonight. This task was exceedingly simple for William, requiring not the slightest effort. Of course, I have complete faith in you, Commander William. Luen extended his hand for a handshake with William, then turned to leave. Exiting the operations command room, a mysterious smile graced Luen's lips. I hope you will still be alive to utilize them. Just a moment ago, he had encountered a familiar name among the battle reports. James Buchanan Barnes. Chapter 24. An opportunity arises. The transaction between Luen and William transpired smoothly. Early the following day, Luen departed the frontline base with 2 large vials containing the blood of James and Victor. Bucky had made his appearance, suggesting Captain America was not far behind. He needed to hasten the analysis of the mutant genes. Upon returning to the Hydra base in the Alps, Luen sequestered himself in the laboratory to begin the analysis of James and Victor's mutant genes. After more than a month of scrutiny, Luen discerned a significant correlation between the analysis pace and the potency of the mutant genes. The more powerful the analyzed mutant gene sample, the slower the analysis progressed and the greater the consumption. Conversely, the weaker the mutant gene's ability, the quicker the analysis and the lesser the consumption. Additionally, Luen observed that engaging in reading, particularly of related literature, could enhance the speed of mutant gene analysis while diminishing his own expenditure. Furthermore, less potent mutant genes could also accelerate the analysis of other mutant genes. With this discovery, Luen abandoned the analysis of Eric's mutant genes and shifted his focus to the several previously obtained mutant genes. In comparison to Eric's mutant genes, Kyra's variant, which possessed the ability of memory flashes, as well as the one acquired in Auschwitz that could release energy shields, and the variant capable of emitting laser beams from all 10 fingers, proved to be far simpler to analyze. Remarkably, within less than a month, the analysis of these 3 mutant genes was completed. Since the completion of the 3 analyses, coupled with Luen's daily immersion in related literature, the progress on Eric's mutant genes accelerated significantly. Now, 10 days of work equated to what previously took a month. However, Luen once again set aside the analysis of Eric's mutant genes. Compared to Eric's abilities, the healing factors of Wolverine and Sabretooth held a much higher priority. If one were to rank mutant abilities, the healing factor may not measure up to Eric's prowess, but in relative terms, the healing factor offered Luen far greater assistance than Eric's abilities. While the enhancement in strength may not be substantial, it bore crucial significance for Luen's future development. The cosmic cube still lay in Dr. Zola's laboratory, and Luen had long desired it. Since his arrival in this realm, he had countless opportunities to analyze the cosmic cube. Yet he had never dared to take action. A previous encounter with a mysterious tome had instilled a strong caution regarding the analysis of extraordinary powers. Even with the injection of the Super-Serum, he remained a mortal man capable of dying. At best, he was slightly stronger than an ordinary person. A single book had nearly cost Luen his life, let alone the Infinity Stones, which were regarded as premier extraordinary artifacts in the Marvel Universe. He yearned for it, yet he was hesitant. However, possessing the healing factor changed everything. In the films, Wolverine's healing factor could withstand the might of the Phoenix Force. Even if it were not as potent in reality, Possessing even half that strength would embolden Luen considerably. Moreover, with the healing factor, Luen would no longer have to endure Schmidt's vexation. Grasping James's blood sample, an image involuntarily surfaced in Luen's mind. He envisioned himself standing before Schmidt, provocatively challenging him. Come on, bring it on. If you can stab me to death, I concede. Arrogant, domineering, malevolent, and brimming with audacity. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was a bit overwhelming. Forcing the imagery from his mind, Luen concentrated on the blood sample in his hand and commenced his analytical work. Time swiftly passed, and after more than a month, a new batch of materials for serum production arrived, restoring a sense of routine to Luen's life. Each morning at 6, he entered the laboratory, spending an hour creating 2 vials of Super-Serum, special edition. During the remainder of the day, while Eric trained his abilities, Luen would often rest. Actually analyzing the healing factor, when fatigue set in, he would peruse some books, waiting to regain his strength before resuming his analysis. After dinner at 6, he would accompany Eric to practice combat skills until midnight. Over the course of a month, the analysis of the self-healing factor has progressed beyond the halfway mark, bringing Luen closer to his goal. November 1943 marked the final stages of this intricate analysis. Despite Luen's cultivated composure over 2 lifetimes, he could not suppress a surge of excitement. In recent days, he had forsaken his nightly combat training with Eric, secluding himself in the laboratory for 24 hours straight, nearly devoid of rest, all in pursuit of completing the analysis of the self-healing factor as swiftly as possible. A sudden, urgent knock at the door jolted Luen from his concentration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sank wearily onto the sofa to catch his breath before dragging his exhausted frame toward the laboratory door. As expected, it was Eric waiting at the entrance. The moment Luen opened the door, Eric hurried inside. Doctor, we have a grave situation. How grave? Luen replied, his voice laced with fatigue. Is it Hydra's conquest of the world, or has Shaw come knocking? He rolled his eyes, for at that moment, nothing seemed more significant than his endeavor to analyze the self-healing factor. Weakly gesturing for Eric to continue, Luen turned to return to the sofa, only to stumble as his legs gave way. Fortunately, Eric was quick to catch him. Doctor, what has happened to you? Eric exclaimed, his concern palpable. It was then that he noticed how drastically Luen had changed. Having injected the perfected Super-Serum, Luen's physique, though not as exaggerated as Schmidt-S or other specially enhanced soldiers, was robust and powerful, far from that of a mere researcher. Yet now, Luen appeared gaunt, resembling a mere shadow of his former self, with hollow eyes and pronounced cheekbones, exuding an aura of profound exhaustion. He seemed a mere specter of a terminally ill patient, and had it not been for the sharp intensity still gleaming in his eyes, one might be led to believe he was on the brink of death. Nothing much. Just a bit fatigued, Luen replied, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter with Eric. After a dismissive remark, he inquired, Did you not mention a significant event? Supporting Luen to the sofa, Eric finally relayed the news. Doctor, Commander William's base has been overrun by the Allies. Only Dr. Zola and Commander William managed to escape with a small group. A spark of interest ignited in Luen's eyes. What precisely transpired? Eric shook his head in uncertainty. I do not know. The commander was heard in a furious outburst, which is how the news spread. We will likely have to wait for Commander William's return to learn the specifics. Luen chose not to press further. He knew Eric would divulge the details in due time. Leaning back against the sofa, he propped his chin on his right hand, lost in thought. According to the timeline, they had now reached the narrative of Captain America. The captain, who had been a mere tool for several months, was surely now at the front lines. If all went as anticipated, this incident was likely the doing of Captain Rogers. Luen had surmised this possibility the moment he had glimpsed the name James Buchanan Barnes. As a close companion of Rogers, upon learning of Bucky's capture, he would undoubtedly rush to his rescue without hesitation. However, one thing puzzled him. With his arrival, the super soldiers in this world were not limited to just Rogers and Schmidt. William commanded a formidable contingent of 20 super soldiers, including the 10 serums he had traded for, that amounted to 30. 30 against 1. Despite a few being ambushed by Rogers, there should still be over 20 left. Yet they could not eliminate a single Rogers. Moreover, they were all taken down in one fell swoop. The protagonist's aura was indeed astonishing. Yet, since the event had transpired, no matter how absurd it seemed, it was a fact. Luen estimated that most of William's super soldiers had likely been annihilated, leaving at most 1 or 2 survivors. Otherwise, they would not have fled in such disarray. It was no wonder Schmidt was furious. Out of a total of 40 super soldiers, losing half was enough to incite rage. Luen believed that even if William and Zola returned, they would face dire consequences. Suddenly, Luen chuckled. Was this not his opportunity? The current Hydra appeared formidable, yet it harbored a critical flaw, a severe shortage of elite troops. These elite forces were not merely the best in name. Their weaponry and equipment were arguably the finest in the world, but the selection process was stringent. In addition to mastering combat skills, candidates underwent a rigorous indoctrination. Only those willing to sacrifice themselves for Hydra could join the ranks of the elite. While Hydra had many members, their quality varied significantly. They might excel in subterfuge, but faltered in direct combat. Although Schmidt was a military expert, as the commander of Hydra, he could not lead every battle personally. The only officer with a background in regular military service, Colonel Villia, had been buried by William in Auschwitz. The outcome of this incident spoke volumes. The base that had been compromised was one of Hydra's most crucial strongholds, with the elite forces comprising a third of the entire Hydra army. Along with half of the super soldiers, an immense loss. The depletion of a third of the elite forces dealt a substantial blow to Schmidt's ambitions of world domination. While the loss of weaponry could be addressed, the cultivation of elite troops was not a matter of mere days. The overall situation was unfavorable not only for the Imperial Army, but also for Hydra, which had now lost a third of its elite forces. It was a wonder Schmidt had not gone mad. Thus, the only person capable of swiftly organizing an elite unit for Schmidt in the short term was Eric. You stay outside and keep watch. No matter who comes, do not open the door. If the commander arrives, ask him to wait. Luen, summoning his waning strength, stood up and shooed the bewildered Eric away. He then quickly returned to the sofa and closed his eyes. His current state must not be witnessed by Schmidt, otherwise. The rapid recovery of his body following the analysis of the self-healing factor may arouse his suspicions. He must successfully analyze the self-healing factor and complete its derivation before Schmidt arrives. Chapter 25. The blueprint of the plan as the familiar blue fluorescence illuminated the surroundings. The nearly exhausted Luen finally let out a sigh of relief. In his field of vision, the image of the double helix structure of Gene 3 had been inundated with a plethora of formulas. As all the formulas emitted a blue glow, the central segment of the gene image began to rotate slowly, accelerating with each turn. The formulas in his sight seemed to be drawn by an unseen gravitational force, swiftly rearranging themselves into a colossal double helix, which was gradually absorbed by the sample gene. When the final formula was drawn into the sample gene, the entire double helix structure radiated a brilliant azure light, and a torrent of immense information surged into Luen's mind. With a muffled groan, Luen cradled his head, curling up on the sofa, his body convulsing. After a while, he regained his composure, leaned back against the sofa, and let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling with ecstasy. Having absorbed the information flooding his mind, the self-healing factor revealed no secrets to Luen. Although the analysis was complete, the journey was far from over. The analysis was merely the first step, allowing Luen to comprehend the structure and manufacturing method of the self-healing factor. The true challenge lay in its derivation. In ancient times, the celestial beings implanted mutated genes into the bodies of humanity's ancestors. Yet this did not imply that all humans possessed mutated genes. Those endowed with mutated genes remained a minority, with the vast majority being ordinary humans. Luen was one of those ordinary individuals, lacking any mutated genes. For ordinary humans to acquire the abilities of mutated genes, there was essentially one path: the gene modification experiments akin to those depicted in action films. While those who underwent gene modification experiments to gain mutated gene abilities were not born as mutants, they could still be classified as such. However, Luen was not inclined to pursue this method. As the saying goes, he who does not plan for the future will encounter troubles in the present. Transforming himself into a mutant was not a daunting task. The issue was that this was a mixed Marvel universe, and Luen was uncertain if specialized weapons to combat mutants, such as Sentinels, would emerge in the future. If the future of mutants were to evolve into a scenario akin to Days of Future Past, then transforming himself into a mutant would be tantamount to courting death. He would not be so foolish. He desired the abilities of mutated genes, yet he did not wish to become a mutant. Thus, the sole path remaining was to undergo mutation, much like Spider-Man and the Hulk. How did Spider-Man and the Hulk achieve their mutations? This involved numerous uncertain factors. Yet they shared one commonality, whether it was the mutated spider that bit Peter Parker or the gamma rays that transformed Bruce Banner into the Hulk. Both were rooted in the same project. The Human Enhancement Program, known as the Super-Serum, has been a constant pursuit for the military and government since the successful precedent set by Captain America, despite their repeated failures to replicate it. The emergence of figures like the Hulk and Spider-Man can undoubtedly be traced back to the military's and government's research into the Super-Serum, albeit influenced by various specific factors. At this juncture, Luen's intentions are crystal clear. He aims to use the perfected version of the Super-Serum as a foundation to create a new serum by integrating the fully analyzed self-healing factor. In doing so, he aspires to acquire mutant abilities through genetic mutation, akin to Spider-Man and the Hulk. Furthermore, should this endeavor succeed, Luen harbors even grander ambitions. Upon reflection, the extraordinary abilities of the neighboring god among men seem to embody a myriad of mutant powers. Is his heat vision not reminiscent of Cyclope's laser beams? Is there a distinction between his freezing breath and that of Iceman? While the defensive capabilities of the invincible Iron Man may fall slightly short, coupled with the self-healing factor, they would not be significantly inferior. Quicksilver's super speed is also noteworthy. The notion of gaining strength merely by basking in sunlight? Consider the energy absorption of Black King. And what of the biological force field? Is Magneto's power truly superior? Additionally, envisioning Professor X's telepathy, yes, this encapsulates Luen's ambition. He seeks to transform himself into a god among men. When that time comes, even if the Avengers or Thanos himself arrives without the Infinity Stones, they will have no choice but to submit to him. As for the Celestials, that remains a distant aspiration. The very framework of this ambitious blueprint rests upon the Super-Serum, with the self-healing factor serving as its cornerstone. Wealth is meaningless without the means to enjoy it. Luen's thoughts may be audacious, but they are fraught with peril. The uncertainties inherent in scientific experimentation are vast. Who can predict how the Super-Serum will transform when fused with mutant genes, or what unforeseen changes might occur post-injection? Should any mishaps arise, the self-healing factor would be Luen's lifeline. Even amidst unexpected transformations, survival begets hope. Having been granted a second chance at life, Luen values his existence highly. While his aspirations are noble, their realization hinges on practical application. Although his body is utterly fatigued, Luen's spirit is invigorated. The scenes before him begin to shift. The perfected formula of the Super-Serum materializes on the left, while the double helix genetic map of the self-healing factor appears on the right. The derivation commences as the genetic map disintegrates into individual formulas, gradually merging into the perfected formula of the Super-Serum, with new fusion equations emerging below. Luen watches with a mix of anticipation and anxiety as the new formulas continuously manifest, his hands clasped together, murmuring fervent prayers. Oh, divine guiding hand, do not falter. At an adjacent military encampment, a strikingly poised female officer, clad in standard military attire, stands at the entrance. Her short, shoulder-length hair frames her determined visage as she gazes anxiously yet hopefully toward the outside world. Agent Carter, it is time to return. Several days have elapsed, and had there been any news, we would have received it by now. He may have. Colonel Phillips approached Carter and sighed. No, Colonel, no news is the best news. I have faith in him. The conviction in Carter's voice faltered slightly, even to himself. Just as Colonel Phillips was about to respond, a thunderous cheer erupted from outside the camp. Carter, with uncontainable joy, rushed forward. The colonel looked up, a relieved smile breaking across his face. Colonel. Rogers strode confidently up to Phillips and saluted. Phillips returned the salute, his smile betraying his composure. Were it not for the need to maintain his authority as a commander, he might have joined the others in raucous laughter. Rogers, well done, he said, patting Rogers on the shoulder, gesturing towards the enormous armored vehicle behind him, nearly 3 times the size of a tank, along with the soldiers following closely behind. Due to Colonel Claude's command failure, which resulted in significant losses for the Allies, he had been dismissed and was currently under investigation. Phillips had been appointed as the temporary commander of this ragtag group without any formal handover from Claude. Although he had reviewed the battle reports, he was not familiar with these individuals, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Colonel, those are the soldiers from the 107th who were captured. The success of this operation relied heavily upon them. Rogers emphasized the crucial role these captured soldiers played in the mission, particularly mentioning his close friend, Bucky. All right, I will hear your detailed report later tonight. Bring a few of them along. Phillips nodded affirmatively, then raised his voice to announce to everyone around, Come on, soldiers. Cheer for your heroes. With Phillips' approval, the entire camp erupted in jubilant celebration. However, amidst the fervor, 2 individuals stood silently at the edge of the crowd, observing the revelry with indifference. They had returned alongside the captives, yet no one cast a welcoming glance in their direction. Instead, they appeared quite distant. James. I'm feeling quite irked. Victor bared his sharp teeth, frustration evident in his demeanor. Victor, remember our objective. Do not stir trouble, James replied, nonchalantly popping a cigar into his mouth. I know, but I'm really quite irked. Victor's gaze, fixed on the crowd, radiated an unsettling intensity. Had James not been by his side, Victor might have lost his composure entirely. Chapter 26. Intelligence on the Super-Serum in the Deep of Night. Following the grand welcoming ceremony, Rogers, accompanied by Bucky, James, and Victor, made their way to the operations command tent. Colonel Phillips greeted them warmly. "Please, everyone, take a seat." With a pipe in hand, he exuded a casual demeanor, welcoming Rogers and the others to sit down. "Captain, how was the celebration?" For several months, Rogers has been embodying the role of Captain America, and those outside have seamlessly attached this title to him. Upon hearing the colonel refer to him in such a manner, a hint of embarrassment crossed Rogers' face. He was merely a private, while the other was a colonel, leaving him at a loss for words. He could only manage a sheepish smile, remarking that the enthusiasm of everyone was quite overwhelming. "Haha, Captain, there's no need to feel shy. You are indeed a hero." Phillips could easily discern Rogers' discomfort, yet he maintained his designation. The recent defeat of the Allies had resulted in numerous adverse consequences, with demoralization being just one of them. The news had sparked a considerable uproar back home. Currently, there were hardly any significant battles, and a small-scale conflict had nearly decimated a regiment, the esteemed 107th Infantry Regiment. The pressure from above was immense, cascading down until it reached Colonel Phillips. He was constantly devising strategies, but with the 107th Infantry Regiment nearly annihilated. Although his request to rebuild the regiment was not denied, no orders had been issued for their withdrawal to recuperate. The prospect of re-establishing the 107th Regiment seemed distant. Fortunately, at this juncture, Rogers appeared, not only rescuing captured soldiers, but also demolishing an enemy military base and seizing a substantial amount of equipment. Upon receiving Phillips' report, the higher-ups were elated. Such a narrative was perfect for propaganda. In the face of despair, the emergence of a hero turned the tide, almost as if Providence had prepared it for them. Heroes often arise at the most critical junctures to deliver salvation. If those politicians could not recognize such an opportunity, they might as well resign en masse. Though Rogers remained a private, he was no longer just an ordinary soldier. "Captain, you have saved everyone. The title is rightfully yours," Carter chimed in, aware of the implications from above. Turning to see Carter's face, which held an irresistible allure for him, Rogers found affirmation in her gaze, more powerful than any words. Phillips removed his pipe from his mouth, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Captain, we need a hero now. The world requires one, and the soldiers need a source of inspiration. Apart from you, I cannot envision anyone else capable of fulfilling this role." Rogers' actions received Phillips' utmost endorsement. "Brother, you need not decline," Bucky added, sharing in Rogers' joy. With everyone echoing this sentiment, Rogers ceased to dwell on the matter. "Very well, Colonel, I will defer to your judgment." Phillips and Carter exchanged a knowing smile. As long as Rogers did not object, their mission was accomplished. "By the way, Captain, please recount the details of this battle for me, so I may report back." "Yes, Colonel." Rogers instinctively stood, only to be gently restrained by Phillips. "No need for such formality," Phillips chuckled. Rogers paused momentarily, then offered a faint smile, settling back into his seat as he vividly recounted the harrowing rescue mission. This operation was fraught with peril, primarily due to the unexpected emergence of super soldiers. Initially, Rogers' infiltration proceeded smoothly, but he inadvertently encountered 2 super soldiers. After a fierce battle, though he managed to eliminate them, he inadvertently revealed his presence. During his skirmish with Hydra operatives, Rogers stumbled upon Dr. Zola's laboratory, where the doctor was conducting experiments on James and Victor. Upon witnessing Rogers' intrusion, Dr. Zola abandoned his work and fled, while Rogers successfully rescued both James and Victor. Infuriated, the duo pursued Zola, instilling fear in him to the extent that, had it not been for the presence of several super soldiers, Zola would have been torn to shreds by Victor. The confrontation between the super soldiers and Wolverine along with Sabretooth was rather evenly matched. Had they not been ensnared in a trap and overwhelmed, they would not have been so easily captured. In a situation where life was not a concern, the super soldiers proved utterly incapable of halting the two, and they were swiftly dispatched. Zola, being a coward, summoned additional super soldiers to obstruct them. Thus commenced a game of hide-and-seek within the intricate confines of the Hydra base, where the 2 mutants detained the majority of the super soldiers. Meanwhile, Rogers adeptly rescued the captured allies, and several hundred elite soldiers launched a coordinated attack, seizing the armory of the Hydra base from within. Bucky, like in the original narrative, was held captive elsewhere. During Rogers' search for him, he was unexpectedly ambushed by the remaining super soldiers. After a fierce skirmish, Rogers found himself outmatched and fled in haste. During his escape, the aura of a hero began to manifest, and he fortuitously discovered Bucky. After liberating him, the pair commandeered Hydra's weaponry, exhibiting seamless teamwork, with Rogers serving as a shield and Bucky providing firepower. In the narrow corridors, the super soldiers could not leverage their numbers and were swiftly overcome by the duo. Ultimately, the victory was attributed to the explosives that the Allies had strategically planted during their retreat. James and Victor, known for their brashness, were hardly a match for the dozen super soldiers, and upon capture, they suffered greatly. At that moment, the explosives detonated, engulfing the Hydra base in a fiery inferno, reducing it to ash, along with the super soldiers. Remarkably, James and Victor emerged unscathed and rejoined Rogers. After hearing Rogers's report, Phillips wore a grave expression and inquired, "Captain, are you suggesting that there are others like you in that base?" Rogers nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but I sensed something was amiss. They are super soldiers injected with the serum." Suddenly interjecting, Bucky asked, "What?" Phillips sprang to his feet, exchanging a glance with Carter, both astonished by the revelation. "Are you certain?" Bucky shook his head and pointed at James and Victor beside him. "I only vaguely heard something while I was unconscious. They should know the specifics better than I do." Phillips looked at James, who was nonchalantly puffing on a cigar, and Victor, who was intently focused on grooming his nails. "Lieutenant James, Lieutenant Victor, is what Sergeant Bucky said true?" "Huh, you're asking me?" James replied, seemingly lost in thought as he pointed to himself, while Victor continued to concentrate on his nails. Phillips felt a surge of frustration. Were these two even listening to him? After reiterating his question, James tilted his head, appearing to ponder seriously. "Yes, it seems like that." James's response sent Phillips's blood pressure soaring, nearly provoking an outburst. He understood all too well the significance of the super-serum. Now that Dr. Erskine, the serum's creator, was deceased, the emergence of super soldiers by Hydra, more than one, no less, would surely elate those in higher command if they were to learn of this. Just as Phillips prepared to press on with his inquiry, Victor, who had been diligently tending to his nails, suddenly looked up. "James, why are we still talking? We need to leave." "Leave?" Phillips was taken aback, quickly recalling the two individuals specifically mentioned in previous reports. "Wait, you can't leave." Victor's fierce and dangerous gaze struck Phillips like a knife. "Klaus promised us we could depart after completing this mission." Colonel Klaus, having overreached in his ambitions, was now under investigation, and Phillips asserted his authority in this matter. "I am in charge here." He showed no fear of Victor's menacing stare. "Do you dare to play me for a fool?" A growl escaped the impulsive and irritable Victor, causing Rogers to tense up instantly. "Wait, Victor. Listen to what he has to say." James stepped in front of Victor, sensing that Phillips had something more to convey. "If you are willing to assist me with a task, once accomplished, you may leave." "Do I need your permission to leave?" Victor scoffed, turning to James. "Let's go." James hesitated for a moment, then turned to follow Victor out. Rogers extended his hand, but ultimately did nothing. "Do you wish to remain cowardly fugitives, hiding forever, unable to hold your heads high in public? Or would you prefer to depart with honor, living openly in the light of day? Will you not give it a thought?" Phillips spoke calmly. James's body froze, his wolf-like gaze fixed intently on Phillips. "What did you say?" Undeniably, Phillips's words struck a chord within James, causing even Victor to halt in his tracks. Phillips smiled slightly. "I mean to say, I can allow you to live openly in the sunlight." James and Victor exchanged glances before returning to their seats, casually settling down. "Colonel Phillips, what do you wish us to assist you with?" "Let us postpone that discussion for later. At present, I am eager to learn about the super-serum. As for the plan concerning the Howling Commandos, it remains uncertain whether two individuals should be included. Phillips must consult his superiors, yet if there is intelligence regarding the super-serum, it is unlikely that they would foolishly forfeit such formidable combatants." "The super-serum?" This time, James was genuinely deep in recollection. After a prolonged silence, James lifted his gaze. "I overheard that little fellow mumbling to himself, claiming that Luen should be the one to develop this so-called super-serum, which he deemed flawed. He asserted that he could create a more perfect version, berating those who, after injecting the super-serum, behaved like fools, utterly incapable of adapting." Victor, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that little fellow did say as much." "And what else?" Phillips pressed for more information. James shrugged his shoulders. That was all he mentioned. Noticing that the two had no additional intelligence to provide, Phillips, pipe in hand, fell into contemplation. Luen? Chapter 27. Action. The derivation of the new serum proceeded even more smoothly than Luen had anticipated, achieving success in fewer than 10 attempts. As the formula once more glowed with a blue luminescence before Luen, the already fatigued scientist found himself drained of considerable vitality and energy. His body was overwhelmingly weary. However, Luen felt an exhilarating fervor and tirelessly commenced the production of the new serum. His laboratory was well equipped with materials, and with the self-healing factor sample in hand. The creation of the new serum progressed seamlessly. The pale golden liquid was slowly infused into his body as Luen reclined on the sofa, gently closing his eyes and silently attuning to the changes within himself. The new serum primarily operates on a genetic level, where changes remain imperceptible to human awareness. Yet, its function is to induce directed mutations in the genes, endowing them, to some extent, with abilities akin to those of mutated genes, though it is not a mutated gene itself. This mutation at the genetic level occurs with remarkable swiftness, almost immediately after the injection of the new serum. Luen's physique expanded like a balloon, his sunken eye sockets, prominent cheekbones, and emaciated form visibly transformed at an astonishing rate. His nearly depleted stamina was rapidly replenished, and within mere seconds, Luen returned to his normal state. Of course, the pain accompanying this transformation was palpable, as the self-healing factor did not mitigate the suffering. Nevertheless, Luen had grown accustomed to it. His visage contorted in agony, yet he uttered not a sound. As the pain within him gradually subsided, Luen glanced down at his restored physique, a broad smile illuminating his face. While the self-healing factor compensated for his physical exhaustion, it could not remedy his mental fatigue. However, the restoration of his physical strength somewhat rejuvenated his spirit, rendering him more vivacious than moments prior. A Hydra soldier, visibly anxious, hurried to the laboratory door, poised to knock when he was intercepted by Eric, who had been stationed outside. "Halt! The doctor is conducting an experiment. Others are not permitted to disturb. Begone, you little brat," the irritable soldier scolded without restraint. Eric's face flushed as he squeezed in front of the soldier, blocking the doorway. The doctor said even the commander must wait. The soldier's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to deliver a slap. "Who do you think you are? The doctor and the commander are waiting for you." Though the blow did not land, the soldier's tone was anything but respectful, tinged instead with disdain. Luen stood expressionless at the laboratory door, his demeanor somber. He had expected Schmidt to come in person, but it seemed he had overestimated his own importance. "Eric, you should return to rest," he said, patting the dazed Eric before following the messenger out of the laboratory. Once their figures faded from view, Eric, realizing the gravity of the situation, pinched himself. Is the doctor also a mutant? Beyond this explanation, he could not fathom how one could undergo such a dramatic transformation in less than half a day. Unbeknownst to Luen, Eric had misunderstood him as a mutant. He had now arrived at the command room of the Hydra base. "Doctor, the commander is waiting for you inside. You may enter." The messenger guided Luen to the command room before hastily departing, as if fleeing from something terrifying within. Schmidt stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back, as bright sunlight streamed in, casting a long, slender shadow on the floor. "Commander," had it been before, one might have resorted to flattery. But after the series of events he had endured, he no longer believed he could regain Schmidt's trust. "Doctor, the serum materials will arrive in 3 days. I need you to provide me with enough serum within a month." "Not a problem. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can produce as much as you require." Luen's unhesitating response surprised Schmidt, who noted the stark change from Luen's previous demeanor. Though curious, Schmidt was not in the mood to question Luen further. "Then prepare accordingly, 30 vials of serum for this batch. Is that acceptable?" Schmidt's piercing gaze felt like a knife against Luen's skin. It seemed Schmidt was already aware of his transaction with William. Luen mused inwardly, displaying little change in his expression, as if oblivious to Schmidt's underlying implications. He nodded slightly. "That's fine." The dialogue between Schmidt and Luen did not last long. Within half an hour, Luen exited the command room. Instead of returning to his laboratory, Luen headed in another direction, toward the medical area. After a period of treatment, Kira had emerged from life-threatening danger and regained consciousness. However, her injuries were severe. Though she was no longer in peril, she lay in bed like a living corpse, unable to speak as her tongue had been severed by Ramon. Observing Kira's lifeless form, her gaze vacant and devoid of vitality, Luen dismissed everyone else from the room and approached her bedside. "I know you can hear me. If you agree with what I am about to say, please blink." Kyla remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. Luen, undeterred, began to articulate his purpose for coming. Ramon was still alive and thriving, indulging in daily feasts and surrounded by admirers. He had successfully usurped my position and now headed the second scientific division of the base. A fabricated tale piqued Kyla's interest. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of her mouth. "Do not look at me. I saved you and your former lover's life. Yet, he repaid my kindness with treachery, slandering me and even plotting my demise. And you, too, have betrayed me. Your current predicament is merely the consequence of your actions. Do you, a woman so naive, feel as though the world has crumbled now that your beauty has faded? Do you feel hopeless in your inability to seek vengeance? Witnessing the one who has caused your suffering revel in triumph while you languish, unable to act, makes you feel bitter, helpless, and desperate, does it not? Each of Luen's words pierced Kyla's heart like daggers. A tumult of emotions, fear, hatred, anger, resentment, and despair flickered in her eyes, which burned with a crimson intensity as she glared at Luen, her gaze seemingly intent on devouring him. This fierce look exhilarated Luen. It was indifference and despair that he feared most. He leaned closer to Kyla's ear, his voice dripping with malicious glee. Do you harbor an intense hatred for me? Do you resent my salt being rubbed into your wounds? Do you long to plunge a knife into me, blaming me for your current state of affairs? Kyla struggled to emit a muffled sound, yet it was futile. She could hardly turn her head, and though she yearned to inflict harm upon Luen, she found herself incapable, resorting instead to a murderous glare. Yes, that expression, murder is merely a matter of intent. If one can endure such humiliation without a reaction, then I shall no longer wish to save you. The words echoed in Kyla's mind, stirring turbulent waves of emotion. What did he say? He could save her? There was still hope? Without a trace of doubt, Luen nodded at Kyla, assuring her that her past misdeeds would be forgiven, provided she pledged her service to him henceforth. Should any past transgressions recur, she would understand the consequences. What say you? If you agree, simply blink. No sooner had he spoken than Kyla, confined to her sickbed, began to blink frantically. As long as she could return to her former self, she would acquiesce to anything. Witnessing her agreement, Luen smiled with satisfaction and subsequently summoned personnel from the medical ward to escort Kyla to his laboratory. Chapter 28. The Serpent Unleashed. Doctor, the serum materials have been delivered. When shall we commence? Eric's gaze lifted, only to be met with a sight that instantly flushed his cheeks with embarrassment. With her golden shoulder-length hair, exquisite and enchanting visage, crystal-like skin, and voluptuous curves, she embodied allure. Her elongated, graceful legs, complemented by a hint of pink against the white snow, captivated attention. Her icy blue eyes flickered with surprise, while her slightly parted crimson lips glistened subtly, exuding an irresistible temptation that was undeniably lethal to any man. This golden-haired, blue-eyed woman seemed capable of fulfilling every fantasy a man could harbor, especially in her state of undress. Such a beguiling charm could overwhelm even a novice like Eric, let alone a seasoned individual like Luen, who found himself momentarily entranced upon first glance. Yet, as he recalled her previous demeanor, Luen's interest quickly waned. Hey, Eric, Luen called, giving him a firm nudge. Eric, jolted back to reality, lowered his gaze awkwardly, though his eyes inadvertently flicked upward. Don't just stand there, take this. A few sheets of paper appeared before him, and Eric, confused, looked up to see Luen gesturing toward his own nose. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, he hastily accepted the paper and dabbed at his face, the bright red hue intensifying his fluster. In his panic, he caught Luen's amused gaze, which only heightened his discomfort. As he glanced down, Eric instinctively covered himself, bending forward, his face flushed with shame. He wished desperately for a place to hide. Luen, observing Eric's mortification, lamented the missed opportunity to capture this moment, imagining how it could be valuable in the future when Eric, the future Magneto, would have garnered fame. Is this the series most reluctant to mention? He mused, but he quickly refocused on the matter at hand, pointing at the nearly cowering Eric. Luen turned to Kayla. How about this lad? You can teach him a thing or two. Sounds delightful, Kayla replied with a seductive smile, her sinuous form advancing toward him. Eric felt a rush of warmth envelop him, igniting a fire within, yet her crescent moon blue eyes conveyed an icy demeanor, creating a captivating contrast of warmth and chill. In his dazed state, Eric became a mere puppet, easily manipulated. Luen shook his head, sighing at his lack of composure, and exchanged a knowing glance with Kayla. Kayla, I'll leave Eric in your capable hands. As Luen exited the laboratory, he felt quite pleased. Kayla had been a carefully considered choice, integral to his forthcoming plans. Since Schmidt was aware of his dealings with William, it indicated that unseen eyes were watching him closely. Many forthcoming tasks required discretion, making Kayla an excellent candidate for assistance. Even if Schmidt harbored suspicions, could those hidden eyes really penetrate the confines of his private quarters? Perhaps in decades to come, but for now, without even video surveillance, there remained ample room for maneuverability. Upon receiving the new serum materials, Luen returned to the laboratory only to find that Eric was absent. Kayla, now clad in a white lab coat, concealed her alluring figure. Where's Eric? Luen inquired with a hint of curiosity. He has left, Kayla replied as she rose from the sofa. Though her expression was as cold as ice, her demeanor towards Luen remained respectful. I was only gone for a mere 10 minutes. It couldn't be that quick, could it? A few minutes? 20 seconds, Kayla retorted coolly, her questioning gaze fixed on Luen. Doctor, is there anything else you require of me? Luen paid no heed to Kayla's demeanor. Her personality had drastically changed since her recovery, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Her enchanting allure before Eric had taken him by surprise. Yet, he found this frosty demeanor preferable. A cold, unyielding ice queen was far more captivating than a fiery, venomous serpent. Now that you have familiarized yourself with your abilities, I shall present you with another gift. With that, disregarding Kayla's bewildered look, Luen turned and made his way towards the door. Winding through the labyrinthine corridors with Kayla in tow, they ultimately arrived at the entrance of a cell. The cacophony within was marked by incoherent, frenzied curses. Suddenly, the frosty visage of a woman transformed into a grotesque mask of horror, her bloodshot eyes radiating an astonishing malevolence. The body concealed beneath the lab coat trembled incessantly, crimson droplets seeping through her pale fingers. Let us go and behold your gift. Tossing a key to Kayla, Luen gestured for her to enter, then turned to depart, leaving the ensuing events to unfold without his oversight. After standing in silence for a while, as blood stained the key in her grasp, Kayla's trembling frame gradually settled, her menacing expression softening, replaced by a gaze reminiscent of a serpent's, instilling dread. With a creak, the icy cell door swung shut, and Kayla's silhouette slowly vanished behind it. The serpent Medusa has been unleashed. Upon returning to the laboratory, Luen dedicated some time to concocting 2 specialized serums. Subsequently, he unearthed an ancient, yellowed tome adorned with enigmatic patterns from a pile of clutter. Just as he approached the sofa to sit, he paused, moved a chair from the side, and placed it against the wall before settling down. Tomorrow, I must have them replace this sofa. As he held the book, memories of the terrifying crimson giant surged in his mind, a near-fatal encounter. With the introduction of the self-healing factor, Luen felt emboldened. He yearned to delve directly into the cosmic cube, yet upon reflection, he realized that within the current Marvel landscape, nothing could rival the Infinity Stones. While the fearsome red eye was formidable, it likely paled in comparison to the cosmic cube. For safety's sake, he resolved to use it as a preliminary exercise. Furthermore, he sensed that he was not the only one who had discerned the flaws in the specialized serum. He believed the secrets lay hidden within this very book. Once prepared, Luen cast aside his hesitation and began to decipher the text with the book in hand. Suddenly, a burst of crimson erupted before his eyes, gradually coalescing into a blood-red eye. It was malevolent, terrifying, and sent shivers down his spine, accompanied by a faint scent of decay, as the anguished wails of souls echoed in his ears. A tremendous amount of stamina and energy was siphoned from his body. Overwhelming fatigue enveloped him in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed Luen's gaze, soon followed by ecstasy. The eye remained the same, the sensation unchanged. Yet this occasion was utterly distinct from the last. Previously, the blood-red giant had detonated within his mind, directly manifesting there. This time, the crimson giant writhed restlessly within his line of sight, terrifying roars incessantly reverberating in his ears. Yet, it seemed bound by a mysterious force, its struggles proving futile. As Luen's vitality and energy drained, the thrashing blood-red eye began to disintegrate like sand, ultimately transforming into a cloud of blood mist amid a fierce crimson light. The blood mist before him began to coalesce once more, forming a blood-red line that danced in the air, finally assembling into a mysterious rune. With a thud, Luen collapsed to the ground. He had interrupted the deciphering process, his face pale as he gasped for breath. It was not due to physical exhaustion, nor was it a passive interruption like the last time. Rather, it was the depletion of his energy. His self-healing factors had allowed his stamina to surpass human limits, endowing him with remarkable endurance. Yet his energy remained within the realm of mortals, insufficient to sustain further analysis. At this moment, he yearned for the professor's mental prowess. If only Luen possessed Charles's immense psychic power, deciphering this would feel like mere child's play. By heavens, once I deal with the Hydra, I must capture Charles. With a new objective set, Luen lay back on the ground, too weary to rise until Kayla returned. Chapter 29. Old One's First Love. Doctor, are you all right? Kayla inquired, intending to assist Luen to the sofa, but he stubbornly settled back into that chair. I'm fine, I just need a moment to rest. With a disapproving glance, Kayla helped Luen into the chair, then stood quietly beside him. After a brief pause, Luen regained some composure and turned to Kayla. How did the gift fare? Destroyed. Kayla's tone was flat, devoid of emotion, as if she were discussing the death of a mere insect rather than a human being. Luen understood that the process was far more complex than those two simple words, yet he refrained from probing further. Ramon had been intended for Kayla, and how she handled it was her affair, of no concern to him. What mattered to him was whether Kayla could execute her assigned tasks effectively. What are your plans moving forward? Men are all the same. A scarlet tongue slid across her crimson lips. The alluring yet perilous smile sent a shiver down Luen's spine. Early the next morning, Eric, sporting a pair of oversized sunglasses, opened the laboratory door with a weary and anxious demeanor. Upon entering, he scanned the room nervously, only to discover that Luna was the sole occupant. Instantly, Eric's spirits plummeted. He greeted Luna with a despondent nod and took his usual position, though his gaze frequently darted toward the sofa. Observing Eric's demeanor, Luna silently shook his head. Ah, the youth. Trials await him. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Luna's mind, and a sly smile crept upon his lips as he regarded Eric with the gaze one reserves for rare treasures. It seemed that each of Old Man Juan's offspring possessed remarkable prowess. Nina, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and Polaris. If Kyra were to bear him a son or a daughter, would they also emerge as formidable figures? If Old One were to establish a harem, one wonders whether he could assemble a legion. A shiver coursed through Eric's body, an icy sensation creeping up from his feet, making him feel as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Confused, he glanced around but found nothing amiss. Yet an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered. 3 months swiftly passed, with Eric arriving each day in a state of anxious trepidation and departing in a daze, prompting Luna to shake his head in disbelief. During this time, 3 batches of materials had been delivered, and Luna successfully crafted 100 specialized vials of serum, 10 more than Schmidt had anticipated, much to his delight, and he lavished praise upon Luna. Luna, unabashed, accepted the commendation and seized the opportunity to propose an inquiry into the cosmic cube. Schmidt hesitated. He had possessed the cosmic cube for 2 years and harbored great hopes for this legendary treasure of Odin. Despite the passage of time, under Dr. Zola's guidance, his team of scientists had developed various cutting-edge technologies, yet Schmidt remained dissatisfied, believing the cosmic cube held further potential. However, Zola's team had yet to yield significant advancements. Luna's mention of the item struck a chord with Schmidt. Zola was an expert in genetics, while Luna specialized in chemistry. Involving Luna might yield unforeseen results. Yet, Schmidt was wary of entrusting the cosmic cube to Luna. Aware that persuading Schmidt to hand over the cosmic cube was somewhat impractical, Luna proposed an alternative request. Commander, might I have the opportunity to study under Dr. Zola? It would require only 3 days. This statement piqued Schmidt's interest. Zola's laboratory was heavily guarded, and having Luna within for 3 days would mitigate any fears of deception. Very well, I will make arrangements and have someone notify you. Returning to the laboratory, Luna disregarded the downtrodden Eric and retrieved a vial of red serum from the insulated box, settling into the newly replaced sofa. Due to various circumstances, Eric's progress in analyzing the variant gene has stagnated considerably. Seizing the opportunity of a lull in his schedule, he decided to experiment with the effects of the self-healing factor on his analytical abilities. As he commenced his analysis, Rune immediately discerned a difference. The speed of the analysis not only accelerated but also demanded less physical stamina and mental energy. Although this reduction seemed trivial in the grand scheme of things, it was nonetheless a positive development, allowing him to sustain his efforts longer. It was only when his energy was nearly depleted that Rune paused the analysis. At the current pace, he estimated that in 3 to 5 months, the capabilities of Old One would be fully deciphered. If no unforeseen events occurred, the timing would be just right. After calculating the timeline, Rune realized it coincided perfectly with his plans. After all, there would be further developments to consider, and he was uncertain whether they would proceed as smoothly as the self-healing factor. Having ample time was certainly preferable to a frantic rush later on. With Old One's abilities at his disposal, his endeavors would undoubtedly become more manageable. As Rune pondered his next course of action, Eric stealthily approached him, hesitating as he looked on. Eric, what troubles you? Rune inquired. Dr. Bo, I want to ask. Eric stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Are you wondering where Kayla has gone? Rune replied with a knowing smile. Instantly, Eric blushed crimson, lowering his gaze in confusion. Oh, the allure of establishing a harem for Eric was indeed tempting, yet Rune chose to remain silent on the matter. He feared that revealing Kayla's true purpose would incite a furious reaction from Eric. Having once been young himself, Rune understood all too well that youthful impulsiveness can disregard reason. Eric, Kayla has her own affairs to attend to and will return in due time. Deprived of the answers he sought, Eric hung his head, appearing despondent. Rune merely cast a fleeting glance at him before dismissing him, rising to the experimentation table to begin crafting a specialized serum. The enigmatic runes had been deciphered, and Rune had grasped the secret of the customized serum. Upon first encountering the rune, he had briefly assumed it to be the rune referenced in films. However, that was not the case. The origins of the rune remained shrouded in mystery. The only certainty was that it was a fragmented version of a mental control spell from the Darkhold. It is well known that the dark magic inscribed in the Darkhold within the Marvel Universe has the capacity to corrode one's sanity, which explains the necessity of incorporating neurotoxins into the serum's composition. The serum, infused with the characteristics of dark magic, possesses a similar corrosive effect. Initially, this may not be apparent, but over time, the corrosive nature will become increasingly pronounced. Based on the magical runes that had been analyzed, Rune estimated that the efficacy of the specialized serum would last approximately a year. Since Schmidt desired this, Rune resolved to fulfill his request by preparing a larger quantity. As it was merely a consumable resource, William has been relegated back to his post as the commander of the Special Operations Unit after being thoroughly reprimanded. The combat troops are now directly commanded by Schmidt, who, with his increased responsibilities, has less time to focus on his own affairs. Chapter 30. The Forgotten Wealth. 3 days later. Doctor, you have access to the laboratory for 3 days. There is someone to assist you inside, and you may instruct him as needed. Upon delivering Schmidt's message, a Hydra squad leader escorted Luen to the laboratory entrance before departing. In stark contrast to his own modest laboratory, Zola's facility was impressively sophisticated. The room was filled with an array of futuristic machines. To the left were meticulously organized experimental stations, while the right side housed an assortment of finished and unfinished instruments and weapons. In the center of the laboratory stood a colossal cylindrical mechanical device, featuring a 20-centimeter square of transparent glass at its core, suffused with a mysterious azure glow. As the bustling figures in white lab coats heard the door open, many looked up to see Luen, their faces alight with excitement. However, under the stern gaze of some, they quickly returned to their tasks. Only one man, approximately in his 40s, joyfully set down his work and approached Luen. Dr. Luen, he said, extending his hand with a slight tremor in his voice. Luen smiled and shook his hand. Dr. Keltis, it has been quite some time. I just received orders and did not expect you to arrive so soon. It is truly wonderful to see you again. Keltis, filled with gratitude, warmly grasped Luen's hand. Haha, I am equally delighted to see you. Luen genuinely felt joy at this unexpected reunion, as he had not anticipated encountering Keltis here. Their history ran deep. Both had previously participated in Dr. Erskine's human enhancement project and had maintained a cordial relationship. After Erskine's betrayal, Luen took over the research on the Super-Serum, with Keltis serving as one of his team members. However, since Luen's awakening, the other researchers who had once accompanied him had seemingly vanished, and he had feared they had met grim fates. It was a surprise to find Keltis alive. Without Luen, they might have long since been forgotten. Doctor, Luen said, casting a glance at Keltis. With a wry smile, Keltis silently shook his head. Luen instantly understood that their situation was not as favorable as he had imagined. It was only natural. He and Keltis had been captured, and thus lacked the freedoms enjoyed by Hydra's own researchers. To prevent a repeat of the Erskine betrayal, they were kept under strict supervision, resulting in nearly 2 years without contact. The two individuals did not engage in extensive conversation regarding this matter. Kyle Ties extended his arms in an embracing manner, exclaiming excitedly, Doctor, for the next 3 days, this place belongs to you. I am your assistant. Feel free to express any needs you may have. A contemptuous voice emerged from the corner. What is there to be proud of? It's merely 3 days. In the end, it's just a monkey, akin to those wretched beings here, all lowly and despicable. Luen turned to see a diminutive figure, thin and bespectacled, standing there with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing Luen's gaze, the individual smirked derisively. Who is that? Luen inquired, glancing back at Kyle Ties. That is Dr. Joseph, assistant to Dr. Zola. Luen discerned the reluctance in Kyle Ties' voice when he referred to the man as a doctor. However, Luen was more intrigued by the earlier statement. Oh, an assistant? A peculiar smile crossed Luen's face as he stepped towards Joseph. Kyle Ties reached out, only to grasp at empty air. Seeing Luen approach, Joseph regarded him with a challenging stare, mocking, What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? A sharp crack echoed through the air as a resounding slap stunned Joseph, sending his glasses crashing to the ground, shattering into shards. His right cheek swelled visibly, marked by 5 distinct blood imprints, rendering him a grotesque sight, akin to a clown. If I hear your voice again, I shall send you to meet your deity. The indifferent tone carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Joseph's frail form was overshadowed by Luen's towering presence, and the icy glare emanating from Luen instilled a paralyzing fear, leaving him utterly speechless. Not only Joseph, but everyone else in the laboratory stood frozen in shock. Humph, scum. A dismissive smile crossed Luen's lips as he turned to pat Kyle Ties on the shoulder, who looked on in stunned disbelief. Doctor, you shouldn't have done that. Kyle Ties observed Luen with concern, shaking his head in resignation. Ha, do not fret. Even if I were to eliminate that scoundrel, I would not face any consequences. Luen's voice rang out deliberately, as if meant for all to hear, for I alone possess the Super-Serum. This proclamation sparked a glimmer of intrigue in the eyes of most present. Doctor, you are still too impulsive. They were aware of Luen's development of the Super-Serum. Yet Kyle Ties remained convinced of Luen's reckless nature. In response to Kyle Ties' words, Luen merely smiled. Impulsive? No, in truth. From the moment he laid eyes on Kyle Ties, Luen had already begun to scheme. These Jewish scientists, much like Luen in the beginning, were captives without any standing in this facility, let alone personal freedom. Their sole purpose for existence was to conduct research for Hydra on their desired projects. Beyond that, they were of no consequence. From the moment Luen entered the laboratory, it became evident that these individuals held little to no standing within its confines. Recently, Luen had been troubled by how to leave a profound impression on them, but fortune smiled upon him, presenting an imbecile right before him. Luen's assertiveness served to demonstrate his distinctive position within Hydra, imprinting a lasting impression upon them and laying the groundwork for future consolidation of these individuals. Indeed, Luen sought to gather them under his wing. Upon closer examination, the only capable individuals at his disposal were Kayla and Eric. At present, Eric proved to be of little utility. It was essentially Kayla alone whose combat efficacy remained uncertain, while Luen himself possessed a degree of combat prowess, albeit limited in his ability to act freely. Although these individuals lacked any significant combat capability, their value far exceeded that of mere fighters. After the Second World War, would the nation have advanced its technology so rapidly had it not captured a multitude of scientific minds? It could be said that these individuals were the forgotten treasures of Luen. Only he understood his own circumstances. Despite bearing the title of doctor, he was merely a counterfeit, lacking any extraordinary abilities and unable to compare himself to these people. What is paramount for any organization? Talent. Now, a mountain of gold lay before Luen. Would he simply abandon it? Such a notion was absurd. He not only desired it, but wished to possess it all. None of this gold shall escape his grasp. What is a slap to the face? If necessary, he would not hesitate to kill, even if Schmidt were present. It is often said that leaders require charisma, but in Luen's eyes, dominance was far more crucial for leading others. With these individuals at his command, Luen felt that the items Kayla sought became inconsequential. He could even commence executing his plans at once. However, Luen's greed was insatiable. This wealth could not satiate him entirely. He desired to undermine Hydra, draining its lifeblood, shattering its bones, and consuming every last morsel, even the remnants. Thus, he must wait. Wait until Hydra held no further utility. Chapter 31. Kayla's movements. A single slap from Luen could not dismantle the arrogance of certain individuals. Rather, upon comparing their physiques with Luen's, all chose to remain silent. One fool sufficed. No one was foolish enough to test whether Luen would dare to kill. Joseph covered his face, fleeing in disgrace amidst the mocking gazes of the others. Such trivial characters were quickly forgotten by Luen, who directed all his attention to the cylindrical apparatus at the center. More precisely, it was the cosmic cube contained within the device that captured his focus. Doctor, allow me to give you a brief tour, Kyle Ties began, but Luen interrupted. No need, Kyle Ties. I have come specifically for it. Luen made no effort to conceal his intentions. Everyone merely assumed he sought to study this extraordinary object, as was the case for all present. This was a manifestation of a researcher's innate pursuit of truth, and it would have raised suspicions had Luen acted otherwise. Keltis bore no resentment at being interrupted. He understood well. Doctor, do you require me to retrieve it? Luen raised his hand to halt him, instructing, Doctor, I prefer to conduct my research in solitude. There are too many people here. You may all take a break for these 3 days. Perceiving that Luen was not jesting, Keltis turned to address the others. You all heard the doctor. Kindly exit with me. With that, he nodded to Luen. Doctor, farewell. Farewell, Luen replied. The other researchers, akin to Keltis, relinquished their tasks and exited, each nodding in acknowledgement as they passed Luen, leaving only a handful lingering in uncertainty. Keltis offered Luen an apologetic smile. Recognizing his inability to command these individuals, Luen gently patted him, conveying understanding, before he advanced toward the hesitant group, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Startled, they reluctantly abandoned their belongings and hastily fled. In the now deserted laboratory, Luen inhaled deeply and resolutely extended his hand. The world before him elongated like a fleeting shadow and rapidly receded, as though he were traversing a superluminal corridor of light, where even light was drawn into a slender thread. With a resonant hum echoing in his ears, Luen found himself enveloped by an expanse of boundless starlit sky. Countless stars surrounded him, save for the abyss directly ahead. A swirling vortex of profound darkness spun at an alarming speed, resembling a hellish portal to the abyss, consuming the surrounding stars. The tremendous gravitational pull yanked Luen toward the vortex at a breathtaking pace, his thoughts seemingly suspended in time, leaving no room for contemplation as he was drawn into its depths. Perhaps it was but a second, or an eternity, when Luen's cognitive faculties returned. He beheld a cube radiating an ethereal blue glow. Exhaling deeply, he realized his entire being was drenched. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Luen gazed intently at the azure cube, lost in contemplation. At the inception of the universe, during the cosmic explosion, 6 singularities formed, the remnants of which were forged into 6 gemstones. These are the Infinity Stones, each governing a distinct attribute of the cosmos. The cosmic cube is the one that commands the property of space, encased within a cubic vessel, thus earning its name. Such entities, intertwined with the cosmos, exist in Luen's consciousness as exalted phenomena. Yet, astonishingly, this grandiose artifact merely presented him with a fleeting slideshow. Can you believe that? One must, in some capacity, strive to create a lifelong, unforgettable memory much like that of the Tome of Dark Sorcery. While the cosmic cataclysm may remain unspoken, one ought to conjure an energy tempest to thoroughly enlighten oneself. When did I descend into such self-deprecation? Do I possess a propensity for self-sabotage? Upon regaining his composure, Rune swiftly cast aside such perilous thoughts. In truth, this confusion stemmed from a stark contrast between his expectations and the reality he faced. Deciphering the cosmic cube was his ultimate ambition within Hydra, a goal he had long yearned to pursue, yet lacked the audacity to undertake. The image of that crimson cyclopean eye left an indelible mark upon his memory, instilling within him a profound wariness towards the undertaking. However, the actuality proved to be the polar opposite of his anticipations. He found himself quite capable of deciphering the cosmic cube with surprising ease, leading to a brief moment of mental disarray due to the immense psychological disparity. Fortunately, Rune was seasoned by tumultuous experiences, and he quickly recalibrated his mindset. The ability to decipher was, indeed, the most fortuitous news he could have received. With a mere thought, the process of unraveling the cosmic cube commenced. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Rune decisively interrupted the analysis, collapsing onto the ground, a mix of exhilaration, resignation, and incredulity reflected in his weary gaze. The thrill lay in the fact that he could indeed decipher the cosmic cube. The disappointment arose from his capacity to sustain the effort for only 5 seconds, leaving him unable to extract even half a formula. At this rate, it would take him no less than 30 to 50 years to complete the analysis, assuming he devoted every waking moment to it. The astonishing revelation, however, was that the cosmic cube consisted of 2 distinct components, one being the Infinity Stones and the other, surprisingly, the outer cube itself, a man-made energy storage device. Most significantly, this contraption was decipherable. While the energy storage device held little immediate utility for Rune, the technology encapsulated within it represented an unimaginable treasure for him. Regaining a semblance of strength, Rune rose from the ground. He chose not to continue with the cosmic cube, but instead turned towards the experimental area filled with an array of weapons and apparatus. His purpose for this visit was to ascertain his capability to decode the cosmic cube. Now that he had confirmed this, there was no reason to squander time on it. With only 3 days at his disposal, while the cosmic cube was his aim, it was not his sole objective. Having resolved to extract every ounce of Hydra's essence, Rune would leave no stone unturned. A true man honors his word. Arriving at the weapons and apparatus area, Rune casually picked up a uniquely designed weapon that bore some resemblance to a grenade launcher, yet lacked any conventional loading mechanism. Featuring instead an energy cartridge slot behind the trigger, Rune was indifferent to the weapon's intended purpose. He merely glanced at it before initiating the analysis once more. Within a matter of seconds, he set the weapon aside and reached for another. These items are merely artificial creations, lacking in extraordinary qualities, and Rune finds them quite easy to analyze. had it not been for the substantial energy expenditure required to initially decipher the cosmic cube. Rune believes he could have spent an entire day immersed in his analysis. Over the course of 3 days, Rune meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of the laboratory, leaving no screw unexamined. In the process, he recalled that villainous layers in films often feature various secret chambers and passageways, prompting him to inspect both the floors and walls thoroughly. To his astonishment, he indeed uncovered a hidden passage. Traversing through this concealed route led Rune to a vast manufacturing facility, where he discovered an unfinished aircraft, specifically the very one utilized by Captain America and the Red Skull during their climactic confrontation. Naturally, this half-completed superplane did not escape Rune's keen interest. As the 3 days drew to a close, he exited the laboratory only to be summoned by Schmidt. "Doctor, do you have any good news for me?" Rune felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, incredulous that Schmidt could consider him a genius capable of yielding results in such a short span. However, he restrained himself. The gold had yet to be located, and now was not the time for discord. "Commander, I possess a particular aptitude for chemistry. Alas, I am at a loss in other areas," Rune replied with a resigned shake of his head. "Very well, Doctor, you may return to rest for now," Schmidt acquiesced. Rune nodded and turned to depart. Upon returning to the laboratory, a shadow lunged toward him. "Doctor, has Kayla ventured to the club?" "She has been locked in the dark room." Chapter 33. The joyous supplement. Initially, William did not comprehend Rune's words, but he soon grasped their meaning. Upon awakening, he found himself bound to a testing table, unable to move, with his mouth sealed. Clad in a white lab coat, Rune held a test tube containing a pink powder, gazing at him with an exuberant smile. Unbeknownst to Rune, this smile appeared exceedingly sinister to William, perfectly embodying the archetype of an evil scientist, further amplified by Rune's inherent malevolence, rendering him all the more eerie and terrifying. William's eyes widened in panic as he struggled fervently against his restraints. Before him, Rune poured the pink powder from one test tube into another, transforming it into a solution. He then produced a syringe, drawing a significant amount of the concoction. The slender needle glinted coldly under the light as Rune smiled at William from across the testing table. "I have just developed this substance and have yet to conduct any experiments. Today, fate has delivered 2 fools directly into my hands, and now, you shall become my 3rd test subject. Congratulations." William's struggles intensified as Rune's words rang with brutal clarity. If he were unaware of the identities of those 2 fools, he would truly be a simpleton. The thought of their grim fates sent William's heart racing. Fear consumed his mind. He yearned to speak, whether to threaten or to plead. Desperate to dissuade this madman from his horrific intentions, he wished to make it clear that he was one of the 3 leaders of Hydra, and crossing him could lead to dire consequences. However, no matter how he struggled, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as Luen injected a vial of pink liquid into his body. After retracting the syringe, Luen patted his head and glanced at William with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize, I may not have precisely measured the dosage for this first experiment. If you experience any discomfort, do let me know. How can I convey anything with my mouth sealed shut?" William glared at Luen from the examination table, his gaze filled with hatred, wishing he could annihilate this scoundrel on the spot. Yet, Luen paid him no mind and busied himself at the experiment station. William lay there, restless, for over 10 minutes, but nothing transpired. "Ah," Eric groaned, struggling to sit up from the ground, clutching his head. "Where am I?" Hearing Eric's voice, Luen turned and cast a glance. "Eric, stop dawdling and help me check on that fellow." Still somewhat disoriented, Eric noticed a person bound to the examination table. Struggling to his feet, he slowly approached the table, his face disfigured. "Hey, Commander William," Eric exclaimed in surprise. "What are you making a fuss about?" Luen retorted, shoving a green syringe into Eric's hand before inspecting William. "Doctor, what are you doing?" Eric inquired curiously. Luen regarded Eric with a peculiar expression, surprised at how quickly he had recovered from his shock. "Doctor, could you refrain from looking at me like that?" Eric shifted uneasily, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. "Oh, it's nothing." Though slightly perplexed, Luen decided to focus on observing the experiment's outcome. By his estimation, it should soon take effect. As Eric pondered this, a sudden commotion startled him. Bang! William abruptly jolted on the examination table, thrashing wildly in an apparent attempt to break free. His complexion turned an alarming shade, facial features contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead as if ready to burst, emitting muffled groans of distress. "What is happening, Doctor?" Eric asked, alarmed. "Oh, I administered a small concoction. This is a typical reaction." "Typical reaction?" Eric stared in terror at Luen, whose demeanor remained unnervingly relaxed. What would an abnormal reaction entail? Don't just stand there. Go fetch some ropes to secure our commander, William, Luen instructed, giving Eric a light slap on the back. Oh. Eric hurried to retrieve some rope, binding William with several loops. Once finished, he leaned closer to Luen, curiosity piqued. Doctor, what exactly is the purpose of your little concoction? He seems to be in considerable pain. See that pink substance? Luen pointed to the pink vial on the examination table. I see it, Eric nodded. That is the neurotoxin I have recently developed. This toxin attaches itself to the neural pathways of the human brain, obstructing the transmission of signals between the brain and the body, thereby conveying misleading information to the individual's physique. Initially, this erroneous information is interpreted by the body as an itch, which is then relayed back to the brain. Consequently, the brain issues misguided commands to the body, propelling it towards incorrect actions. The messages transmitted by the neurotoxin are fundamentally flawed and chaotic, and as time progresses, the toxin gradually erodes the brain's neurons, usurping the positions of sensory nerves and intermittently invading other senses. Ultimately, this neurotoxin will obliterate all sensory nerves of the afflicted individual. Eric stared wide-eyed, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow, and inquired, what will ultimately happen? Luen glanced up and replied, if you manage to endure the initial stages, you will eventually discover that, despite being a man, your body perceives you as a woman. Your gait, urination, and habits will all transform to reflect those of a woman. You may drink water, yet your body will interpret it as sulfuric acid, leading to an excruciating sensation akin to being corroded by acid. Although a precipice looms before you, your body will perceive it as a broad avenue, causing you to leap off, believing you are simply taking a joyride. The most harrowing aspect is that you remain fully conscious, aware that these actions are erroneous. However, the more you strive to correct these mistakes, the more erroneous your body's actions become. In truth, your body is functioning without any issues. All of it is merely the misleading information conveyed by the neurotoxin. Of course, jumping off a cliff is an exception. How thrilling, isn't it? Gulyalu. Eric was genuinely terrified this time. Not only him, William was also conscious and had heard everything. Was this truly thrilling? It was downright terrifying. William, struggling in a frenzy, emitted a mournful whimper, his eyes casting a pleading glance towards Luen. It seemed our commander, William, had something to express. Luen chuckled, having intended his words for William as otherwise. It would take an inordinate amount of time to bring him to submission. Eric, give our commander William a couple of sprays. Oh, Eric, flustered, picked up the green spray bottle and sprayed William twice. Taking a deep breath, William gradually regained his composure. As Luen tore the tape from William's mouth, he smiled and said, Commander William, do you have something to say? Doctor, let us converse amicably. Could you please release me? William replied, still shaken. Release you? Certainly. William was taken aback. Was this scoundrel truly so accommodating? Clearly, he had overestimated the situation. Luen continued, as long as you agree to be my dog from this point forward, I shall set you free. You bastard. You wretch. Dream on. I will certainly kill you. Spittle flying, an enraged William thrashed violently once more, his crimson eyes fixated on Luen's infuriating visage like a wild beast. Even in death, I shall not acquiesce. This was William's final defiance. Ah, how admirable, Luen remarked, raising an eyebrow, unperturbed, for I have a penchant for those with spirit. By the way, your indomitable resolve brings me great joy. Hence, I have decided to bestow upon it a name, the Joyous Elixir. The Joyous Elixir serves to replenish his own happiness. William had delivered himself willingly, and with Schmidt absent, no one dared to intrude upon him. Perhaps most people were still preoccupied with thoughts of how William would retaliate. Utterly oblivious to the tribulations he currently faced, he had ample time. Ignoring William's pleas, Luen resolutely sealed his mouth once more, disregarding his struggles. Chapter 34. All is ready. Awaiting gold as the commander of Hydra, Luen had anticipated that William might endure a little longer. However, merely half an hour had passed before William could no longer withstand it. Stripping away the tape from William's mouth, Luen inquired with a smile, what troubles you? At that moment, William had long shed his initial bravado, now resembling a pleading pup, licking his face in desperation. I promise you, I will agree to anything. Just please spray that thing on me. Luen was quite pleased with the effects of his joyous elixir, albeit its efficacy was somewhat limited, lasting only 3 days. Yet, he was not foolish enough to disclose this to William. Nodding toward Eric, he instructed, give him a spray. Eric promptly lifted the spray and administered 2 bursts towards William's nostrils. William inhaled the green mist greedily, akin to a cat drawn to the scent of fish. Very well. Commander William, let us converse. Releasing William from his restraints, Luen turned and reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs as he regarded him. What do you desire from me? William stood before Luen, trembling with trepidation. I require the locations of all Hydra bases, detailed topographical maps of each base, and the composition of forces and weaponry at every site. William's countenance shifted dramatically. What are your intentions? Is it for you to question my intentions? Luen replied coldly. The icy gaze snapped William back to reality, compelling him to lower his head in turmoil. At that moment, Luen's voice wafted into his ears. I forgot to mention. The joyous elixir has no antidote. That green spray merely suppresses, which I believe you have already experienced. His expression faltering, dread washed over William's face. That sensation he never wished to endure again. Very well, I shall comply. Luen displayed a satisfied smile, casually tossing a vial of yellow liquid to William. This potion, when administered once, will prevent the neurotoxin from manifesting for a day. This is a 3-day supply. Provide me with what I seek within 3 days, and I shall grant you another dose. Clenching his teeth, William responded softly, understood. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Here is what you requested. Upon receiving the items from William, Rune discovered not only a vast map, but also a substantial stack of documents. He feigned a cursory glance through them before casually setting them aside. The authenticity of these materials was of little consequence. They were not intended for him, after all. Whether genuine or fabricated mattered not, for it was not his life at stake. I have fulfilled the task you requested. Now, perhaps the items owed to me can be exchanged. William appeared anxious. Rune nodded and nonchalantly tossed a yellow vial to William. With a complex expression, William gazed at the vial in his hand, wrestling internally for a moment before obediently departing the laboratory with it. Once William had left, Eric approached with curiosity. Doctor, hasn't the effect of the happiness pill worn off? If he hasn't used the antidote, wouldn't that expose him? Rune shot Eric a surprised glance and replied matter-of-factly. Who said I provided him with an antidote? Eric inhaled sharply. Had Rune not informed him otherwise, he would have assumed it was indeed the antidote. Would Rune truly give William an antidote? Absurd. After playfully poking Eric's forehead, Rune mused that he only allowed William to live a few more days due to his lingering utility. Aren't we partners? This question had been on Eric's mind for some time. Not long ago, they had been collaborators. Now, everything had soured so quickly. Partners? Rune tilted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young man, you are still quite naive. My past experiences with partners have taught me well. I shall not be deceived again. Perplexed, Eric scratched his head, noting Rune's reluctance to elaborate, and wisely chose to remain silent. Having experienced recent events, Eric had matured significantly, shedding his previous naivety and impulsiveness in favor of contemplation. His observations over the past few days suggested that every action Rune took was imbued with a strong sense of purpose. Was the happiness pill merely a trivial creation born from boredom? He found that unlikely. If it were merely a trinket, the volume produced in recent days was staggering. Well, it's getting late. I have matters to attend to. You should return and rest, Rune said as he placed the map and documents into a sleek black briefcase. Unusually departing the laboratory early. How vast was Hydra's base? It was inconceivably immense, nearly hollowing out an entire mountain. Rune was aware of at least 7 levels, not counting the layer that housed the semi-finished super-aircraft. How many more remained, unknown to him? As Rune ascended to the 6th level, he was intercepted by a Hydra squadron. Beyond this point lay the exit from the base. Doctor, where are you headed? Rune feigned a look of distress, stating, I've grown a bit weary and wish to step outside for some fresh air. The squad leader regarded Rune with a hint of confusion before nodding in agreement. Then we shall accompany the doctor. Luen nodded in agreement, refraining from dissent, for this was the established protocol, with few exceptions. Anyone wishing to step outside for fresh air must be accompanied by soldiers. The captain walked alongside Luen, leading a fully armed Hydra squad as they proceeded majestically toward the 7th level. Upon reaching an iron door at the 7th level, the squad leader opened it and then turned to indicate a Hydra soldier behind him, saying, You will accompany me. The rest may remain here. Beyond the door lay a terrace, and peering over its edge revealed an unfathomable abyss, a sheer cliff that stirred the mind with a refreshing breeze from the ravine below. As they crossed the threshold, one casually set his handbag at the base of the wall and strode directly to the terrace's edge, crossing his arms before him and inhaling deeply. Once outside, the squad leader and the Hydra soldier positioned themselves, one on each side of Luen. After a moment, Luen flipped his wrist, revealing a small flashlight, which he aimed at the mountain opposite and pressed the switch rhythmically before concealing it once more. After lingering for several minutes, Luen turned to the squad leader and nodded. Shall we return? As the three departed the terrace, they seemed to have forgotten the black handbag resting in the corner. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as a faint red mist erupted upon the terrace, and a tall figure with crimson skin and an extraordinary appearance materialized from thin air. The newcomer approached the wall, opened the forgotten black handbag, retrieved its contents, and then restored it to its original state. With another explosion of red smoke, the terrace was once again left empty. Just as Luen and his companions reached the stairway, the squad leader called out to him, "Wait, Doctor, where's your handbag?" After a moment of confusion, Luen glanced at his own hands, then chuckled in realization. My memory fails me. I must have left it on the terrace. Would you be so kind as to retrieve it for me?" The squad leader scrutinized Luen for a moment before nodding and dispatching the earlier soldier to fetch the handbag. Shortly after, the soldier returned, holding the black handbag, and presented it to his captain. The squad leader weighed it in his hand before returning it to Luen. "My apologies, Doctor." Accepting the handbag, Luen nodded in understanding. "No harm done, I comprehend. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Take care, Doctor." As Luen descended, he hummed a cheerful tune. With everything in place, he now awaited Kira's discovery of the imperial gold hidden by Schmidt, allowing him to finally escape this wretched place. Chapter 35. Zola captured Colonel. Can this information be trusted? Rogers gazed incredulously at the documents in his hands, after expending considerable time and efforts searching for the Hydra base. The location had now been delivered right into their hands. Not only that, within these documents lies a comprehensive distribution map of the Hydra bases, detailing not only their precise locations, but also the functions of each base and the configurations of personnel and weaponry within them, to such an extent that one cannot help but harbor doubts. "Captain, this information was provided to me by a friend from the Hellfire Club. It is absolutely reliable," Colonel Phillips declared with pride. "The Hellfire Club? That elite social club?" Howard Stark interjected suddenly. "Howard, you know of it?" Rogers inquired, astonished. Howard nodded. "It is indeed an elite club, renowned in high society. Those who gain entry are distinguished individuals from various fields, wielding considerable influence." "How considerable?" Howard shrugged. "If you wished for a tank to appear in Berlin, I believe they could arrange it." A collective gasp escaped the crowd. "Howard, how do you know so much?" Colonel Phillips questioned, puzzled, for even he was aware only of the club's immense power, with many striving desperately to gain admission. Howard spread his hands, wearing a cheeky expression. "I was once invited to join, but I declined." Colonel Phillips was at a loss for words. "It seems these documents must be authentic," Rogers concluded. "Of course. My friend went to great lengths to procure this information," Phillips replied, his expression one of smug satisfaction. As he pinned the map to the wall, Phillips patted it enthusiastically, exclaiming, "With this, we can decisively eliminate Hydra and bring this damned war to an end." "Wait a moment, Major Carter, do you have any objections?" "Colonel, even with the distribution map of Hydra bases, how do we deal with that super soldier squad?" This left Phillips momentarily flustered as he puffed on his pipe, attempting to mask his embarrassment. While they had located numerous Hydra bases, few had been successfully destroyed. They had often encountered that devilish squad, suffering considerable losses. Without neutralizing that infernal legion, completing the task of dismantling Hydra will be futile. "We could execute a feint," Rogers suggested, causing Phillips to perk up with interest. Bang! In a frenzied state, Schmidt sent a base commander flying 5 meters with a single punch. "Why is the Howling Commandos so effortlessly dismantling my bases? What is the Scorpion Squad doing?" The entire hall echoed with Schmidt's furious bellow, as everyone stood trembling in place. One fool had already met his demise. No one wished to become the second. "Summon Doctors Zola and Rune to me," Schmidt commanded darkly after releasing his pent-up frustration and that useless William. Shortly thereafter, Zola and Rune appeared before Schmidt. "Doctor, I need you to immediately devote all your efforts to producing this super-serum." One had not yet had the opportunity to greet Schmidt when he spread his hands and remarked, "Commander, as long as the materials are sufficient, there is no issue. I will find a way regarding the materials. You just need to be prepared." Schmidt, with a furrowed brow and an impassive demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, Commander. I shall take my leave to make preparations." After Luen departed, Schmidt turned his furious gaze upon Zola. "You have failed. We are on the brink of shaking the very foundations of this planet, yet the timing continues to be delayed. All because you cannot deal with a fool armed with a shield." "This is indeed not my area of expertise," Zola defended himself. "I am responsible for weapon development, not for firing them." Schmidt's icy glare bore down upon Zola as he coldly commanded, "Complete your task, Doctor, before Captain America accomplishes his." Zola's hair stood on end, staring blankly at Schmidt's terrifying visage resembling a menacing red skull, fully aware that any dissent would lead to dire consequences. "Commander, the subject has arrived." Several soldiers placed the dazed and grinning William on the ground. Schmidt stepped forward, squatting down to scrutinize William's vacant eyes. You wretched fool. How did you, as an agent, end up like this? Have you discerned the cause? Was it human error? Kyle hesitated momentarily before tremblingly responding. His brain has sustained irreversible damage. We have exhausted every method and found no signs of foul play. We unanimously believe it should have been the previous head trauma that went unnoticed. So, you are saying he is now a simpleton? Schmidt inquired, pulling a pistol from his waist, his tone ominous. Kyle gulped. One could say that. Bang. The moment the words left his mouth, a spray of crimson erupted from the forehead of the grinning William. Schmidt slowly rose, turning his back on everyone present. Hydra cannot remain idle. The Valkyrie wings must be completed swiftly, and we must take the initiative. Long live Hydra. It was unclear who first shouted the rallying cry. But soon everyone joined in, raising their arms in fervor. Long live Hydra. Upon hearing the voices behind him, Luen wore a faintly disdainful smile. A ghostly train traversed the valley, its path lined with piled snow. A small team of a dozen men hid between massive boulders. It is coming, truly like a specter. One soldier remarked while peering through binoculars. Enough with the lamentations. We have only 10 seconds, the captain said as he secured the zip line to the steel cable. Turning back for the final pre-battle briefing. This time, it will be me, James, Victor, and Bucky. The rest will remain on standby, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Understood, Captain, the others replied in unison. Capturing this great serpent, does that not bring us a step closer to freedom, Captain? James inquired with a grin. Indeed. Once we deal with Hydra, you shall be free, the captain affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a soldier who had been monitoring the radio exclaimed, Captain, there is a squad of Scorpion warriors in the vehicle. Victor licked his cracked lips with his tongue, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Leave those fools to me. Upon hearing about the Scorpion warriors, the captain cast a worried glance at Bucky. Bucky, be careful. Bucky assured him with a reassuring look, I know. Captain, it's time. With a furious slap, Schmidt slammed the newspaper onto the table, the headline glaringly bold. Dr. Zola to be deported to Switzerland. Zola, how dare you betray me? Schmidt's voice echoed ominously in the room. Just as Luen reached the door, he paused in surprise. He had not anticipated that his intervention would lead to such developments. Yet the timeline seemed to have accelerated significantly. Perhaps Zola could be utilized in the future, when used. Pushing the door open, he was met with Schmidt's contorted face, twisted with rage. Commander, the serum has been completed. Chapter 36. The enemy approaches the battlefield as Luen injected the final vial of serum into the soldier before him. He silently sighed. These individuals were meant to be his assets, yet they were being squandered by Schmidt. Doctor, are you all right? Kurtz asked hurriedly, noticing Luen's unusual demeanor. Waving his hand, Luen rubbed his temples. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Should he admit that his heart ached? You should rest, doctor. We can handle the rest. Kurtz suggested, a sentiment echoed by most, while a few others kept their heads down, engrossed in their tasks. Only Joseph glared at Luen's departing figure with a mix of hatred and jealousy. Leaving the laboratory, Luen did not return to his quarters, but instead made his way to the base club. Once bustling and requiring a cue to enter, the club had now transformed into a prison, guarded by only a handful of Hydra soldiers. Doctor, what brings you here? With Schmidt's incessant activities, the entire Hydra base was on high alert, and the club had long since closed, deterring anyone from venturing there. I am here to settle a personal score. The Hydra soldiers exchanged glances. They were aware of the feud between Kyra and Luen, yet at such a critical juncture. Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. I only need a few minutes. Very well, Doctor, you have 5 minutes. It's best to be swift. The Hydra soldiers were reluctant to offend Luen. With William dead and Zola having defected, Luen's standing was now second only to Schmidt in the entire base. Luen nodded, borrowing a dagger from one of the soldiers, and expressionlessly entered the place that had once driven all the men of the base to madness. The club was dimly lit, with groups of scantily clad women lounging on sofas, while a woman in a red dress sat leisurely at the bar, holding an empty wine glass. Upon seeing Luen clutching the dagger, the previously restless women turned their gazes toward the woman at the bar, hesitating to speak. Signaling them to remain calm with her eyes, Kayla set down her empty glass and gracefully approached Luen, a charming smile gracing her lips. Doctor, Luen nodded, and with the swiftness of lightning, the dagger pierced toward Kayla's heart. A sudden scream erupted from the women in the room. Hearing the commotion, the Hydra soldiers outside surged in. Doctor, you. Luen released his grip on the dagger, stood up, and turned to leave. As he neared the door, his emotionless voice rang out. Throw her into the woods to feed the wolves. The leading Hydra soldier shuddered and replied loudly, understood. After dealing with Kayla, Luen returned to his quarters. Zola had been captured. Given his cowardice, he would undoubtedly betray Schmidt, with Zola's intelligence as evidence. It was only a matter of time before Roger's howling commandos would come knocking. Allies outside were soon to arrive on the battlefield, and it was time for him, the protagonist, to take action. Hydra could be annihilated, Schmidt could die, and even those Hydra soldiers could perish, but certain possessions had already been regarded by Luen as his own. He could not allow them to fall into the hands of the Allies so easily. 3 days later, at the construction site of Valkyrie's wing, Keltis was directing Hydra soldiers as they installed a massive machine. Schmidt had ordered the full production of Valkyrie's wing, and after Luen and the researchers at the base completed the serum, they were summoned as well. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Luen set aside his tools and approached Keltis. "Keltis, how are things progressing?" The sudden voice startled Keltis, nearly causing him to cry out. He turned to see Luen beside him and sighed in relief. Cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he whispered to Luen, "Doctor, everyone is willing to listen to you, but I didn't dare to ask the others for fear of leaking information." Luen nodded, understanding precisely whom Keltis referred to. "You have done well. Tell them that once the aircraft is completed, everyone should remain in their rooms and await my instructions." "Understood." Keltis appeared somewhat exhilarated. After confirming the message with Keltis, Luen made no further moves. Now he simply needed to wait for the day Captain America would arrive. Initially, he had planned to coordinate with Shaw, for with Shaw's assistance, destroying Hydra would be a trivial task. Zhao's enthusiasm is not solely due to the fact that Rune is a mutant. With the plot of Captain America, the first Avenger, advancing, it would be a tremendous waste not to utilize someone as impeccable as Rogers. On December 23, 1944, the Valkyrie wing, a super aircraft, has been completed. With the Tesseract installed as its power source, Schmidt has finally unveiled his grand design. Tomorrow, Hydra shall ascend as the sovereign of the world. Beneath the triumph of the Valkyrie wing, the enemy's weapons will prove utterly ineffectual against us. For every plane they down, hundreds more shall rain down upon them. For every head they sever, 2 shall rise to take its place. Long live Hydra! The resounding cheers of Long live Hydra echoed like a tidal wave through the skies. Standing behind Schmidt, Rune observed the throngs of soldiers fervently chanting for Hydra, particularly the silent ranks of Scorpion warriors at the forefront, and he felt a twinge of anxiety for Captain America. After the pre-war mobilization, the colossal war machine of Hydra commenced its rapid operations. "Doctor, is everything prepared?" In the command office, Schmidt gazed out at the snow-blanketed Alps. "Commander, all is ready." "Excellent. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow you shall witness Hydra's moment of victory alongside me." "Huh, you don't trust me, do you? You wish to keep me close for constant surveillance." Rune was far from naive regarding Schmidt's intentions. Nevertheless, this suited him just fine. "Yes, Commander." Upon returning to his laboratory, Eric had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he entered, Rune inquired, "How is everything prepared?" Eric nodded. "All is in order, Doctor." Rune slightly inclined his head. "Remember to act according to plan." "Understood." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Rune donned his Hydra combat uniform and arrived at the command office. "This suit fits you quite well, Doctor," Schmidt remarked sincerely upon seeing Rune in the uniform. "Truth be told, my physique and appearance hardly suggest that of a researcher," Rune agreed with a nod. No sooner had he spoken than a Hydra soldier rushed in. "Commander, we are under attack from the enemy." Rune lowered his head, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Captain, long time no see." Chapter 38. The Allies arrive on the battlefield. Carter, the good-hearted one, was indifferent. Her only concern was whether this device would prove useful to the Scorpion warriors as claimed. Charge. James and Victor struggled to hold back 10 enemies each, an absolute limit. The rest had to be left to the Howling Assault Team. One side boasted advanced weaponry and super soldiers. Although they were outnumbered, they still had ordinary Hydra soldiers to assist. The equipment on one side was outdated. Although they were indeed elite warriors, a stark disparity remained when compared to their adversaries. In an instant, the battle descended into a stalemate. The roaring assault team's relentless offensive was halted, and the Hydra troops even began to show signs of a counterattack. It appeared that, at crucial moments, one must rely on women. Carter withdrew a test tube, weighing it thoughtfully, and lamented, "Men are indeed unreliable." With a swift press of a button on the test tube, Carter dashed towards the Scorpion warriors besieging James. The test tube, containing a pink reagent, traced a perfect arc through the air before landing precisely at James's feet. Startled by the earlier explosion, James instinctively assumed it was another grenade and, without a glance, leaped backward. To his astonishment, instead of being blown away, he was met with a loud bang and a plume of pink smoke. Sniffing the air, James detected a peculiar fragrance. What is this? A bomb that smells good? Just as confusion washed over him, the Scorpion warriors, having inhaled the pink smoke, erupted into a frenzy, their actions becoming erratic, with one even hurling his metal shield at a fellow Scorpion warrior. What on earth is happening? James struggled to comprehend the chaos. Don't just stand there, follow me. Carter rushed past him, tossing a pink test tube his way while brandishing another. With a decisive press, she hurled it into the fray. The previous scene repeated itself as the Scorpion warriors began indiscriminately attacking each other. James, stop dawdling. We need to assist the captain. Carter's voice rang out once more. Scratching his head, James hurried to keep pace with Carter toward the base's entrance. Why not take down these fools? Mimicking Carter's actions, the Scorpion warriors blocking the roaring assault team were swiftly dispatched, most of them falling to their own comrades. Inside the base, the captain faced similar challenges. Pursuing Schmidt, he turned a corner only to be confronted by Scorpion warriors blocking his path. Fortunately, the narrow corridors of the base limited him to facing at most 3 at a time. Bolstered by his protagonist aura, he could manage the 1-to-3 odds, though it was not without its pressures. Is this ever going to end? Gasping for breath, Rogers wore a wry smile as he beheld the relentless tide of Scorpion warriors. Soldier, perhaps you would appreciate this. A voice emerged from an unseen corner, followed by a pink object ensnared in wire that tumbled onto the corridor floor. Rogers observed clearly that a bright red timer was affixed to the wires. As it landed, the timer's digits hit 0. Without time to ponder, Rogers raised his shield to his chest, bracing himself for the impending explosion. A resounding boom echoed as a plume of pink smoke enveloped the corridor. Moments later, a bundle of pink objects shot forth from the shadows, landing at his feet, devoid of any timers. Soldier, this may be of use to you. Rogers called into the chaotic passageway. What is this? Joyful elixir, came the reply. Rogers choked momentarily, glancing down at the peculiar items scattered before him, then tightened his grip on his shield, hoping it would indeed bring him joy. Thank you. Seizing the objects from the ground, Rogers bellowed as he charged forth, shield raised. With the newfound items in his possession, the Scorpion warrior posed no threat whatsoever. He discovered that utilizing these items against the Scorpion warrior was, indeed, quite exhilarating. However, Rogers had lost track of Schmidt, and in his pursuit, he wasted a considerable amount of time. In the underground parking area, one approached a stack of boxes, retrieving a pocket watch to check the time. It's about time. Casually discarding the watch, he opened one of the black boxes to reveal neatly arranged pink vials within. Removing a grenade from his waist, he pulled the pin with his index finger. Click. Luen, what are you doing? Luen turned with a grin. Ah, Schmidt. You arrived rather promptly, but alas, it is too late. With a flick of his wrist, Luen dove to the side. The explosion of a grenade posed little threat to individuals like Luen and Schmidt. The grenade was not intended for Schmidt. After numerous experiments on William, Luen had finally developed a joyful elixir specifically targeting the modified serum. Aside from what he had dispatched, this was all of his stock. With the sound of the explosion, a pink mushroom cloud began to rise. Schmidt fixed his gaze on the distant figure, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. Luen, what are you planning? As the Scorpion warriors inhaled the joyful elixir, their sensory nerves would be overwhelmed by neurotoxins, bypassing all preceding stages and plunging them into the final phase. In their unconscious state, they could not control their actions, only compelled to attack their enemies. Consequently, their bodies would obey erroneous commands, launching assaults on everything around them. At the moment Luen detonated the joyful elixir, chaos erupted within the underground parking lot. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Luen chuckled heartily, tilting his head as he regarded Schmidt with the bemusement one might reserve for a simpleton. Why would I tell you? Schmidt was taken aback. Shouldn't the villain be more talkative? Shouldn't the villain relish explaining their motives, thus wasting time and allowing the hero to turn the tables? Why was this villain deviating from the expected script? Observing Schmidt's bewilderment, Luen quietly retreated. He certainly had no time to waste with Schmidt. The cosmic cube awaited his retrieval. Schmidt was best left to the captain. A lifelong nemesis must inevitably face a grand confrontation. Attempt to flee? Realizing that Luen intended to escape, Schmidt swiftly drew his compact energy pistol and fired a shot at Luen's back. The azure energy beam reached him in the blink of an eye. Luen barely had time to react before being struck. Had it not been for the effects of his self-healing factor, he might have vanished like the others who had been hit. Damn, that truly hurt. Rolling to evade yet another energy beam, Luen cursed Rogers for his unreliability. He had provided him with a powerful enhancement, yet failed to keep up. Was he expected to endure a relentless struggle against Schmidt in Captain America's stead? He would not comply. Yet, Circumstances often deny one the luxury of choice. Schmidt fired several shots without success, depleting the energy in his pistol. He discarded it and strode purposefully toward Luen's hiding place, shouting furiously all the while. Luen, come out, you traitor. I shall personally end your life. Because of your betrayal, I will shatter your limbs and cast you into the dark sewers to languish among the filthy vermin. Just as Schmidt was nearing Luen's concealment, a booming voice rang out from the entrance of the hangar. Schmidt. The sight of Schmidt's crimson skull-like visage was unmistakable. Rogers quickly focused on his target. With his robust physique, he advanced swiftly, leaving no one capable of halting his momentum for even a moment. Damn it! Schmidt's expression shifted as he turned to flee. Hey, buddy, weren't you just reveling in your insults? Now it's my turn. Schmidt's countenance changed again as an unscathed Luen obstructed his escape route. Chapter 39. The White Queen. Thanks to Luen's delay, Schmidt had lost his chance to escape. Swinging a long steel cable, Rogers descended like a deity before Schmidt. Schmidt, you have failed. Meanwhile, Luen seized the opportunity to retreat a few steps, winking at Schmidt before sprinting toward the super bomber. Schmidt stood expressionless, seemingly oblivious to Luen's departure. His cold gaze fixed on Rogers. You have let a viper go free. Rogers scoffed. A viper? In this world, you are that very serpent. Is that so? You will regret this in time, Schmidt replied with a chilling smile. Before he finished speaking, a fist shot toward Rogers like lightning. Rogers raised his shield to block. Boom. The battle between these fated adversaries had officially commenced. At this moment, Luen had reached the cockpit of the aircraft. His ultimate objective, the cosmic cube, laying quietly upon a console in the center of the control chamber. Striding purposefully towards the instruments, Luen reached out to remove the cosmic cube from its pedestal, placing it into his satchel before turning to disembark from the aircraft. The underground landing area had descended into chaos, with Schmidt and Rogers engaged in a fierce struggle, the latter seemingly at a disadvantage, paying them little heed. Luen cast a fleeting glance before making his way deeper into the base with his bag in hand. Under the cover of a squad of Hydra soldiers, Luen swiftly slipped into a concealed passage, narrowly avoiding an encounter with the Allied forces breaching the base. What transpired next was of no concern to Luen. Without the cosmic cube, Schmidt was destined for complete failure. Even should he succeed in vanquishing Rogers, it would be of no consequence, for his aircraft was incapable of taking flight. One could only ponder how the Marvel narrative might have evolved had Rogers not been frozen for 70 years. Yet, such matters were no longer of interest to Luen. 3 days later, at the foot of the Alps, in an unnamed small town. This quaint settlement was the nearest human congregation to the Hydra base. While modest in size, it was equipped with all essential amenities. At the town's center stood a church, its clock tower striking noon, the resonant chimes echoing across the town. In the distance, Luen, clad in a black suit, approached alongside Kira, who wore a form-fitting crimson bodysuit. With a creak, the church doors opened, and the afternoon sunlight streamed in, casting a sacred glow upon the solemn interior. As they stepped over the threshold, 3 figures before the cross turned to greet them, the man at the center breaking into a warm smile upon recognizing the newcomers. It is truly a pleasure to see you again, my friend. Shaw, how have you fared? Luen replied with a smile, striding towards Shaw with open arms. The burly man at the back casually closed the door, plunging the church into a hazy dimness, despite the sunlight filtering through the windows, creating a chill in the air. Excited, Shaw and Luen embraced briefly, before Shaw gestured towards the figure beside him. This is Azazel, my invaluable assistant. I trust you have already made his acquaintance. Indeed, Mr. Azazel has been most helpful to me. Luen nodded in acknowledgement with a smile. Azazel responded graciously. It is my honor to assist the doctor. Huh, Luen. No need for pleasantries. Let me introduce you to another individual, Shaw said, wrapping an arm around Luen's shoulders and pointing to a striking blonde in white attire beside him. This is Emma, my partner, who has also been instrumental in our endeavors. You must express your gratitude. Emma Grace Frost, a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Luen. Shaw has spoken very highly of you. The alluring Emma extended a hand adorned with jade-like elegance. Luen's gaze narrowed slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his mind. The White Queen, endowed with the remarkable ability to engage in telepathy akin to Charles, possesses the gift of perceiving others' thoughts and the extraordinary capacity to transform her entire being into diamond, granting her unparalleled defensive strength. However, she cannot wield these 2 extraordinary abilities simultaneously. In the film, the portrayal of the White Queen is significantly diminished, leaving uncertainty as to whether the individual before him is from the cinematic adaptation or the comic series. Nevertheless, one speculates that she is likely from the film. He vividly recalls the stunning entrance of the White Queen in X-Men: First Class, which left an indelible impression upon him. The woman before him bears an almost identical resemblance to her film counterpart, albeit younger, more alluring, and exquisitely beautiful. These thoughts may seem intricate, yet to others, Luen merely appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly captivated by the striking beauty before him. Only Emma, being a telepath herself, sensed Luen's wariness towards her. "Luen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, beautiful lady," he greeted, masking his inner caution towards the White Queen with a gentlemanly smile. "Is that so?" As he grasped her delicate hand, Emma's sudden smirk caused a flutter in Luen's heart. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed a flicker of panic in Emma's eyes. Suddenly, a vortex materialized before him, engulfing him in an instant. In a heartbeat, Luen found himself in a vast, white expanse. As he surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, Emma's voice, tinged with alarm, broke through the silence. "What have you done to me? Let me out." At that moment, a revelation unfolded in Luen's mind. With a sly grin, he slowly turned to face her, his expression laced with mischief. "That is a question I should be posing to you. What were your intentions in invading my mind?" Emma's countenance shifted dramatically, a chill overtaking her vibrant features, transforming her into an embodiment of an ancient iceberg. "Your attitude is unacceptable. It leaves me with no grounds to consider releasing you," one taunted, shaking his head while teasingly observing the frost that had settled upon Emma's visage. Emma, with a steely demeanor, stood her ground. "What do you wish for me to do?" "That depends on how you choose to proceed," Luen replied with a wicked smile. Previously harboring deep reservations towards the White Queen, Luen now felt as if he had been struck by a windfall after assimilating the insights that flooded his mind. To summarize, since deciphering the mutant gene, Luen's unique abilities rendered him immune to any telepathic influence, while also granting him the capacity to retaliate. Emma's attempt to delve into Luen's thoughts resulted in her being ensnared within the analytical space created by Luen's powers. In this realm, even Charles would be compelled to submit. The power of analysis could deconstruct all that exists in the world, including energies of any nature. Emma's telepathic prowess was rendered utterly ineffective, leaving her confined within this space. Life or death lay solely at Luen's discretion. "Perhaps it suffices if I merely ensure your satisfaction?" As if the snow were melting beneath the gentle caress of spring's breeze, Emma approached with an alluring grace, her demeanor imbued with a delightful shyness. Her captivating form rendered one momentarily spellbound. "Naturally, what do you wish to do?" A glimmer of mockery flickered in Luen's eyes. With that, Emma stepped before Luen and bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Chapter 40. The Serpent S.Head Doctor. "Will you not introduce me to this lady?" Noticing Luen holding Emma's hand and gazing at her intently, a hint of peculiar intrigue passed through Zhao's eyes as he turned to the equally enchanting Kayla. "My apologies for the breach of etiquette." Releasing Emma's hand, he uttered a semblance of an apology, but the mirth in his gaze towards Emma belied any true contrition. With a subtle bite of her crimson lip, Emma momentarily lost her composure, beads of imperceptible sweat glistening on her brow. She glared at Luen in frustration, a strained smile tugging at her lips. "No need to mind me. I did not expect the doctor to be so youthful. I shall take that as a compliment." Winking at Emma, Luen then turned to the impassive Kayla. "Kayla, my assistant." Kayla acknowledged Zhao with a nod, exhibiting no inclination to extend her hand in greeting. Zhao, unfazed, was not present to reminisce with Luen. "Doctor, might I inquire where the items are? I find myself rather impatient. You cannot fathom how much I need it." Zhao appeared somewhat restless. Luen chuckled lightly, glancing at Kayla. "Lead the way." Kayla nodded and proceeded towards the side door of the church, while Luen gestured invitingly to Zhao. Through the church's side entrance, the group entered a storage room. After a brief search of the floor, Kayla suddenly yanked upward, revealing a dark opening below. One by one, they descended, navigating the narrow passageway for several minutes, until they emerged before a large metallic door. "This is Hydra's secret warehouse. The entire town is under Hydra's control." As Kayla elaborated, she reached for the metal door and slowly opened it. "Absolutely mesmerizing," Zhao exclaimed with delight. "Congratulations, Zhao, you are now a billionaire," Luen remarked with a smile. Behind the metallic door lay rows of neatly arranged gold bars on metal racks. "Haha, doctor. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future." Zhao's spirits soared, having depleted his savings to join the Hellfire Club. The prospect of these gold bars opened a world of possibilities for him. Indeed, there will be ample opportunities for collaboration ahead, Luen concurred with a chuckle. The gold of Hydra was the price for Zhao's involvement. After the transfer of the gold from the warehouse, the group returned to the church. "Doctor, are you truly not considering joining the Hellfire Club? Such an opportunity is one that others would covet." Zhao's surprise at Luen's refusal was palpable. Shaking his head, "Luen, with a look of regret, pointed to his own face and said, "Xiao, you know that even with your invitation, others would still refuse." Xiao understood Luen's implication and angrily retorted, "Those arrogant humans will one day pay for their hubris." "It's all right, Xiao. Even if I cannot join the Hellfire Club, we are still friends, aren't we?" Luen feigned comfort. Unexpectedly, his words resonated deeply with Xiao. "Indeed, we are friends. Those ignorant and arrogant humans will soon realize the extent of their folly." Xiao stood proudly, resembling a king delivering a grand speech. Luen concurred, "Certainly, with you around, they will swiftly comprehend the absurdity of their arrogance and ignorance." "Doctor, are you truly not considering this any further? I believe we have much in common," Xiao remarked, appearing eager for a deeper conversation. A chill ran through Luen's heart at Zhao's seemingly desperate desire for camaraderie, prompting him to hastily decline. "Xiao, I am currently a wanted criminal. It is not wise for me to linger here. We shall reconnect when the time permits." Without waiting for Zhao's response, he turned and walked toward the church exit, as if pursued by an unseen hound. Xiao, watching Luen's retreating figure, shook his head in disappointment. Unbeknownst to him, Emma glared at Luen's departing silhouette with a look brimming with animosity. After leaving the church, Luen guided Kira into a narrow alleyway. The town had fallen under the control of the Allies, and the Hydra presence had been nearly eradicated, leaving the area desolate. With only a handful of Allied soldiers moving about, Luen and Kira meandered through the alley before slipping into a residential home, where remnants of battle were scattered throughout. They did not tarry long, heading straight for the basement. Similar to the church, this basement housed a secret passage, albeit one intended for escape. The dark underground corridor echoed only with the sound of Luen and Kira's footsteps. Suddenly, Luen, who was leading the way, inquired, "That gold you painstakingly acquired, are you truly not upset to part with it so easily?" "I am merely tasked with completing your mission. The purpose of those items is not for me to question," Kira replied in a flat tone, seemingly indifferent to the gold's fate. After a brief pause, her voice emerged again from the darkness. "Doctor, there are matters you need not disclose to me, nor am I permitted to know. What if one day—" Kira's words trailed off, but Luen understood her meaning. Memories flooded back, recalling his ability to meticulously store every detail he had ever witnessed in his mind. This was a double-edged sword, if wielded wisely. It could yield immense benefits for Luen, but if mishandled, his secrets might very well be exposed. The events surrounding Ramon could easily repeat themselves. After contemplating this, Luen nodded. "Very well, I understand." At the end of April 1945, the imperial capital fell. A week later, the Empire announced its unconditional surrender. Following the capitulation, Hydra disintegrated, its remnants, leaderless and fragmented, soon fell prey to the Allied forces. The Allies captured a substantial number of Hydra members, many of whom were researchers, sowing the seeds for Hydra's future resurgence. Despite the significant number of captured Hydra operatives, many remained at large, prompting nations to issue wanted notices for these fugitives. Among them was one individual, uniquely pursued by all nations and designated by major newspapers as the world's most wanted criminal, Dr. Luen, the sole surviving head of Hydra's scientific division. The newspapers vividly recounted the heinous deeds attributed to this figure, portraying him as a ruthless and terrifying mad scientist. Alongside graphic images of dismembered experiments, he was infamously known as the Destruction Doctor, linked to the super bomber Valkyrie's wings housed within Hydra's base. Absurdly, accusations swirled of him committing atrocities such as murdering 20 mothers and daughters in front of their husbands. Whether true or not, any slanderous claim was hurled at him. No one dared to refute these allegations. In truth, only the governments knew that this so-called Hydra scientific division was a fabrication, their true aim being the Super-Serum formula held by Luen. The Scorpion warriors, though short-lived, left a lasting impression on the Allies, fearless, emotionless, and wholly obedient. They epitomized the perfect soldier. Yet, no one among the Allies had ever seen this person. The only one to have met Luen was Captain America, who had reconstructed a portrait from his memories. The debate over the existence of this individual raged on, but only a select few knew that he not only existed but had never vanished, remaining active in some corner of the world. Chapter 41, 10 Years Boss. Miss Frost has arrived. Perhaps feeling inadequate, the secretary quickly ushered the visitor in before retreating from the office. Dr. Luen's eclectic tastes were evident as he changed his preferences once more. Observing the tall figure with their back to her, Emma remarked with sarcasm, "Huh. No matter how wonderful they are, none can compare to my infatuation with you." Luen, with a thick skin that could metaphorically scrape a wall from his face, was met with Emma's scornful glare, her heart simmering with resentment. She had encountered thick-skinned individuals before, but none matched his audacity. Words were ineffective, and physical confrontation was futile, leaving Emma to layer her disdain for Rune even thicker. The elegant and poised Emma did not manage to unnerve Rune. He understood that beneath her captivating exterior lay a desire for his demise. Why does Luen possess this knowledge? This is due to the presence of another Emma residing within his mind. Indeed, Emma initially sought to probe into Luen's thoughts, only to find herself imprisoned within the realm of analysis. Luen did not resort to violence nor engage in any peculiar actions. He merely confined a fragment of Emma's mental energy. He discovered that as long as Emma remained within a certain proximity, he could perceive fluctuations in her emotions through the spatial connection with her. For instance, just moments ago, having failed to gain the upper hand in their verbal exchange, Emma's resentment surged significantly. Moreover, Luen discerned that Emma's loyalty to Xiao was not as steadfast as she outwardly portrayed. The precise reasons remain obscure. Yet this revelation sparked various contemplations within Luen. In truth, it was not solely Luen who sensed the shifts in Emma's emotions. She too could perceive the changes in Luen's feelings, albeit with less clarity, merely a faint awareness. Were she not among the most formidable telepaths, she might not have even detected it. Luen's enigmatic smile instilled a sense of unease in Emma, though she maintained an outward facade of composure. Without further ado, Xiao has instructed me to inform you that the next shipment must be doubled. Doubled? Luen was momentarily taken aback, and then a surge of indignation welled within him. Did they truly regard the specially formulated serum as so common, as if it were merely cabbage, available in any quantity desired? Presently, he could only produce 10 units each month. This was not a matter of technique, but rather of resources. The specialized serum required the neurotoxins derived from the death cap mushroom. Though not particularly difficult to find, they were only available at specific times, and Luen's current stock was limited. While Luen could artificially synthesize this neurotoxin, the cost was exorbitant and the process labor-intensive. He certainly would not squander time on something he had deemed obsolete. Thus, he shrugged his shoulders and decisively rejected the request. There are none. Xiao places immense importance on this transaction. Should he learn of your refusal, his words trailed off. Yet the threat was palpable. Luen raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of delight from Emma. What? Do you wish to enlist Zhao's aid to eliminate me? Emma, unperturbed by the revelation of her thoughts, displayed a rather gleeful demeanor. No need for Zhao's intervention. Merely leaking your information would undoubtedly attract considerable interest from many. With a disdainful chuckle, one stepped closer to Emma. Then I suppose I shall consume you before that information escapes. How does that sound? Emma was taken aback, instinctively retreating as her form shimmered and transformed into a brilliant diamond. Luen halted, laughing softly. Look at how frightened you are. He turned and approached the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of red wine and pouring 2 glasses before returning to Emma's side. Just relay my message to Xiao. 10 units of serum per transaction. And if he desires more, the price will be multiplied tenfold. Are you mad? Emma tilted her head, revealing an expression of incredulity. Isn't this precisely what you wish to witness? Luen raised his glass, downing the red wine in one swift motion, relishing the moment, for this was the essence of imbibing. Crude. Emma cast him a disapproving glance, her mind racing with speculations regarding Luen's intentions behind such behavior. Sensing the shift in Emma's mood, Luen silently chuckled. He harbored no ulterior motives, merely seeking to inflate the price due to the exorbitant costs of the specially synthesized serum. As for the tenfold increase, that served as a warning to Xiao. Over the past decade, Zhao's stature within the Hellfire Club had ascended with remarkable speed, now reigning as the Black Emperor. Since attaining this title, Xiao had grown increasingly arrogant, reducing Emma, who once invited him to join the club, to mere subservience, treating Luen, a former collaborator, with disdain, often issuing commands as if he were a subordinate. Where their previous partnership had been transactional, Xiao now regarded Luen more as an underling. Given Luen's delicate and unique position, he had remained in the shadows for the past 10 years, with many dealings conducted through Xiao. Previously, he had no choice. The circumstances have since changed. Some individuals have become so conceited that they have lost sight of their own identities. It is time to remind them of their standing. Observing Luen's nonchalant demeanor, Emma could not suppress her curiosity. Are you truly not afraid that Xiao might kill you? At this, Luen chuckled. Dear Miss Emma, have you underestimated Hydra, and by extension, me, Luen? Emma scoffed. Very well, I shall heed your words, but ultimately, it is not I who will face death. Are you concerned for my well-being? Concerned for you? Emma gaped at Luen. I merely wish to avoid experiencing death alongside you. Who lives and who dies remains uncertain. Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Luen replied with a pointed remark. Do you wish to kill him? Emma exclaimed in surprise. Luen shrugged. That was your assertion, not mine. Emma shot him an exasperated look and retorted, just don't drag me into it. As long as you fulfill my request, I shall release you. Luen smiled. We shall discuss it after you have dealt with Xiao. Emma fell silent for a moment, huffed, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and turned to leave. Wait, is there something else? Doctor? Emma asked, her impatience evident. Luen smiled. Nothing much. I merely hope you could introduce me to your friend. Emma's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Luen. Are you seeking death? After Emma departed, Luen returned to the window, gazing out at the Berlin cityscape, now reduced to a construction site. Indeed, for the past decade, Luen had concealed himself within the imperial capital, never venturing away. No one would suspect that the world's most wanted criminal was hiding here. In the span of 10 years, much had transpired. Xiao had risen to become the Black Emperor of the Hellfire Club, and Luen was no longer the man he had been a decade ago. The beast is on the brink of losing control. It is time for a king to confront another king. Chapter 42. The Message. In a rather unremarkable neighborhood of Manhattan, New York, there lies a bar rumored to be owned by a retired colonel from the U.S. Army. The establishment struggles with its business, even during peak hours. It is graced by only a handful of patrons. Phillips, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, sits behind the bar, meticulously polishing a glass. For him, the profitability of the bar is secondary. What truly matters is the ability to stave off the tedium of retirement. The bell above the door jingles, and amidst the dim lighting, a figure as radiant as the sun pushes the door open. The few occupants of the bar turn their heads at the sound, and once they glimpse the newcomer, they find it impossible to look away. With golden hair and azure eyes, her porcelain skin and enchanting visage resemble that of a celestial being fallen to earth. Clad in an immaculate white leather ensemble that accentuates her alluring form, her cool elegance stands in stark contrast to the bar's atmosphere. Such a woman should not be found in such a place. Rather, she ought to frequent the highest echelons of society, becoming the object of desire for the affluent. Wow, ever since you arrived, I can't sell a drop of my liquor, Phillips exclaims dramatically, then follows with a feigned complaint. That must be due to the quality of your drinks, Uncle Phillips. Emma replies with a light laugh, gracefully taking a seat at the bar. It has been a decade, and you have changed considerably, Emma. Phillips retrieves a special bottle from the shelf behind him, placing it at the center of the bar. He then pours a glass from this carefully polished vessel. Those familiar with Phillips know this to be his prized possession. Are you still nursing that bottle? Emma inquires with a hint of disdain, shaking the glass on the table. Is it even drinkable? This was the very first bottle your mother gifted to me. I could never bring myself to finish it, Phillips reminisces, a trace of nostalgia flickering across his face. It's hard to believe your mother has been gone for many years now. I didn't come here to discuss that. Emma interjects, evidently wishing to steer clear of such topics, as she retrieves a pink vial from her pocket and places it on the bar. Someone wishes for your assistance. Taken aback, Phillips's expression shifts dramatically. He swiftly covers the vial, casting wary glances around, only to find the patrons of the bar observing them intently. He promptly snatches the vial, concealing it in his pocket, and calls out loudly, "The bar is closed for today. All drinks are on me. I suggest you all leave early." His proclamation stirs discontent among the scant patrons. "Boss, do you think I'm short on cash for a few drinks?" One complains. "Exactly. Let us continue. The drinks are on me." Another adds, "This is my domain, and I dictate the rules here." Phillips barks angrily, producing a double-barreled shotgun from beneath the bar and slamming it onto the counter. "Get out now." At the sight of the old man brandishing a firearm, the reluctant patrons curse under their breath and exit the bar. Once they are all gone, Phillips locks the door and approaches the bar, offering a rueful smile. "You've ruined my establishment." "This is none of my concern, Uncle Phillips," Emma said innocently, shaking her head with resignation. Phillips retrieved a test tube from his pocket and placed it on the bar, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this?" "From a friend," Emma replied, her demeanor still unperturbed. Phillips grew anxious. "Do you have any idea how perilous this is?" "I do." "Knowing that, you still get involved?" "He is Hydra, the world's most wanted criminal. And you dare to assist him?" Phillips was thoroughly agitated, his tone heavy with concern. "He's merely a businessman now," Emma stated softly. "A businessman?" Phillips scoffed. "He once worked for Hydra, and the Scorpion Warriors were his creation. The chaos we are currently facing is all due to him. Is this what you call a businessman? It seems rather inappropriate to speak ill of someone after owing them a debt of gratitude, don't you think, Uncle Phillips?" Phillips paused, lifting his glass with a cold laugh. "Am I indebted to him? How could that possibly be? The blueprints of Hydra's base." "What did you say?" Phillips stared blankly at Emma. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Emma continued, "Not just the Hydra blueprints. When you managed to deal with the Scorpion Warriors, Would you have succeeded so effortlessly without the resources he provided? Is he a good person then? A good person? That term seems peculiar, Emma remarked. Never mind. Those details are inconsequential. It's truly astonishing. Phillips found himself unable to comprehend how a former Hydra operative, now the world's most wanted criminal, could be the enigmatic figure aiding them in dismantling Hydra. Upon reflection, he realized that, as he was already retired, these matters hardly pertained to him. With that thought, Phillips felt a sense of relief wash over him. Speak, what do you need my assistance with? Emma smiled and produced a letter from her pocket, handing it over. Please help me deliver this. Phillips stared at the letter in his hand, shaking his head in exasperation. Is this what a former army colonel has become, a mere courier? Are you not already retired? Emma replied with a grin. Meanwhile, in the office of the Strategic Scientific Investigation Bureau, formerly the Strategic Scientific Corps, renamed for convenience, Carter was discussing with his subordinates how to trace the origins of the Super-Serum. Ever since the serum had surfaced on the black market, it had become the object of desire for various factions, a tumultuous situation that had persisted for a decade. Throughout these 10 years, the Strategic Scientific Investigation Bureau had never relinquished their pursuit, yet they had yielded no results. They had conducted countless scientific studies on both the Super-Serum and its counteracting pink formulation, but to no avail. If Luen were aware that they were investigating a specially formulated serum and the joyful elixir, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. To thoroughly understand the Super-Serum and the joyful elixir, one must first be a sorcerer, and additionally, a scientifically literate sorcerer. With both qualifications in hand, one must also grasp the complexities of the cube formula. Only Luen possesses the secrets of the Rubik's Cube formula. This is precisely why Luen brazenly peddles the Super-Serum, a unique enterprise. As long as there remains a demand for the Super-Serum in the world, its sale is assured. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Carter called. Rubbing his temples, he appeared quite fatigued. Director, Colonel Phillips has arrived. Phillips? Hasn't he retired? What brings him here? Carter inquired, perplexed. He claims to be delivering a message on behalf of someone. A message? Carter paused, astonished. What individual could compel Phillips to abandon his retirement for this? Director, shall I fetch him? A subordinate suggested. Carter chuckled softly. Very well, bring him in. Storming into the director's office, Phillips grumbled incessantly. If I were still in charge, I would have dismissed those imbeciles. How could they be so oblivious? Do they not know who I am? Colonel, those individuals are new and unfamiliar with you. The subordinate replied with a wry smile. Please, you may leave now. Carter stepped forward, guiding Phillips into his office chair. Colonel, why would you forsake your retirement to come here? What is the matter? Fuming, Phillips retrieved an envelope and a test tube from his pocket, tossing them onto the desk. Someone asked me to deliver this to you. At the sight of the test tube, Carter's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily opened the envelope resting on the desk. After a prolonged silence, a hint of malice crossed Carter's serious countenance as he inquired, Where is he? Chapter 43. You are surrounded in a desolate factory on the outskirts of New York. The premises had lain abandoned for quite some time, seldom visited. Yet, on this particular night, over 100 fully armed personnel gathered a kilometer away, stealthily advancing towards the forsaken factory. An old Ford sedan drove directly into the factory, and Phillips, muttering curses, exited the vehicle. Carter, why am I here? I am retired. None of this concerns me. I am merely an elderly messenger. These matters belong to you young people, so do not involve me. An elderly courier for Hydra? Carter glanced at him with a bemused expression as he stepped out of the car. I know nothing of Hydra. I am merely assisting a favor for an old friend's daughter, Phillips retorted defiantly. Oh, do you believe the judge would accept your words? Phillips widened his eyes, incredulous as he stared at Carter. Carter, you cannot be this ruthless. Clutching his weapon, Carter cautiously approached the factory, impatiently stating, As long as you help me apprehend that individual today, I shall remain oblivious to everything else. Phillips inhaled sharply. This woman is exceedingly merciless. However, having boarded this ship of thieves, there was no turning back. Now, the only path was forward into darkness, hoping to capture that individual today. The two individuals journeyed onward until they reached the designated location. Beneath the luminous moonlight, two dark silhouettes stood quietly. I trust you have been well, Director Carter. Resonated a foreign male voice from the shadows. Are you Luen? You bear little resemblance to the portrait. As Carter approached with his weapon drawn, he realized he was confronted by an unfamiliar Asian face. A black line appeared on Luen's forehead, while Emma looked on with a smile. To be frank, that portrait not only fails to resemble me, but it is also rather unflattering. Director Carter, I dare say you and your companion share a similar fate. Luen retorted unapologetically. Carter's expression darkened as he barked, Your wit is of little concern. Hydra, the world's most wanted criminal. Do you not fear being apprehended so brazenly here? Not at all. Allow me to clarify. I am not Hydra. Luen waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of exasperation. As for being the most wanted criminal, I believe you, Director Carter. Understand this better than I do. I am genuinely a good person. He spoke with utmost sincerity. Whether you are a good person is not for you to declare. Carter scoffed. Enough of this banter. What is your purpose here today? I have no ulterior motives. Merely a proposition for Director Carter, Luen replied with a smile. A proposition? I doubt there is anything of value to exchange between us. Carter remained skeptical, calculating that the perimeter forces must have completed their encirclement by now. She was eager to capture this man. Do not be so hasty to decline. I assure you, what I offer will pique your interest, Luen asserted confidently. And what might that be? Phillips inquired curiously. Carter's expression shifted dramatically, and she intended to intervene, yet was momentarily paralyzed by Luen's next words. The formula for the Scorpion antivenom. What? Both Carter and Emma were taken aback. The Scorpion antivenom was a coveted prize among various factions, and its emergence on the market would undoubtedly incite chaos. Countless times, Xiao had sought the formula from Luen, only to be met with feigned ignorance. Now, Luen was offering it willingly, which seemed implausible. Are you truly willing to relinquish the Scorpion antivenom formula? Absolutely. What do you desire in return? Carter questioned. Dubious that Luen would part with such a valuable asset so readily, yet she could not fathom his true intentions. Quite simply, I have grown weary of living in the shadows. I yearn to exist openly in the light of day. I believe you understand I am not Hydra. I have merely been coerced by Schmidt. Now that I have presented the formula, can I not be afforded a chance at redemption? Carter finally grasped Luen's objective. You are aware that this is impossible. Governments will not undermine their own authority. No, I believe you have misunderstood, Director Carter. Luen shook his head, asserting that he did not wish for the revocation of the warrant or any clarifications. He merely desired to live openly beneath the sun. Luen, as a member of Hydra, was the world's most wanted criminal, yet he insisted he was not that notorious figure. He was simply an ordinary merchant. Phillips's eyes brightened. Carter, that is unacceptable. Carter firmly rejected Luen, stating that regardless of his changing identity, he remained the notorious destruction doctor of Hydra, an irrefutable fact that could not be altered. Luen furrowed his brow. Taken aback by the woman's obstinacy, she was utterly unyielding. His previous attempt to send her a gift through the Red Devil was intended to cultivate goodwill, thinking that such a connection might facilitate future dealings. However, this woman had turned her back on him. It seemed evident that, irrespective of the realm, women were ever capricious. Yet, if he continued to be hunted, many matters would become exceedingly inconvenient. Feigning death? He had contemplated such a notion, ultimately discarding it. While the act of faking one's demise was relatively uncomplicated, it would confine him to the shadows. Although he could assume a new identity, the risks were immense. In a world teeming with superheroes, should his true identity be uncovered, he would undoubtedly face incessant torment from those whose brains were primarily muscle, often manipulated by others. The villains were no less treacherous. Once his identity was compromised, he would be left to ponder whether to eliminate one foe or another. In conclusion, both feigning death and adopting a new identity presented too many hazards. It would be more prudent to relinquish the formula in exchange for a safer identity. Most crucially, at present, Shaw was exploiting this very leverage over Luen, seeking to coerce him into surrendering the formula for the Scorpion Serum. Inaction was not Luen's style. With a decision made to confront Shaw, certain risks had to be mitigated. When faced with two evils, one must choose the lesser. In comparison to the loss of the Scorpion Serum formula, Luen feared the potential repercussions of hidden dangers. The atmosphere grew tense. Yet when Luen caught a glimmer of murderous intent on Carter's face, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Director Carter, I apologize regarding the matter of the captain, Luen said with a visage of contrition. Silence. Carter barked, her eyes ablaze with fury. In that moment, Luen fully comprehended that it was not his proposals that lacked allure, but rather the woman's ulterior motives. Although Captain America had evaded his original fate due to Luen's intervention and had even danced with Carter, leaving no regrets, the situation was fraught with irony. Rogers had seized that dance, yet it bore deeper regrets. Just prior to his impending engagement with Carter, Rogers had encountered Shaw while investigating the emergence of the Scorpion Serum on the black market. His pursuit led him to the Hellfire Club, where he was ultimately discovered by the Red Devil. The inevitable confrontation between a super soldier and a cadre of mutants yielded predictable results. In the end, Rogers vanished under unknown circumstances, while the Red Devil returned, gravely wounded. It appeared that this woman had reckoned with the consequences of Rogers's plight as her own. Understanding the reason simplifies matters considerably. Just as Luen was about to persuade, countless shadows suddenly emerged from all directions. Dr. Luen, you are surrounded. I advise you to surrender immediately. Chapter 44, Luen's Plan. The display of force was quite overwhelming. Luen smirked. There is no escape for you. Carter, somewhat smug, declared. I need not negotiate with you. I can obtain the formula regardless, can't I, Doctor? Clearly, the mind was unhinged, Luen sighed. What did you say? An enraged Carter aimed her gun at Luen and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! Sparks flew as the bullet hurtled towards Luen's right shoulder. Carter was confident in her marksmanship, and her anger did not cloud her judgment. Otherwise, the shot would have been aimed at Luen's head. However, the outcome astonished everyone. It seems Director Carter's shooting skills leave much to be desired, Luen teased with a flippant expression. A mere 5 centimeters from his right shoulder, an orange bullet hovered in the air. Embarrassment and fury flashed across Carter's face. In her frustration, she recklessly pulled the trigger repeatedly, emptying her weapon. This old woman has quite the temper, Luen remarked, disregarding the incoming bullets as he turned to Emma. This earned him an exasperated glare from Emma. After all, she was of similar age to Carter. If Carter was an old woman, what did that make her? I refuse to believe you can block them all. Fire. Carter, having lost her composure, was singularly focused on making Luen pay, disregarding Philip's attempts to intervene as she ordered the gunfire. In an instant, the abandoned factory was engulfed in a cacophony of gunfire. Once the smoke cleared, Philip stood in horror, mouth agape, muttering, "Is this even human?" Carter could scarcely believe her eyes, frozen in disbelief. Not just the two of them, but all except Luen and Emma had their jaws drop in shock. Centered around Luen, layers of orange bullets spun like planetary rings, while Luen and Emma remained composed, even wearing smirks of mockery. Finished venting? Luen scoffed. Is it my turn now? Carter's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to stop it. A deep rumble echoed as a tempest of metal erupted outward, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. No. Carter's eyes bulged, her teeth clenched, a drop of crimson seeping between her fingers. I will kill you. Yet, she could do nothing. For an orange bullet was poised between her brows, the coldness of the metal unmistakable, surrounded entirely by the same orange bullets. No, Luen scoffed, slowly approaching Carter. According to your logic, it is permissible for you to shoot at me, but my retaliation is not? Is this the logic of bandits that you adhere to? Carter remained silent, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Luen. Suddenly, Luen flashed a wicked smile. I relish the sight of your desire to eliminate me, yet your impotence in doing so. You scoundrel. Oh, are you hurling insults at me? Luen retorted with a dismissive grin, but I shall not take your life. You are still of utility to me. Remember this state of affairs, and use it as motivation to seek your revenge. With a hearty laugh, Luen turned and strode towards Emma. By the way, I expect to see a report in the newspaper a week from now announcing the rescindment of my wanted status. Otherwise, I shall sell the formula for the Super-Serum to others who would gladly engage in such a transaction with me. Director Carter, this is not merely a negotiation. It is a threat. Having spoken, Luen departed the abandoned factory with Emma, not casting a backward glance. It was not until their figures had long since vanished that the bullets, suspended in the air, fell helplessly to the ground. Oh, you wish to revoke your wanted status? Dream on, echoed Carter's furious roar as he had just regained his freedom. Director Carter, I advise you to maintain your composure. This is beyond the purview of your modest directorship. You would do well to report to your superiors, Phillips said, his expression unusually grave. He is Hydra, the very architect of Steve's disappearance. You expect me to negotiate with him? That is simply impossible, Carter exclaimed, her face contorted with madness. Yet Phillips remained unfazed, his gaze unyieldingly fixed upon her. Carter, you are the director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. You cannot let personal feelings cloud your judgment. I concede he is an irredeemable villain, but you must consider the greater good. Do you comprehend the consequences should the formula for the Super-Serum fall into enemy hands? Do you wish to witness war once more? Carter stood frozen, her mind flooded with haunting images of countless corpses. A sudden wave of palpitations washed over her. However, upon recalling the missing Steve, Carter resolutely refused. No, I shall never compromise. Phillips sighed. Very well. I shall report to the World Security Council in my capacity as former director. In a speeding car, Emma hesitated several times in the passenger seat before ultimately voicing her curiosity. What exactly is your plan? Why hand over the formula? Shaw could also help you lift the wanted status. Are you unaware of the peril that would ensue if Shaw discovered this? Ah, you finally asked. I thought you wouldn't, Luen said, turning his head with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Are you concerned for my well-being? If you don't want to share, then don't. Emma remained unfazed, her expression cold. How dull, Luen replied, rolling his eyes. Our objectives simply diverge. Emma, being astute, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Making a deal with Shaw would be a mere transaction. However, Luen's elaborate endeavor to come to America and present the formula at his own behest was undoubtedly driven by motives far beyond merely lifting his wanted status. Are you not afraid that the woman might refuse? By the looks of her, she seems ready to tear you to shreds. Of course, she would not agree. Emma regarded Luen with a peculiar expression, surprised by his words. Then you, she chuckled, but surely someone will consent. A flicker of realization crossed Emma's face. You mean Phillips? So he was your target all along? No, Luen replied. My initial aim was Carter. After all, she is currently the director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. I simply did not foresee that she would hold me accountable for Captain America's disappearance. Thus I had to hastily shift my focus. Luen felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this detail had eluded him, and fortunately, Phillips was present today. Otherwise, all would have been in vain. Then why provoke her? Are you not concerned she might sabotage your efforts? Luen's actions today appeared devoid of logic, yet Emma sensed he harbored ulterior motives. Provoke her? Luen smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond. Regardless of their formidable capabilities, women are inherently emotional beings. It is in their nature. Their sentiments often overshadow reason. How could he avoid inciting Carter's deep-seated animosity while ensuring she remained fixated upon him? If she did not remain focused on him, how could he discreetly elevate Shaw to the forefront and place him in the sights of the World Security Council? Without promoting Shaw, how could he incite a conflict between humans and mutants? In a world devoid of chaos, how could he rise to prominence? The struggle of kings requires a touch of intrigue to be compelling. Do you truly intend to relinquish the formula? Are you willing to part with it? This was perhaps the question Emma most desired to ask. To her surprise, Luen laughed heartily. What is there to part with? It is merely a case of utilizing waste. Before Emma could respond, Luen elaborated. This substance has a shelf life of only 1 year. It is essentially a single-use item, and its production costs are exorbitant. No organization can sustain such consumption, not even a nation. Furthermore, it has a nemesis. Have you noticed that each time the serum is purchased, it is from a different organization? Moreover, have the groups recently acquiring the happy pills not also previously purchased the serum? Emma paused, reflecting on the recent buyers and realizing Luen was indeed correct. Her eyes widening in astonishment at this man. You are truly devious, deceiving everyone, selling the serum with one hand and the pills with the other, while using the Hellfire Club as a pawn. Shaw, foolishly, wishes to seize the serum formula, unaware that Luen regards it as a trifling asset, one that is regrettable to keep yet useless to discard. The ability to profit from waste is a skill to be admired.